Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Society expects a whole lot from you. Now, it's even more so when you're a religious leader, because there is a moral standard that society places on you. That's why you can't afford to do certain things. Religious leaders are supposed to be a moral compass that the rest of society looks up to. But when you see religious leaders doing certain things that are not in line with the moral expectations of society, then people begin to ask questions. Now, this is how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a very important and very unique show that tends to pinpoint certain issues in the society. Now, today we're discussing a very interesting topic, something that has to do with the growing menace of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Now, there have been several reports of clergymen, conducting themselves in manners that are, not expected of them on the pulpit. And this seems to have, been, in fact, society seems to have been quite silent on this issue for quite a while. But it gets to a point where it becomes imperative for us to beam our searchlight on this very disturbing issue. So we're discussing the growing menace of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is always a pleasure to have you join me on Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I'm not doing this alone. I've got three amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and these men happen to be clergymen. So yeah, they are in the right place, okay? And we have the right people discussing this particular issue. Now, to my far left is like I said, the three of them are clergymen, so there's really no need introducing them, apart. So let's begin with Mr. Edugie Ewoma. He is a pastor and he is a public affairs analyst. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, it is indeed a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to Pastor Edugie, or Evangelist Edugie, is someone who is also a clergyman, but he is a Nazarite. He goes by the name of Nazarite Nnamdi Chukwuemeka.
Thank you, Harry. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, sir. That reminds me, it's actually our first time of saying this year.
Yeah.
You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
And of course, a big brother, someone who is also passionate about the body of Christ and is a clergyman as well. He goes by the name of Oladele Ogundele. It's good to have you in the house, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy
Good
New Year.
afternoon, viewers.
Happy New Year to you,
It's
sir.
good to see you again.
It is indeed good to have you on the show. Now, gentlemen, you'll agree with me that this is a very timely topic. Timely in the sense that there have been recent developments in the society concerning clergymen and their conduct on the pulpit. So let's examine the topic. First off, what constitutes, or let's even begin by asking, what is it about men on the pulpit that women can't seem to resist? Maybe I should start from that angle. Let me begin with you, Pastor Oladele.
I think even that question seems to be, do I say, complicated. There's nothing that it's not that women can resist. There's nothing that should be special, so to say, about men on the pulpit that has to do with that kind of question.
Okay.
It's supposed to have been special for the role, the influence, and the office. It's a sacred office. To assume the office of a clergy, and also to assume the office of overseeing a body of Christ, is a very high office that demands high responsibility. So as such, I think it's not about, I don't think it's about being resistant to men of the clergy. I think it's about the posture. It's about the disposition of these men, or of we. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
It's a disposition. And if you understand what should be the disposition, you will actually...
When you say disposition, are you referring to the clergymen themselves?
Yeah, the clergymen themselves.
Okay.
It is about the disposition. What I mean by disposition is the way you place yourself that make it so. You know, some turn to like a me, dear God, and some have manipulative gimmicks and system, and that's why the vulnerable that they ought to have build up to have this confidence and influence them positively with the anointing and the grace that is endowed them with. The other in the case. Then we also have the outright deceiver and merchandise, or merchants. Let's put it that way. We have the outright one. They are clear. They are fulfilling their purpose.
You mean those who are
Clergy
deliberately
that
out to
yes, and they are fulfilling
people.
their purpose. Yeah, they are out to deceive people, and the Bible itemizes them. They are not. I think what, to me, what should be more important to us now is helping the vulnerable to understand and to be able to code and decode, which the Holy Spirit said that should be there. You test all spirits. Yeah, because some came in and they don't actually mean what they receive. It could be that you can have the anointing, but you can misuse it, and that is the purpose. So there is nothing so special about them apart from, look at what Paul said. Paul said that don't look at us as special person. Don't look at us as a stewards, a owner, a holder of a trust from somebody, and who has to be Jesus Christ, the one that purchased the church with his own blood. So he said, look at us as a holder, look at us as a steward. And when you look at us in that light, there is a place Bible says that esteem them for their work's sake, not their position, whatever. So you get it.
So it's not about the positions they occupy.
It's not about it. It's about, you see, like I said, they are occupying a position. It's a position of influence. It's a position of, because once you become a clergy or man on the pulpit, you become influential. And take for example, I heard of one that uses gimmicks of call somebody out from the choir, and you are start saying, I want to prophesy to you, and the process and lead to another thing and lead to another thing. It's very pure. It's a bad agenda. It's an agenda that has been conceived. So there are people like that. Where there are also the category that probably as a result of the temptation they could not resist. And if I want to talk about those people, all you just need to do is get back, spend time with God, refresh. But you see those ones that are out as wolves, Jesus Christ told us about them. They are all spelled out in scripture. We do not be, so to me, the focus of the church now should be as well how to identify those people, and to also help the vulnerable to be able to identify them, because God told us to identify them, and they are there. And they are there. They are not remorseful. They are engaging. So nothing so special apart from the fact that you are carrying that. And if you, that is also the custodian of that trust, you also know that nothing so special about me apart from I am endowed I'm privileged to push out and develop for someone. We have a master. The Bible called Jesus a judge. and he will judge.
And you are answerable to
And
him.
you are answerable to him. You are answerable to his court. You are answerable to you. So you are like a bond slave. Paul used Bible word is a doulos. You are a bond slave to him.
All right.
If you are that, definitely you'll be able to assess yourself not to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dele. I like how you started out passionately on this. And I would like to ask you, Nazareth Chukwuemeka, what would you say constitutes sexual misconduct amongst clergymen on the pulpit? Are there any particular, examples, or should I say, ways that clergymen conduct themselves that, suggest sexual misconduct?
Thank you, my brother Harry. The issue about the clergymen getting involved or their conduct, all of those things happen to play out because that is one of the most potent weapon that the enemy of the church use against the church.
And who is the enemy of the church?
The devil himself.
Okay.
Is one of the most potent weapon he uses. When the Bible talks about the three major sins that brings down any person, it talks about the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life.
Yeah.
And most ministers, virtually every minister, any clergyman, is someone who is being regarded as a shepherd.
Okay.
In the football field, when any player picks the ball, he becomes the target.
Okay.
All right?
The man with the ball is the target.
Yes, anyone with the ball is the main target. Every camera, every eye, everybody begins to pursue him. Everybody goes towards that direction. The clergyman is like the person with the ball. And so every direction goes there. Every attention goes to him. Jesus himself said, when you strike the shepherd, then the sheep will scatter. And so that's why every eye goes on them. And these shepherds, these clergymen, they need to understand this. But you see, the disposition, like my brother was saying here, some of them beginning to think infallible is a problem.
Okay.
They began.
They think too highly of themselves.
Peter and John said to the people looking at them when they caused the man at the beautiful gate to rise and walk, they said, stop looking at us like that, as if we did this by our name. He said, no, we did it in the name of that same man Jesus you rejected. All right, so until they begin to understand that you are a man before you be a man of God, you are not God of man, you are a man of God, then you should know where to draw the line. You should know that you are fallible. You will know that you are also vulnerable to this same old serpent. The Bible called him in Revelation that same old serpent, referring to Genesis chapter 3. That the same serpent that brought down Adam and Eve in the garden is still the old serpent.
Yeah.
In fact, he's serious, more serious now. The Bible called him the dragon. So he has come to a point, he has learned all the gimmicks in a more complicated manner. And so the clergy people should understand that they need to conduct themselves to ensure that these things are one of. At times you wonder, you see clergymen playing, especially all this aspect of my daughter, yeah. And hugging as they sit on my lap, all those kind of funny things.
That's how it all starts.
And all those kind of careless issues around. And so clergymen need to understand. What I'm trying to establish here is that they need to understand this too. Number one, if you are a shepherd, you are a major target. As a clergyman, like my brother said, you are an influencer. Once you find yourself on that pulpit, on that stage where people listen to you, where you can say something. Imagine, one of our pastors one day, during the time of the previous administration of Edo State, somebody in his church was wedding, and that the governor was present.
Just before you tell us that story, we have to go on this very important break now, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and right before we went on that break, Mr. Chukwuemeka was taking us, telling us something his pastor said.
Okay, right. Actually, I was trying to establish the issue that the clergymen should understand the kind of influence they carry, the kind of power
they carry.
So this my pastor friend, the governor was there in the wedding, and then he will say, please, can we rise? And everybody will rise. Can we sit? Everybody will sit. So somebody whispered to him and said, you are making governor to be standing and sitting. You are very powerful without even picking an arm. And you're not saying, and everybody rising. He said it dawned on him how powerful the pulpit can be.
As a clergyman.
As a clergyman. So rise, everybody, both his entourage and everything.
And that's something that wouldn't have happened if he wasn't a clergyman.
Of course. So we need to understand, when you understand this, we will be careful how we exert that which we carry on our inside. So that's what I was trying to establish in that aspect, so that we will mind our conduct, mind the things that we say and the things we do and the way we dress. Recently, last week or last 2 weeks, some of us must have seen it. It went viral a little.
Yes.
The man that came to, a pastor that came to his church with a skirt, high heel and a suit, and they say he's actually in church because he has learned how to seduce God. And before you know it, people were hailing him, and then before you say jack, people are beginning to buy into it. In fact, a pulpit misconduct becomes a general misconduct, and people need to watch it.
The pulpit misconduct becomes a general misconduct. And that's
Yes.
because, just like you people have established so far, the clergyman is someone that wields a lot of influence. So whatever you do, has a way of naturally rubbing off on, the people that are placed under your watch.
Consciously, unconsciously. Yeah.
Now that's really profound. Now I'd like to ask you, Evangelist Etugie, is there any power imbalance between the clergy and the congregants that tend to, enable abuse in the church?
Thank you very much for the question. I want to first and foremost say that this is a very sensitive topic. And so I want to speak to it first from the integrity of my heart, and then my faith and values.
Okay.
Because I say that because the major challenge we have on these matters is the way it has been addressed. And so, to go to your question, there is an imbalance. And this is largely due to the fact that the men on the pulpit are being arrogated some level of authority and power beyond what they deserve, which ought not to be so in the first place.
When you say they are being arrogated, who's guilty of this? Who's to be?
The pew.
Okay.
You see, because they command some level of spiritual abilities, so they are now arrogated some authorities, as it were. And so these men who also do not know their limits are in turn abusing these privileges. And so this is where we are, and that's what has created the problem. Because you cannot make a man so powerful and don't expect him to use that power. And that is why we must continue to speak to those issues around making the spiritual leader a god. Somebody rightly quoted us now in his conversation when Apostle Paul was saying, what we did now, you are acting as though it's by our power. But this was not by our power, but the Holy Spirit. So we must come to the point, because when we were taught, when we were being discipled, we were told that you do not come to the scene whenever you act on behalf of the Lord. Because men will always want to bring you to the scene. What does that mean? Peradventure, by your hands, a miracle was just performed.
Okay.
And men are glamorizing and saying, oh, these ones are God, like it was in the scripture. You must pause at the same time and say, no, you must point them to Christ. But the problem is, we want to continue to arrogate lordship to ourselves. Talking about those in the pulpit now.
All right.
And so when we perform, as it were, that such miracles, which was done by the grace of God upon our lives, will receive the glory. And then gradually it begins to build up.
But are we supposed to, like, are you guys supposed to receive the glory as clergymen?
No, that's what I'm saying. No.
Okay.
Because we are supposed to point them back to Christ.
Okay.
Because it was not done by our own power. We are nothing without Christ. For the vine cannot do anything
Without the branches.
the branches cannot do anything without the vine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's the major challenge.
Thank you so much, Evangelist Eduge. It seems you have something to add to that.
To add, yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Oladele.
Thank you very much, sir. You see, in Ephesians chapter 4, when God, starting from verse 11 or so, when God was the scripture was itemizing the role, the apostles, the pastors, the clergy, the teachers and the prophet. The next thing, he mentioned the purpose. And he said, the purpose is that you bring the pews or the congregation to a level, to the same measure with Christ.
Okay.
You don't keep them there while you stay. That
So
is
you
the
disciple
purpose.
them for Christ literally.
For Christ. In 1 Peter chapter 5, Apostle Peter was writing and was saying, you that are herders, which I'm also herder, see your role. Don't be lordship over them. Don't play Lord.
Over there.
You're not the one that bought them. You're not the one that bought the congregation.
You are only
Jesus
a
bought.
steward.
A steward. That's why I mentioned. You are only a trust for somebody. I don't know whether these people feel. in Matthew 7 from 21, Jesus Christ said that many will say to me on that day, in your name I've done so. He said, I will never knew you. The owner of the church, when he comes as a judge, he came before as a lamb. He will come as a lion. And he said, this servant will have much more punishment. I don't know. Let me tell you something. One of the things that feared me when I had God's call was that I went to the one thing Paul called canons, ministerial canons. It has to do with the character that you must possess. I'm not saying the fear I had was that, see, you must possess extra.
So are you saying
there are something that I'm not seeing, but because you are a clergy, you should not even talk.
So are you saying that much of the clergy lack this reverence and fear for God?
Yes, and it's a result of. May I tell you something, sir? That majority of these are clergy have no revelation of exact purpose of why they are doing it. I don't want to say some things here. A minister of God made one statement many years ago that in the 80s when he was called, God told him and said, I'm sure that my brother here knows the minister of God. He said God told him that many people are not doing the work I call them. So if you are not careful, you can still go in their line. Now, but they are this. Then talking about the arrogation of power.
Yeah.
Why is it coming? Just as he said, because of see, I should know better. That's why when they say when a clergy commit fornication with a member, and later they say that the member, they are dragging the member. I'm not saying it's a sin to you get my point now. But the point is that you should know better. When Reverend Nazareth was talking just, he mentioned that some things that you use as if that you're already immune. The Bible says, run away from all appearance of evil. As it's applicable to the pew, to the congregation, it's applicable to you as the this thing. There's nothing like say you are, I can't do it. I can't fall. No, there's nothing like that.
Are you suggesting that the church tend to give excuses or hold brief for clergymen when they fall into such?
They do, some do. You see that thing they did is as a result of the fact that the clergy has not developed your mind to the extent that you be independent, you know truth. That when I'm the clergy, I'm even doing right. You can say, Pastor, hello sir, with all due respect, this thing you are doing, it's wrong. You are the one that taught us. It's in the scriptures. So.
In other words, the congregation does not question or does not hold the clergy accountable.
Accountability. Yes.
There is a reason for that.
Accountability.
Right. Yes, you could take it.
There's a reason for that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Some of these clergymen have succeeded in letting the congregation know that they have no right to judge another man's servants.
Okay, so
that they are servants of God. So you leave me to God. In fact, they will quote Moses and
Aaron
and
if we were to go
what
by
his sisters,
sorry to interrupt.
Miriam.
If we were to go by that logic, then the congregation, are not the servants of the clergy. Don't you think so? Because we are all servants of God.
Yes.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say to
Yes.
you. You know, they believe that they are servants of God, so God should be left to judge them.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
God should be left to
But why
judge
does the
them.
clergy judge the congregation?
The
Like, I
clergy,
like-
They do, don't they?
they do.
Exactly.
They feel they have the right. They believe they have the right. Many of them have codified themselves. Permit me to use that
Yeah.
word. They are like small
deified.
deities. You know, but one thing they always forget. You know, I remember when I went to do a study in a Bible college. I did it for like 2 years or something. On the day of the graduation, people were just celebrating. I remember I was telling my wife, I said, why are they rejoicing? I said, they don't understand the sensitivity of what they just yoked themselves into.
Yes. Where you're going
That
to.
for me, every Bible college should be 9 years.
Why?
Because you have to save lives. If medical practitioners should go to school for 7 years to save biological and physical lives, then those who are to save internal life should go for 9 years.
Or do you think it's as much
Because
about
The length of
the duration?
I am only trying to paint a picture of the seriousness,
seriousness, I
and
get
the
it.
depth of
Yeah.
how this thing should
Yeah.
look like.
Yeah.
I know only one denomination that when they are doing graduation like that, they will wear black and they will lie flat while taking their oath. When you get there, you will see solemnity, you see serenity. Apart from that, I don't know any other organization that does that. And you see jubilation. I hope you're wondering. It gets me wonder. Did you understand this?
They do not understand the implication of
The
what they're getting
implication
into.
of is a yoke. Is a yoke. You know, it means you are no longer, you are seriously restricted to so many things. Now, the cult that Jesus rode on while going to Jerusalem, and they were dropping palm front and clothes, and he was jumping. That cult may think that they are doing that for him. When Jesus exited that cult, we didn't hear about that cult again. So if you understand the implication of that, you know that they give you that honor and respect because of the Christ in you and the work he called you to do, according to Ephesians chapter 4.
All right.
For you to prepare the saints for the work of the ministry.
All right. Thank you so very much, Nazareth Chukwuemeka. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flip Side on Independent Television. It's time for another break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing the growing rate of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Now, this next question goes to you, Evangelist Edugie. How has the culture of silence within churches sustained sexual abuse? I hope you know what I mean by the culture of silence. You know, when clergymen do certain things or conduct themselves in certain ways that are unexpected of them, there seems to be this silence amongst, you know, members. People are scared to speak up. People are scared to criticize them. And the reason isn't so far-fetched. Oh, this person is a clergyman and, you know, he carries a special kind of grace and anointing. So I wouldn't want to offend God by criticizing this person or by speaking against this person. Some of them even cite examples or even quote scriptures like, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. And then, of course, there are those that will even cite examples from the Old Testament of, you know, what happened to Miriam, Moses' sister, and Aaron, you know, who spoke against Moses or who criticized him for taking an Egyptian wife, right, so to speak. So how do you think this culture of silence seems to encourage sexual misconduct amongst clergymen?
Thank you very much. I'll first of all say the culture of silence in the body of Christ it's a beautiful thing.
How so?
Because it was put there in order that the seemly fall in the body is not too much amplified and then destroy the body. But however, the challenge we have is a systemic failure. I say that because the ministries we have today don't have a structure wherein offense can be addressed. The general overseer, the spiritual leader, is Lord. You see, if you have done Christian theology, you will come in contact with in a place where you will find out that there is something they call the church elders. Today, who is the general superintendent reported to if he sins? If he offends a member, is there anybody, is there any structure in the ministry where he can be reported to? You see, it is only in the church that we don't have that. In government, for example,
Are there no churches where such committees or such councils of elders
if
exist?
there are, you will never find this, the doctrine of silence being abused.
Okay.
I was wanting to say, for example, in government, we can petition the president. At least there is a disciplinary committee in the House where you can submit such petitions.
Okay.
Let's not go whether it's going to be treated or not. The governor
Because
can
you
be
agree that it's
petitioned.
one thing for it to be, reported. It's another
Nothing
thing for it to be addressed.
Yes.
Okay.
But you see, in the church structure and in most churches, especially in Africa, we can no longer find out there. No church committees that can even question the SSCs of the spiritual leader. So we begin to come to a point where the system itself has failed and men are feasting on it to abuse the entire process. And so you committed the crime, you come and you begin to bully the people not to say anything about it. It's embarrassing, because I want to speak in parables. It's embarrassing for you to come up to suspend yourself after committing a crime. One, the elders of the church ought to announce
Your
that suspension.
Okay.
And two, you come to say you are going on a suspension, but you and your wife, you are just going to enjoy yourself. Sir, you are going on an honeymoon,
Okay.
not because of your
sin.
your seemingly allegation against you.
Okay.
So that means if there were an allegation or not, he would have gone on his honeymoon.
So he's more or less going on a vacation.
Precisely.
No suspension.
And not suspension. You don't judge your case. That's what I'm trying to say.
You can't be a judge in your own case.
In your own case. The elders of the church should have come up with the decision of the church, communicate it to the public. And I'm sure that structure is not there. And that's why we have found ourselves here.
Now, if you take a look at most of the churches, especially in the Pentecostal circle,
Yeah.
the kind of churches that we have nowadays, do you really think it's feasible? Do you think it's realistic to have, a council of elders that are backed with the responsibility, or that are charged with the responsibility of holding clergymen accountable for misconducts of that nature?
Sir, there is. The only thing is that the general superintendent is not, you can't touch him. Let his assistant misbehave thus now if the committee will not suspend him.
Okay.
Let an associate pastor misbehave.
So most of these general overseers are above the law.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
They've grown to a point where they cannot be questioned.
Wow. All right, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Evangelist. Now, Nazareth Chukwemeka, I would like to ask this. How do churches sometimes confuse forgiveness with the absence of consequences? Because many a time we see clergymen being accused or being fingered in cases of sexual misconduct. And before you say jack, you begin to hear that they've been forgiven and that the matter has been resolved. So how does this I mean, how do churches sometimes confuse forgiveness with the absence of consequences?
My brother, the truth of the matter is that it's only a wise man that calculates the consequences before he takes an action.
Okay.
You are free to make your choice, but you are not free to choose the consequences of your choice. When you understand things like this, it's not about the forgiveness aspect. You think about the consequences. Does God forgive? Yes. But the truth of the matter is that hands joins to hands. A sinner cannot go unpunished. Let me digress a little, maybe mention this. A young lady I know very well was living one kind life like that, and the only girl of the family. But somehow he contracted one of these STDs, but HIV/AIDS to be precise. So we are called upon to come and minister to her. And I remembered how she kept begging God to heal her, and she was going to serve her the rest of the life. Well, the forgiveness was clear, of course, the peace and all of that. But we lost her. We lost her, nevertheless. And out of anger, the kind of life she had lived before, the family just buried her like a chicken. The whole funeral, nothing. They just buried her and closed case. Did God forgive her? We know God did. In fact, some of the messages she gave to me, they are still with in my house. The consequences, I have let people know, and you have to know this. And if you are not careful, those consequences can still get to your children. We have to be careful about that word called consequence. Forgiveness is established. We are forgiving you. Fine, established. But you see, consequences cannot be well, because the consequence has to do with principle of life.
What you sow is what you reap.
It's a principle, so he plays that anyhow, anywhere. All right, so David did what he did. People felt, did God forgive him? Yes. But when he wanted to build the temple, God said, your hands are full of blood. People used to think it's because David did a lot of wars. No, that's not what God is talking about. It was because of Uriah. If you go to Matthew chapter 1, God referred to it again. Did he call him a man after my heart? Oh yeah, he did. What of the consequence? He reaped it. He couldn't build.
Okay, so in the nutshell, you're saying?
So, the issue of churches trying to now say that our brethren, our pastor or whatever have been forgiven. Nobody said you shouldn't forgive. But I'm trying to say to those clergymen that their congregants are saying all of that, you also have to know that consequences are real and they can never be removed.
Consequences are real and they can never be removed.
Yes.
Well, I actually do hope that the people that this message is meant for are taking notes. Now, I'd like to ask this, Pastor Oladele.
Yes, sir.
Evangelist Edugie said a moment ago that the culture of silence in the church is supposed to be a good thing, but unfortunately it has been abused by some clergymen. Now, there is a recent case of a young pastor that was called out by an actress for sexual abuse, so to speak. Okay, but news has it that recently the Lagos State Police Command has called him for questioning. Okay, so do you think this is appropriate? Do you think it is right for the world, quote and unquote, to get involved in matters that have to do with the church, vis-a-vis, clergymen and the congregation?
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is simple. Yes. Yes, in the same society, you are called out by the society. We have an organized system. We have an administration of justice in Nigeria. Okay. So calling out is a human being, he's a citizen with one Nigeria passport, just as I have. So we should be questioned.
So beyond just being a clergyman,
yes, leave that.
He's answerable to
yes.
the authority.
Now there is also the place where Bible talk, like what Pastor Edugie mentioned. Yeah. I like the angle. When he first said that, I was listening to him. Okay. But when he came, yes, it's because we have left what we're supposed to do. There's a place where Bible talked about the church have that we judge angels and judge. Can't we judge matter? So church is supposed to be a place where there is a disciplinary this thing that take care of things. Yeah. So in that particular case, I won't be particular. Number one, that is not a young pastor. That man, I know him over the years. He's not a young pastor. Number two, I won't be particular about him, as in his personality. But the action, the things that happen is highly, it's highly, it's a, you know, I don't know, you just mentioned one. There are so many things that we couldn't even get. And his posture to all of them, it was like a damage control. It was, see, like they said, do you know what? If I commit sin, because there's something I want to say here, that when Jesus Christ caught that woman in the adultery, Jesus Christ didn't say anyone that has not committed adultery should stone him. Jesus Christ said anyone that has no sin. So I want us to know that that is own. There are many of us, it may not be adultery, it may be another thing. But today in particular, we're talking about sexual abuse. Okay. Now, but the point now is that talking about that particular, the damage control that came shows to me that I will prefer that consequences, and I'm still forgiving, and I make heaven, and I hear welcome my faithful servant. Yeah. I will prefer it to my brother.
Okay.
Yes. So whatever it will take, sometimes I say, God, whatever if you want to discipline, I beg, I'm here. Because I know, David said it. He said, I prefer to fall in your hand. So I'm talking about maybe you have done it. But if you are wise enough to take what he said, that think about the consequences before you do it. But if you have done it, like we are making an example of one person now, to me, that person should go for whatever stage it will go. If God wants to pick you down, God knows how he can take you down to the and bring you up back. Just be sincere in your repentance, be sincere, be broken, not dilly-dallying and you are petting it. It's like you are correcting this on surface. You are trying to block this, another one. So
hopefully we will take a more cursory look at the concept of acknowledgement. Yes. Because I think that's a major problem amongst a lot of clergymen. It's one thing for you to err, it's another thing for you to acknowledge that you have erred. But we have to go on this very important break now, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Yeah, welcome back. This is the final lap of Flipside on independent television for today. Now, before we went on that break, Nazareth Chukwuemeka was talking about, he was actually taking us in a direction that I would like us to wrap things up with. He talked about the need for acknowledgement. Now, just like I said before we went to that break, it's one thing for you to err, and it's another thing for you to acknowledge that you've erred. Now, this is exactly what I think the real problem is with most clergymen of this generation. Now you've been involved in sexual misconduct, but somehow you are trying to do what I call leg over. You know you've erred, but you are trying to cover it up. You are trying to play smart. Why is that? I would like to ask you, Evangelist Eduge, why do they find it so hard to acknowledge that they've erred, and then of course begin to find ways to make amends?
I would say is the lack of the fear of the Lord. You see, many persons in the body of Christ today, not just those in the pulpit, there is this lack of fear. They just want to do things the way it pleases them. If possible, maybe my generation would have rewritten the Bible.
Okay.
Because we want to shift the standard. We are not afraid anymore. You want to appear good before men who are mortals, but you are not worried about the judgment of God.
Okay.
Who sees even the secret, your very secret that the secret camera cannot pick.
Wow.
He knows you even while you are alone.
Okay.
He have seen that thing that you did. Men, I say these things all the time when I have opportunity to counsel people. Even when you fly miles away from home and you have an opportunity to go into a damn cell, and that nobody will know, your wife and anybody will never hear of it, and you will come back and still lift up holy hands. The only thing that will keep you away from doing it is the fear of the Lord.
So in summary, you're saying that they lack the fear of God.
Yes.
That's why they find it hard to acknowledge that they've erred.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Thank you so very much for that. We're actually wrapping up right now because we have limited time left. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Nazareth Chukwuemeka. He talked about the fear of God, the lack of the fear of God. Don't you also think that these people do this for fear of reproach, the reproach that comes with, you know, their reputation
Maybe their
being
office and all
dragged
of
to the
that.
mud. Yes.
It's still the issue of lack of, if you have the fear of God, what are you doing with your title? What are you doing with your position? My brother, at the end of the day, we all are going to meet this great judge, and you know that your title has no entitlement. So what are we talking about? You see, the Bible said there was a day God slew a man that was trying to help the ark that was, and the Bible said that as the new fear of the Lord entered David.
Wow.
You know, another problem I'm discovering here, the issue of lack of discipleship is one of the problems. I've never seen a person, a Christian, at times I even ask myself, these people probably, they're not even born again, they're not even Christian before they answered this. I don't even know whether they had a call.
They probably
Whether
didn't
it was
have
a
a personal
flash,
encounter with God.
whether it was a flash that they saw, and they would quickly rush into it. Because I can't see someone that said, I've surrendered to the Lord Jesus, and you went through discipleship, and you find yourself in this kind of a thing. Now, let's assume it even happened. The acknowledgement will not be a struggle.
Okay.
I'm telling you the truth.
Personal.
Because I've come to realize that when the Bible said, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper. Whosoever that confesses and forsake will obtain the mercy of God. See what I've discovered. When you confess this, men may know it. Men will abuse you. If you confess it, God has a way of covering you up. That even when they still look at you tomorrow, they don't remember it. It doesn't make sense to them.
Okay.
I don't know what they understand what I'm saying. When you open up to God, God covers you.
Okay.
That even when men, see, look at David. David opened up. God covered him up. That even up till now, people still call him son of David, because they call Jesus son of David in the New Testament. Having known what he did. Why? He opened up and God covered him up. But if you cover up by yourself and God open you up by himself, oh boy, I don't know who will cover you in this generation and in his life to come.
All right.
So I've discovered that when we open up, it helps a lot. So let's learn to be humble and acknowledge our faults. There's no big deal about it. I lead the Student Christian Movement, SM of Nigeria. And then last year, around the middle, and there was a meeting they called. I didn't know I was the center of the meeting. Not that I committed anything morally, whatever. But there was something they brought out. They are talking about the way I've handled some issues in the course of the leadership. So when they raised all the whole thing, I just said, I didn't know I'm the main agenda of this meeting. I'm so sorry about the whole thing. I never knew I was going that direction. The whole thing doused immediately because soft reply, soft answer tones were rough. What I'm trying to say in essence is that don't try to, you are still a mortal. You can make mistakes.
All right.
Just acknowledge it, repent humbly, and you see how God will take you up from there. You'll be amazed that nobody will use that against you anymore.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Oladele,
Yes, sir.
in less than a minute, what do you think is responsible for this? Why do clergymen find it hard to acknowledge their wrongs?
Pride. Pride. Overestimation of yourself. Because I'm a man of God, prophet, so pride. Lack of acknowledgement of God, the role of God in your life. Let me tell you something. God can allow you, in quote, to go through that thing for a purpose.
Okay.
But if you can make use and discover the purpose, we are making an example of David now.
Yeah.
And he discovered the purpose. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, Uriah is mentioned. Bathsheba.
Yeah.
Is mentioned.
Yeah.
So what am I saying? If acknowledge God. See, we will have it. It's no matter what I say. Then secondly, leave reputation. That's what killed Saul. Saul was concerned about his reputation. Look at these people here, and Samuel has not come. The thing they do me, and he went to go and do what is not. Leave reputation. A man of God, you are talking about your reputation. Before God, we all know. I said maybe that's why I said we don't have knowledge, we don't have revelation of who this God is.
All right.
Yeah, if you do, leave reputation and leave pride. Acknowledge God.
Leave reputation, leave pride behind, and acknowledge God. Well, a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, for your very amazing and brilliant analysis. It's been quite a very interesting conversation, and I have every single one of you to thank for it. Thank you so much for being with me on the show. Well, it's been Flipside on independent television, and we've been taking a look at the growing rate of sexual misconduct on the pulpit. Well, I guess a word is enough for the wise. I'm sure that the people involved or people guilty of this particular issue have been taking note so far, and they've learned a thing or two from this. Let's do better. Like I said in opening, the moment you acknowledge or the moment you realize that you are, a leader, and more so someone who occupies a very important office in church, okay? You are a religious leader, you are a pastor, you are an imam, or whatever it is that you are. Know that society expects a lot from you, and the people that are placed under your care are not your puppets. They are not your tools to play with. They are not your toys to play with. Know that the person that puts you, in charge of them is going to be expecting so much accountability from you. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's been such an amazing time on the show. Until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning, the 22nd day of January 2026. Your ultimate breakfast current affairs program this morning on ITV. We're broadcasting live from Benin City, Nigeria. My colleagues are in Lagos and in Abuja. But before we join them, it's a full house here in Benin. I'm Lawrence Osifo, and I have my colleagues seated. Anolu Akbo Stephen, always looking dashy on a wide.
Yeah, good morning, Lawrence. It's actually great to be in the middle today. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Blessed are thou amongst men. Harry Agboji, good morning and how are you?
Good morning, bro. It's good to be here.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Nigeria. TMI is indeed one amazing platform, and it's always a pleasure to be here doing what we do best.
Okay. So much so to unpack on the show this morning, talking about the insecurity ravaging Kaduna, the kidnap, the denial, the figures, 66, 72, 76. You know, Nigeria sometimes, you ask yourself, what's the problem? I know, what is the problem?
I honestly do not know, because I remember taking the story, was it on Monday, on Tuesday, and we later saw in the news, in fact it was all over the street of the newspapers for that day, saying the federal government has denied the issue, debunked, that's the word, debunked what happened in Kaduna State. Even the state police command in Kaduna State also debunked it. But you go online on social media, it's everywhere, on international, media outlets, they are carrying this news. Why is the problem? Only for us to discover yesterday that, hey, they've said,
the police now finally admitted.
They've finally admitted that, yes, indeed, it did happen. And we saw the governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, go there to meet the people and say, you know what, we're going to ensure that we bring every single person's back. They are going to be rescued. But now the question is, why deny it in the first place? Why are we trying to underreport the security situation in the country? There are those who would say, oh, it's because of the fear of Donald Trump and foreign influence, and Nigerians want to have that beautiful reputation and beautiful image outside, but at the detriment of what? The people. It's really
the people
a shame.
You swore an oath to protect. That you're going to protect their lives and their properties.
Right.
You're playing games or gambling with them. Harry, your take?
Well, the fear of Donald Trump is the beginning of wisdom for some.
Or the beginning of accountability.
Accountability, baby. Because why do you have to be so inconsistent with facts?
Yeah.
You understand? Even foreign media have reported it and have, run with the ideas that were eventually, were initially presented. Now we are hearing that, it's not exactly what was reported from the very beginning. Now, the real problem is that life is not taken seriously in this part of the world.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we will be gambling with, figures of people that were kidnapped and all of that. Because if lives really meant anything to us, then we would not be, playing hanky-panky with all of this. Now, first off, when Donald Trump came out and said that Christians were being targeted in Nigeria, a lot of persons, debunked it. Even some Christians said, oh, I'm a Christian, but I do not agree with that assertion. But aren't these, proofs that this is...
And this happened in the church.
Exactly, it happened in the church. And, we understand that 2 churches were actually...
attacked.
Yes, we were attacked. Cherubim and Seraphim and Ekwa.
Yeah.
Question is, why?
Why the church?
Why the church? And I understand that some persons will also argue that it happens in mosques, that they also, target mosques.
We agree it happens in mosques, but it's more rampant in churches.
So Donald Trump is probably right after all.
He's not probably right, he's right.
Okay.
Another thing we need to even talk about is, why are some persons trying to politicize the security? It's not okay. It's not a thing for you to even politicize.
In the first
Playing
place.
and gambling with people's lives should be a big no-no. And there's this notable figure that did say that when a security situation, an insurgent or whatever it is, linger for long,
for
that means
24 hours,
yes, that means the
involved.
government is really involved in it. And it's really sad that we're seeing all of this.
One thing that baffles me is how the true, or should I call it, blame game?
Yeah.
Under the former administration, there was insecurity. Under the former administration, there was... Come on, we're not here for you to start telling us what happened under Jonathan.
That has always been the narrative in Nigeria.
It ought not to be.
Instead of tackling issues, head on,
we'll pass the ball.
Pass the ball and say, oh, you know what, we inherited it.
Yeah.
It didn't start in our administration. I thought the purpose of government was to
it's for you to tackle the issue, to nip it in the
Even if it was inherited, you're here now.
Do something, fix it. That is it. All right, we'll still come back to this conversation, but let's talk to our colleagues in Lagos and in Abuja. I'm pretty sure Lagos, the center of excellence, is ready. Marcelina, Patricia, Wilson, who is there? Let's see you. Okay, Marcelina, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Good morning, Lawrence. Good morning, Harry, and good morning, Anu. Of course, I'm not here alone. Lagos is beautiful. Lagos is good. It's a good weather. Wilson Omasha is here with me. Wilson, good morning.
Hey, Mercy, good morning. I just heard the banter in the studio talking about the Benin Network Center, all about insecurity, and definitely is getting more and more worries. And I think that's going to form because of our discussion on today's edition of This Morning on ITV from this center. I mean, kidnappings, like, I don't know, ever since the attack, so to speak, or the cleansing by some persons by Donald Trump, people are like asking this question: how come we're still having this kind of an impact or an effect? It's like there's no abating this kind of a situation, and Nigerians are like asking this question. That intervention, so to speak, by Donald Trump aggravated the situation. Remember, Bono said that if they should continue, XYZ will happen. And it's like what that dude said is beginning to unfold, beginning to play out.
Yeah, I woke up every day and begin to ask myself, is the issue of insecurity going to end in the country? Because we wake up to different stories every day. Like Anu said earlier, you know, this they denied earlier that these persons were not kidnapped. And yesterday we saw that they've accepted that, okay, these persons were kidnapped. One morning we wake up and we saw that the issue of insecurity, you know, is getting, the issue of kidnapping is getting lesser. And another minute you're seeing that they're kidnapping another set of persons. And it got me worried and got me asking, what is the government doing exactly to tackle insecurity in the country? It has been a major problem, and it's still a major problem in the country. So basically today, Lawrence, that is also going to be our conversation on this table today. We would be having a political analyst that would be helping us analyze the issue of insecurity. How do we tackle insecurity in the country? How do we, wake up one morning and finally say that the issue of insecurity, especially kidnapping, we don't know if it's going to happen, but we hope and pray it happens one day. Waking up to see that there's no more kidnapping, no more insecurity, we are free, you can go out, you're no longer scared, you can be in your community and be scared, be in your house and be scared, sleeping with one eye open because you don't know what's going to happen next. We've been seeing it in those states, especially in the northern part of the world. The issue of insecurity, kidnapping has been a major problem, and we're hoping for change.
Yeah, if you take a look at the situation right now, you get to realize that, I don't know, I'm just beginning to feel that the military have been overworked and overstretched. Yesterday there was a suicide bombing also in Borno State where 5 soldiers were killed, and that is not too healthy for the fight against insurgency and of course kidnapping, because it's like there's this link between banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, insurgency, anyhow you want to paint it. Because when they kidnap, they ask for ransom. When they get the ransom, what do they do with this money? To go get more weapons to terrorize Nigerians. So how can this be at least minimized or reduced to the barest minimum? That's the question right now. Dollars have been earmarked for security situation, but still you get to hear also security vote. It's like, is this still really working? Maybe that's where analysts will come into play to answer these questions.
Over to you, Lawrence. So that is basically our topic today from Lagos. How do we tackle insecurity in Nigeria?
All right, indeed, the issue of insecurity is something we're not going to stop talking about. We'll keep talking about it on a daily basis. It keeps resonating because it's like before we close one chapter, another chapter rises. But that will not be our focus here in Benin Network Center. We'll be looking at the aftermath of the AFCON 2025, Nigeria's gains and losses. So sports analysts will be joining us to make sense out of what happened in Morocco, how Nigeria survived, or how we got to where we got to in course of the tournament on the just concluded AFCON. But we'll just have to discuss that issue, which we will still lay more emphasis on here in Benin before we start up our conversation. But let's talk to Charity Tanko in Abuja, the center of unity. Charity, good morning, and it's a great delight to see you again. How are you?
I'm fine. Good morning, Lawrence. I'm fine, and I see you there. Here in Abuja, ahead of the area council election, which is coming up on the 21st of February 2026, this is what we're going to discuss. We're going to be discussing matters arising ahead of the area council election. The area council election will be holding on the 21st of February. So we're looking at just about a month before the election. And here in the Federal Capital Territory, despite the fact that campaigns have started for some time now, but it appears as if nothing is happening. And the question is it because it looks like the All Progressive Congress, which happens to be the ruling party, will be taking it all? Does it mean that candidates from other parties are not saying anything? They are not making enough efforts for them to be heard? And there is also the issue of the exclusion of the Labour Party from contesting in this particular election. Well, just yesterday, the court clears the ADC candidates to contest in this election. So our discussion this morning basically is going to be happenings within the area council. How is this election going to impact on FCT security, on the standard of living in the Federal Capital Territory? Are we going to see something different from the candidates? Because at the end of that election, we're going to have new chairman for the 6 area councils and as well as councillors. How well will they be representing their people? And there's also the fact that INEC here has started distributing permanent voter cards to people. So as we speak, it is already ongoing. So basically, these are the issues that we are going to be analyzing and deliberating on this morning on the program.
Very much Charity from Abuja Network Center. Thank you for that update. We look forward to seeing a better council election come February. That's next month, in the next couple of weeks in Abuja. And also Lagos, thank you, because it seemed like our opening conversation here is going to be your main conversation over there in Lagos. But let's fall back to that conversation still. You know, she said a lot of things, Messalina and Wilson. They said a lot about this whole insecurity issue. But the question I keep asking myself, like you said, is it that the government don't have a will to tackle or to nip this situation on the bud, or is it a game of politics?
So as I did say the other time, I feel there are some bodies and some individuals trying to politicize insecurity in Nigeria, and it shouldn't be the case. Gains. I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe to oust the current administration and to say, hey, you know what, we are way better. How about you voters come 2027 so that we would give you security, we will give you power, all of the archaic stuff that we've been hearing since 1999. Because take your mind back to a particular country in Nigeria where recently the Nigerian government had to send troops, I would say, down to, is it Guinea now?
Benin Republic.
Benin Republic, for them to help save the attempted coup that was to go on in that place. And we saw how that played out. And a lot of Nigerians started raising questions. If you can send soldiers to another African country to help solve out the situation, what about the situation that has been going on in the country for a long time? Why do we still have reoccurrence of insecurity, banditry, kidnapping? Actually, the list is endless. So I don't think it's a case of Nigeria or the Nigerian government not being able to handle or tackle the security situation in the country. I just feel there's some bad eggs somewhere who are trying to ensure that this skill through up until the end.
The process.
Right, because I remember during Donald Trump's voicing out and also tagging Nigeria as a country of particular concern, he did say that there are some names he was going to mention, and a lot of Nigerians are still waiting towards hearing of those names. And it's about that time we begin to hold a lot of persons accountable. The Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, we are looking forward to more strategic moves that would ensure that all of these things are tackled and we eradicate security moving forward. How about we get to have a state of emergency for insecurity or security situation in Nigeria? Our president, what is he doing about it? Is it just to travel around?
That just returned?
And there are those who would say he's the terrorist president, but we need more of him right now in the country. We need to tackle this. A lot of persons are going away. 100 and how many thousands of people
162 from one report.
Right.
172 from another report.
And then you
76, 3 different reports.
And to think they
gambling
had
with
to,
the life of the people.
To think they had to debunk it first off was like a no-no, because the Adara Development Association raised an alarm over the described abduction of 166 worshippers, accusing security officials and local council chairman of suppressing the truth. How did we get here?
There was also, before I come to you, there are also news or allegation on some area that when people were, the security agency stopped people from going into the community, because when they heard about the attack and the kidnap, some persons on their capacity, you know, put themselves together like security, not like local security network and all that, to go into the vigilante, as the case may be, that the police or the security agencies stop them at the point of entering into the community. So there's always this issue of there must be a lapse somewhere, like the one that happened in Maga in Kebbi, where the school children were kidnapped. They said they got an information that DSS released an information, and the next 30 minutes something is going to happen. Then before you knew it, the troops that were there were removed. They asked them to leave the scene. The guys struck. They kidnapped. That was 130.
It was after the troops left the incident happened. So another major question is, do we have intels? Do we have spies who get to, you know, release some of the situation and say, you know what, how about you move now? Because that's also another thing. Let's not also forget we have the cases of repentant Boko Harams and repentant militants coming into this security outfit. How repentant are they is the question.
Indeed. How repentant are they? Harry, I know you have something to say before we go back to our colleagues
it's
in
even
Abuja and
outrageous
Lagos.
that we are talking about repentant terrorists and you know, bandits at this time, you know, of our lives as a nation. Because how does someone who has been involved in the killings of innocent people
be repentant
all of a sudden? It's crazy. It doesn't make an iota of sense. And besides,
is this Saul now or Paul in the Bible? Let's assume so.
Well, I don't think some persons do not have the capacity to be truly repentant.
Absolutely.
Because of what they've believed in all their lives, right? Ideologies are very solid. Okay, you don't just wake up one morning and change something you believed in all your life. So when I hear people say, you know, they've repented, you know, I feel like it's just a game of trying to help them evade accountability. Now, I don't think it's much of a case of inability of the government to tackle the problem. I think there are way too many sentiments involved in this. There are religious sentiments, there are tribal sentiments, and, you know, a whole lot. And I feel like we've come to a point where we need to act with sincerity of purpose. You know, we are really not sincere about, you know, dealing with the insecurity issue in this country.
Tackling it head on.
Because if we really cared about lives, if we really cared about, you know, the number of persons that have been attacked on a daily basis, then we would go beyond these rhetorics and, you know, do the needful. But for now, I think we're just playing politics with all of this, and it's high time something drastic is done about it.
Okay, Abuja Charity, let's hear your take. Let's get your take on this, because this conversation is something we really need to talk about. It's not something we just see it and just continue to see this happen on a daily basis. Today it is Zamfara, tomorrow it is Kebbi, the other day it is Kaduna, the next day it is Kano, the next day it is Sokoto. I don't understand.
Well, just this morning, while I was coming to work, I was just going through some posts on social media, on Twitter, and even on some national dailies. And then the story about 177 people being kidnapped in a community in Kajuru, local government area of Kaduna State, which the police had come out to debunk. That was it. But the person, somebody categorically called out the security authorities and said, I said what I said, and it actually happened. If you feel I'm lying, take me to court. So that is a very bold statement for somebody to say. That means something, because if something of that magnitude happens in a community, there is no way anybody will say that it did not happen. 177 people is not, we're not talking about just flies or ants or anything. We are talking about human beings. And then looking at the fact that most times when there is an intel that something is going to happen, this is not the first time we will be hearing that before an incident occurred, there had been an intel that is going to happen. And what do the security agencies do till only God knows. Fortunately, the one that happened, there was serious deliberation of the Senate where the senators are demanding to know who was that person that called of those that were supposed to be there, person that called military officers that were there. Up till now, we've not heard anything. Just like Harry said, the issue of repentant terrorists is also a very, very serious matter in this country. Anything that has to do with indoctrination, especially when it has gone on over the years, it is very difficult for that person to just wake up one morning and say, hey, I have repented. And unfortunately, I don't know if Nigeria has a mechanism where these people are truly realized, like Dirani, where they go a certain process. Because the only thing we see is that they will bring these people are repentant, but when you see them with uniforms, they're given uniforms, and the rest is history. We begin to hear stories filtering in that some of them have been recruited into the terrorist security.
Pretty sure I will have to take it away from you from here because of one or two glitches. Let's hear again from Lagos, Wilson and Mercy. I know that's going to be your conversation there in Lagos, but let's get your insight into all of this conversation about the issue or the incident in Kaduna recently. The police debunked allegation at the beginning, but yesterday they've come out to agree that yes, there was kidnapping. But the conflicting figure is where I'm having issues with personally. You don't gamble with the life of human beings that the government swore an oath to protect. Some quarters say 166, another quarter say 172, another quarter say 176. Who do we now believe? Wilson.
All right, Lawrence, you get to realize that when we talk about security situation, some persons, or well, last say the security agencies, they have one or two right, they choose to cloud, or well, last say hide information. They'll tell you maybe, just maybe, we don't want to panic. Maybe, just maybe, we don't want the assailant or the bandage, move. We don't handle it enough to lie. Is that enough to debunk? Is that enough to give conflicting figures? That's what Nigerians are asking today. Why would you go a long way to try to cover up what really happened? All of a sudden, when you're caught napping, you get to say, fine, it's true, it happened, but not up to that particular number. They are blowing out of proportion. Says who? And Charity talked about something, the radicalization of these insurgents, of these kidnappers, of these bandits. You say they've repented. Mercy, tell me, who is the one that really determined if a militia or a bandit or a terrorist has repented?
You know, that got me actually when I saw it that they freed 70 bandits saying that they've repented. How?
Yeah, it's like the proposal right now, free them for peace deal.
Exactly, like how? How would you just come out and tell me that 70, and tell us, or tell Nigerians, that 17 bandits, they've repented? I mean, those people, they've caused harm to human lives.
It doesn't
they've
make
caused
sense.
pains to families, and you come out one morning to say that they've repented and you freed them, that they've repented. What about people? There are even people that are you know, that they've arrested or that they've captured that hasn't even done more of what these bandits have done. And you come up one morning and you're telling us that those bandits, that they've been freed because they've repented. Like how?
You're going to see some of them be recruited into this uniform organization in the north. They call them Hishba, or you get to see them somehow in the military, or you get to see some others in the police. The person that is causing more harm to our security architecture. How can this be stopped? How can it be salvaged? Because from the way we are going, if we continue in this format, saying fine, they've repented, they've been radicalized, they should go into the military, the police, or XYZ organization to make the society better, It's a no-no for me.
They're actually causing more harms to the society. And coming out to say that they've repented and that's why you had to recruit some of them to join the military, it's a no-no. I don't know, because a lot of persons are actually not in support of this. You can't tell us that they've repented and you're recruiting them to join the military. I mean, to do what exactly?
To do what, really? Someone saying that's the worst mistake that late President Muhammadu Buhari made, because he said, okay, fine, go to the military thinking that is going to keep them occupied, keep them busy and all that. But look at Nigerian military architecture today. You get to hear stories of information leak. You get to hear stories of some military personnel selling weapons to these terrorists. You get to hear them giving them food, giving them uniform. You get to hear also of them being collaborators, even the act of punishing Nigerians via the act of terrorism.
You know, that is going to be our main concern. Yeah. I mean, our main focus for today. Let's wait for our analysts to come help us analyze the topic.
Anyway, Lawrence, even in Edo State, how is the security situation right now in Edo State? Has it been, nipped in the bud, or things are like, cool right now? Talking about Edo North and, of course, Asa Central. It's all about security this morning.
Talking about Edo, because I spoke with the Force Public Relations Officer of the Edo State Police Command, who I was supposed to have on this program. But unfortunately, she said she's still in Ekboma because of the whole issue that happened. That she's still there, that they are trying to comb the situation. We heard that helicopters have been deployed, to the terrain to monitor the situations. But for now, as I'm talking to you, Benin City is cool and calm. I don't know the next minute we'll sit. You guys are smiling and laughing about the situation. But it brings to question the asked in Lagos. What are the parameters for measuring a repentant terrorist?
Well, I feel the federal government who created this initiative would definitely have the right answers to this question.
Okay. Harry, any more things to say before?
To the layman out there, this looks like some sort of calculated attempt.
Absolutely.
To protect some of these people.
Yeah.
To the layman, okay? Because you don't tell the average man that someone who has been a threat to
all his life,
is now repentant.
Overnight.
How do you even explain that? So I mean, it looks suspicious too.
Even in church, when you repent, they monitor you.
Exactly.
They try to, they put you in a group.
You don't just automatically incorporate
the person and make the person a pastor overnight. The person was a chain smoker before.
Also, it could be another case of empowerment and trying to empower those guys so that they will not go back to the streets and create more havoc.
The truth is that there are
empowerment
laws
at the detriment of more lives.
There are actually laws in this country against
terrorism, banditry,
and the likes, right?
kidnapping.
So I mean, if those laws clearly state that such persons should be maybe executed,
expressly states,
right? So why are we pampering them? Why are we now talking of repentance?
Okay, the law is what the law is in the eyes of the judge. That is the court.
I guess so.
Let's take a break and flip through what the papers are saying and see before we start up our core conversation here in Benin. Stay with us, it's the TMI.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV, and it's time for us to look at a couple of national dailies this morning. We have in the studio the Nation newspaper, the Punch, and others. But this morning, we kickstart with the Nation newspaper. And the major headline says, our strategies for Tinubu's victory in 2027 by Yil Wada. That's it there, with the sub-rider saying, party chair, young people now on ruling party. Another major sub-rider says, e-registration targets 10 million members. Well, on the front page of the Nation newspaper still, 25.85 billion naira lost to bank fraud last year. Subrider says NBSS figure dropped by 51%. And on the front page of the Nation today, Obasanjo government inflated Mabila project by 11 billion naira, says witness on page 2. Full operations ongoing to rescue Kajuru 177, says Uba Sani. That's the governor of Kaduna State. Away from that, FCCPC goes after violators of digital lending rules on page 7. 3 makes CAF 15 on page 31. A Senate House Zekome arraignment fixed for Monday. Subwriter says charge amended to 8 counts. Another subwriter says NIS provides more forgery evidence on page 2. And finally, on The Nation this morning, court orders INEC to recognize Nnadi Usman-led caretaker as Labour Party National Executive on page 3.
All right, Daily Independent is leading with Kaduna Church abduction. Obi, Atiku, Khan, PDP query deniers urge urgent actions. Exactly what we're talking about in the studio a few minutes ago. The next one there says berates police. LG chair says it is shameful to obscure the truth. It's shameful to obscure the truth. And also want FG to be proactive over bandits attacks, citizens' safety. You can find that on the head, the leading head of the Daily Independent. Above the masthead, ADC condemns planned release of 70 bandits from prison. Alausa hints on scrapping HND for polytechnics to award degrees. That's the Minister of Education there talking, Tunji Alausa. Also on page 7, LP crisis, court orders INEC to recognize Nnadi Usman-led ESCO. This trouble is really deepening in the Labour Party. Abure is saying, I'm the owner of LP. Nnadi is saying, just like we have on PDP as well. Okay, we'll see how these guys pull their strings come 2027. On page 6, Ajuwale stool. Ogun government halts selection process again as DSS wades in. On page 6, EFCC returns 1.28 billion naira recovered from Sujimoto to Enugu government. And finally, Malami accuses DSS of denying him access to family and legal team when the hunter is being hunted. Remember, Malami was the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation who have risen to the height of the legal profession as a senior advocate of Nigeria. Let's check the next paper we have on point.
Yes, and on this day newspaper, the writer here says that Khan, initial police denial of worshippers abduction, troubling. Khan, initial police denial of worshippers abduction, troubling. Now that is indeed troubling because we really can't understand why the police would want to deny something that was initially reported. Now over to the next headline here, which is a sub-rider. It says, Tuga to investors. Do not write off Nigeria based on isolated security concerns. Do not write off Nigeria based on isolated security concerns, and that's coming from Tuga to foreign investors.
We cannot be written off. God won't let it happen.
It hits me more when the Minister of Foreign Affairs is the one talking like this. He don't know the peculiarity of his office.
Right.
Yes, he doesn't.
This
Nigeria
sounds like
has
control.
I'm privileged to be a graduate of international diplomacy. Absolutely. He does not know what it is to represent, to sell your country's image in the international scene.
Well, I think the statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs actually explains why we had a lobbyist going to lobby right there in America to have a perfect picture for the world to see. But back at home, it is troubling.
It's troubling.
I think facts speak for themselves. Talk is cheap. It's not just enough to say.
Just like appointing people who don't have a history about diplomacy as non-career ambassadors. It's what are you going to do there? Well, the likes of Reno and the likes.
Right, and the issue of the ambassadorial deals, we haven't even heard
anything about
it till now, and I don't
think
it's even going to
take a bow and go because you are the wife of a former
after
governor.
this tenure. Yeah, but anyway,
like I say, you don't get to tell foreign investors not to be discouraged.
They should be discouraged because they are saying this thing. They will report it more than we in the country.
Absolutely. Anyways, this day doesn't actually have much, but another sub-rider here says, WEF 2026 session on emerging market jobs. WEF 2026 session on emerging market jobs. Now, I think that's pretty much what this day.
Okay, away from the This Day newspaper, let's turn our attention over to
the Daily
another
Sun.
major headline this morning, a major newspaper. The Daily Sun newspaper is up next. If you could see what we have on the Daily Sun newspaper. And of course, the Kaduna Church abduction is leading on all national dailies this morning. This time around, it says kidnappers contact victims' families. Subwriter says demand 17 motorcycles to free 177 abductees. Community requests apology from police for initial denial of church abductions. They will return safely, Governor Sani assures.
How did you know?
But wait, what is the cost of one motorcycle and they're demanding 70 motorcycles? This is totally hilarious.
God,
No, it's not funny, but it's funny. Why would you play with people's lives?
on motorcycle.
I think
this was exactly what we meant earlier when we
Right.
said that this is all politics and it's looking
course.
deeper than it actually
So you are now using the life as a barter for motorcycle.
It underscores the fact that there is zero premium on lives in this country. Because
So
I mean,
motorcycle
what's
is
the
more
cost of a
important.
motorcycle?
Cow is more important than human lives.
At the end of the day, what is the worth of an average Nigerian life? You know, what is the
Is
worth
what-
of
is worth
someone
nothing.
living in
Is really worth
my
nothing.
life is worth no. Why
To
would you
them,
even
to the
say
government,
that?
is worth
But it's really a sham, though. But let's move ahead and go to other major headlines this morning on the Daily Sun newspaper. This one says AU Afrima hails Lagos for hosting artists from 48 African countries. On page 27, you see details of that. EFCC hands over 1.28 billion naira recovered from Suji Motor to Enugu government, which is quite commendable on page 29. But another major question is, what would the monies be used for? It's not just to recover. What's the aftermath of the recovery? Well, moving on, 183 billion naira Labor Ministry budget raises red flags as agencies fund roads, stadia, palace on page 22. And finally, on the front page of the Daily Sun newspaper today, Awujale stool. Ogun State government halts selection process over petitions, security reports. Subwriter says DSS summons Awujale nominees as kingmakers cancel palace meet and greet on page 27. Well, pick up a copy of the Daily Sun to stay abreast.
All right, the last paper we have for you is the Vanguard. The Vanguard is leading Kaduna abductions everywhere. It's Kaduna abductions. Rescue victims now. ACF, CAN, Sokapu, Equa. Others tell FG. You can find out in page 5. That's on the front page of the Vanguard. Above the front page of the Vanguard, court sacks Aburi. Orders INEC to recognize Nenadi's led Labour Party. Losses to fraud in bank decline. CBN intensifies measure. You can find out on page 19. FG to scrap HND dichotomy, empowers Polytechnic to award degrees. You can find out in page 9. I've been hearing this story, I think, since when I was in...
I was going to say, this is not the first time
we're hearing
over
it.
and over
When I was
again.
in secondary school.
The issue of dichotomy. Well, it would be, don't you think it's going to be unfair to university graduates if it's even removed? That's also another conversation.
But do we even respect the dichotomy? I don't think we do.
Some people do.
Some do, but it depends on how you got your job and where you got your job.
But at the end of
when
the
I say
day-
the level, you know, in this country, level passes level.
It is what it is.
Exists on paper, you know, but in practical it's just
Because I have
almost
seen
non-existent.
I've seen an establishment where an HND holder was employed with level 10, BSc was employed with level 8. So level
Well, there are
is not
levels.
level.
There
There
are
are levels
levels
to
to
this
this thing,
thing.
absolutely.
All right, we'll move to the next one. Why we suspended Awujale's selection process, Ogun government. You can find that in page 10. Also, AU Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu over 9th edition of AU Afrima Summit. You can find that also in page 10 of the Vanguard. And finally, okay, one more. 5 soldiers killed, many injured in Borno Boko Haram suicide attack. We're not done with Kaduna. Borno is happening again. This is Nigeria. You can find that in page 6. And so on page 20, you can find Nigeria still behind target. Who is saying this? CBN. Oil thieves operating more sophisticated networks. NAF component commander is talking. Page 12. Bandit always renege on peace deal. Atiku. Page 5. Bandits always renege on peace deal? Why will you even start a peace deal?
They are called bandits for a reason.
For a reason.
Like, how do you even strike a deal with a bandit? You know,
faceless people you don't know.
It's crazy how we think we can negotiate with.
Are they still faceless?
They are.
No, because in some cases we've seen even on the news of them having talks and peace. That's what article is saying. Peace deals with the community leaders and saying, this is what we want. You have to settle us and we'll set you free and let you go. How did we get to this point, Harry?
And there's a popular voiceover trending on social media that says, I don't want peace, I want
trouble.
These people stand for problems. Now you are trying to strike a deal with them. Peace deal. You understand? That's what they represent. And you are talking peace with them.
To them.
See, I think it's common knowledge the world over that you don't negotiate with terrorists. Terrorism is not something you negotiate. You go after them and take them out. That is the only way you tackle it. You can only talk peace with someone whose ideology is peace.
It's peace, absolutely.
But these are people who do not even believe in dialogue.
Okay. All right, this is all we have for you on the papers segment this morning. So do what to grab a page or a copy of any of the papers to look into it. We'll begin our conversation shortly. Let's talk about the just concluded African Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco. Nigeria's losses and gains. Our sports presenter and analyst Solomon Aina will be joining us. Let's make sense out of this in the next couple of minutes. Stay with us. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Thank you so much for staying with us still. It's TMI on the ITV network. Here in Benin Network Center, let's take a look at the aftermath of AFCON 2025. Nigeria's gain and losses. ITV sports presenter Solomon Aina, who was in Morocco, he was in Fez, he was in Marrakesh, whereas Rabat, everywhere. He's live here in the studio to tell us what happened, what transpired, how we got to where we got to and came back for the third place. Solomon Aina, good to have you.
Good to be
Before
back.
we even begin, I'd love to ask, what did you bring for us?
No, it's a normal Nigerian question.
Right.
Definitely want to know where everyone brought back from a journey.
No, it's not a normal question. What did you bring?
I'm going to answer the normal Nigerian way I brought myself.
You brought yourself, okay.
Anyways, it's good to see you. But first things first, tell us, how was the experience like, especially with the whole African situation as regards to Nigeria? Because we saw many things flying on social media with Nwabali, the goalkeeper, right?
Yeah.
And also Osimhen.
Osimhen, we'll get to that Osimhen spot. So walk us through.
Well, generally, I think, what I saw there is actually something beautiful, and it's something that we all should learn from Africa generally. They have already created these blueprints for the African Cup of Nations, and something that is more suitable to any African nation when it comes to hosting a competition. And I tell you, if other African countries, especially Nigeria, our darling country, can copy some of the things that we have seen there, some of the things that we have learned there, it definitely will go a very long way. My experience generally from the housing to the general lifestyle is very beautiful. And I tell you, Moroccans are very hospitable and
more hospitable than Nigerians?
Well, so hospitable than Nigeria. And generally, competition was a very beautiful one. Okay. And this is a country that I've already set up modalities to host many competitions. This year alone, they still have 2 major competitions that is coming up. By March, they'll be having the Women's African Cup of Nations, and later on this year, they'll be hosting the Under-17 FIFA World Cup for women's, which FIFA have expressively gave them the next 4 years to host it. The facility are top-notch, and they are very much prepared for what comes their way when it comes to not just football, even down to basketball, ice hockey.
So everything sports, generally.
Everything sports. More like the Kingdom of Morocco just keyed into it in recent years, trying to build sporting facilities all over the country.
Unlike what we have here.
Well, won't do a direct comparison.
You don't have to bring that.
But generally, they are well prepared for. More like they had a blueprint for it few years back, let's say as far as 5 years ago, and they made sure that every facility is on ground for competitions like this. Like the stadium that they hosted the final, the Abdelmouli Stadium in Rabat. It was built a few years ago, about 2 years ago, and the country said that they've recovered funds that they use in building the stadium in less than than 2 years.
Wow.
So there are plans already on ground. And if you can see, he also played out in the under-20 World Cup last year. They won it, the first one that they will win, and is out of the fact that they have sporting facilities to cater for younger generation to groom themselves into the main face of the country. Just a little bit of ups and downs when it comes to the competition, but you won't judge Moroccans based on what happened on the pitch, because definitely immediately after the game against Senegal, you would want to ask whether they even played the final in the country, because everywhere was just all calm and peaceful, and everybody walked back to their houses as if nothing happened. They lost, they lost.
They lost.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at what transpired between our boys and the Moroccan guys.
Okay.
It was all group stage, it was all straight win, a round of 16, a win. When you now go to the quarterfinals or the semi-finals, that was where it looks like the whole problem started. Did you think that semi-final, like everybody's saying, that there was some kind of, you know, back and forth? Let's hear from you.
You know one thing with African football, it has been marred with controversies right from the days of Isaiah down to the presidency of Patrice Motsepe. Now talking about the Confederation of African Football president presently. It was on ground for most of the matches. I tell you, the group stage was easy right for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Won all 3 games in Fez, and also the round of 16 against Mozambique in Fez. But when it got to the semi-finals, I tell you, that match made me understand the essence of support. If there is a large support for you in anything that you are doing, I tell you, you'll be well motivated to go all the way through. If you were to be in the stadium, you have a different feel of what really went down in that particular match against Morocco. Though there have been controversies as regard Nwabali Towell being taken away, yes, it is true, it definitely happened. But the Senegalese in the final showed Nigerians how it's supposed to be done. If you are seeing anybody from your side being bullied, and you outrightly know that you have a thing that you can do to stop that, you do it. In the final game, they did almost the same thing that happened to Nwabali, but the second goalkeeper for Senegal was on ground to actually look after Mendy Stowell and make sure that it wasn't taken. But in Nigeria's case, it was different. Same thing with our supporters club. Though Senegalese supporters were crazy in the finals, I tell you, it wasn't a scene that you would love to see. It was actually very, very bad. But they made sure that they stood by the players and also the official of the Senegalese national team. They were as loud as the Moroccans. You know, when you have a stadium of about 69,000 capacity and it's filled to about 65,000, and the supporters from a particular country is about, let's say, 2,000 or 1,000.
You can't match the energy.
But Senegalese made sure that they matched the energy.
Wow.
That was the difference between the Senegalese match and the Nigerian match. Okay. You know, we're in an unfamiliar territory, so we're all quiet.
That's true. Yeah,
the Moroccans made themselves they made themselves very loud and scary. Probably one or two things that affected the Super Eagles play in that particular encounter. But outrightly, I'll tell you, the Nigerian Super Eagles, they tried. The third place game, Moroccans came out to support Super Eagles, and I tell you, it was a beautiful one. It was a beautiful one.
Now, speaking about beauty, it seems we got a different feel, especially online, because during the whole gaming in Morocco, we saw that the Nigerian what is the name of
Super Eagles?
The Super Eagles.
We don't know that. We need to take it back to the field.
Absolutely. We saw them lamenting over non-payment of their allowances. And thankfully, a particular analyst did say anytime this situation happened, Nigerian football guys will lose the next match. But thankfully, that did not play out.
The morale did not die.
Right? So why do we still keep saying that case Ryoko every single time?
Okay. I think one of the Director Generals of the Nigerian Sports Commission, National Sports Commission, Olapade, he actually outrightly said a whole lot about this particular issue, stating that there are processes to this. Okay. There's a flip side to the, let me put it that way, because sides that Nigerians might not know. Yeah. Well, we all know how the system works in Nigeria. There is going to be a ministry writing to another ministry before they finally approve
you go to
the
CBN,
fund. Thank you. Before you get to CBN. Because these players are not paid in Naira.
Yeah, they're paid in dollars. Yeah.
So it goes through a process before it gets to the hand.
Forex and all that.
I would say it's very, very short. Most of them didn't get the allowance as at the time most of those matches were played. Okay. I think after the group stage, they got the allowance during the round of 16. But that for the round of 16, the quarterfinals and the semifinals, I think it was when the players are back to their club side that they started getting these allowances exclusively from some of these players. This is not something that they denied. They outrightly said it that most of the allowances wasn't paid immediately. And the National Sports Commission came out to say some of this money would have to go through the normal Nigerian process. That's what Shehu Diko said. That's the chairman, the chairman of the National Sports Commission. That it has to go through the normal process, go through this commission to that commission before finally getting to the hands of the players. Okay. But at the end of the day, the captain of the side, Wilfred Ndidi, speaking at one of the press conference, also said that the issues have been settled. They have outrightly said they will pay the money at this particular time, and they are paying it.
They are paying it.
They are paying it.
In batches. Yes, in batches, yes. You know Nigerian players must just stop.
Let's look at what played out between Osimhen and who was the guy on the field?
Ademola
Lookman. You were there.
Yes.
What really transpired? Because a lot of persons say Osimhen have this gra spirit, he carried Benin spirit.
Oh dear.
you carried a spirit.
You know, when you are in situations like that, there is always a perspective to it. Now, this is what played out. That Nwabali wasn't even angry with Ademola Lookman.
Okay.
He was worried. He was actually speaking out to Bruno Oyemichi, but he was trying to explain to Ademola Lookman that this is a team sport. You understand? He was getting angry with Bruno Oyemichi because he didn't do his part in the pitch. You understand? Yeah. But he was trying to explain to Ademola Lookman that this player is not playing like as if it's a team sport. So it was just that part that the camera picked out, and that is the part that everybody went viral on. So Osimhen is a chill guy, very chill, very friendly. During a mixed zone press briefing, he's always there to talk and have the good vibe and the rest. Okay. But at the end of the day, Nigerians will actually see a particular angle and judge the case.
Speaking about chilled guy, because we heard in the news that he said he was ready to fly out and just discontinue.
No. The only thing that happened that day, I was there when he left the stadium immediately after the match. He called for a substitution. I think that was where his fault is in the whole thing. When he called for the substitution, the coach took him out, immediately went down the tunnel and he left the pitch. Okay. After the match, he was the first player to leave the dressing room in that particular encounter, and he left. And when the captain of the side came out, Wilfred Ndidi, he said that he took permission, that he was having discomfort in his stomach. That's why he had to leave at that particular moment. So it wasn't anything personal. The next day was around in the training section. He was even all playing with media guys and all vibing and the rest. So it was nothing. It was nothing serious.
So but generally, how would you rate the performance of the Super Eagles?
That was supposed to be my question.
Well, finishing third place says a whole lot. Played against Egypt.
Someone actually said King of Bronze.
Because they do bronze.
For the Super Eagles of Nigeria to be in at least 16 quarter and semi-finals is a whole lot for the country. Shows that whenever they're on the African or the continental stage, they get to at least the best 4. He played out in also the FIFA ranking recently that came out a few days ago. Yeah. They are ranked 3rd in the continent and 26th in the world, to show you that they are moving gradually. The team is this is one of the best side for the Super Eagles that we will see in the next few years. Okay. They are young, they are vibrant, they are ready to go, and they are playing good football. Well, against Morocco, if they replay that game, I believe
they will win.
Yes. But for Egypt, it was a very easy one. Though we had the backing of the Moroccans in that game, they were all chanting Nigeria. Because I don't know what they have.
Because they know we are not going to the final.
No, not because of that. I don't know what they have with North African countries, but I tell you, Moroccans love Nigeria. Once they had to give Nigeria a whole city for their own thing. Oh, wow. We had first to ourselves for 3 games in the group stage, 1 game in the round of 16 before start moving out of there to Rabat and Casablanca, with also Marrakesh.
So finally, before we go, what would you say would be some of the lessons learned? Okay, let's take a short break. The conversation continues shortly. Stay with us. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. It's the TMI and the ITV Network, Hembini Network Center. We're still looking at the aftermath of AFCON 2025, the gains and the losses. ITV Sports presenter and correspondent who was in Morocco, Solomon Aina, has been here with us in the studio, giving us insight of what played out. So, Solomon, before we leave the studio, while we begin to wrap up, what in your own do you think the guys, both from the team, the coach, what do they call those other team again? Officials, yeah, and even the players, what should we take home for our next game at the international scene? No, we're not going for World Cup. That one is ruled out already. So they ask with the rest. We're watching other people. Next AFCON, next games that will be featuring. What should be strategies, in order for them to progress more than the 3rd place?
Well, for the World Cup, there might be a glimpse of hope, but I won't dwell on that. So we won't get people mixed up in in the whole situation. But the Super Eagles of Nigeria have learned a lot. In one of the press conferences, for, the captain of the side, Wilfred Ndidi, said he would love to have the coach of the side remain for the side. That at this stage, Nigeria need continuity, not change this, change that all the time. That is a statement from one of the players of the side. This player might not even be on the next list for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but he's calling for continuity for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think that is one lesson that they have to learn. Okay. It might be difficult, but continuity goes a long way. Eric Chell have been exceptional. He's even yet to lose 2 games for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He lost just 1. In a friendly game against Egypt. It's an unofficial game, actually. But all official games so far, Richel is yet to lose any game. He only used to miss out on some of the matches on penalty. Against DR Congo, penalty. Against Morocco, penalty. But aside those 2 games, Richel has almost a perfect record for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So it's a plus. So the lesson coming out of this particular one is continuity. Richel coming into the side, he took along the assistant coaches of the previous administration, led by Osine Guavoy. I'm talking about Daniel Ogomudede and Fidelis Lechuku, coaches from the Nigerian Professional Football League. That is continuity. He's not planning to bring a fresh new set of people to take on the boys. So continuity is just the basic lesson that everybody had to learn in a very hard way.
In a very hard way. You learn in a hard way.
Very hard
Anu,
way.
before we go, I'm pretty sure you still have.
So the only thing on my mind as we get to leave the conversation here is, are you foreseeing Nigeria clinching the African Cup anytime soon?
Well, the next edition is more like a neutral one. It's taking place in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania.
Right.
3 countries at the same time.
Just like the World Cup.
Yes, 2027 edition that will be coming up next year. And I tell you, it's a very good ground for the Super Eagles of Nigeria to win something. If they don't win it there, well, it's going to be very difficult. But the problem is, how many of these players that we have now will be available for next year?
And then one more thing, what about us hosting the Cup? Yeah, African. What about us hosting?
What's the look for?
Well, the question.
What's the state of our football teachers, please?
Well, this question came up.
Go to Lakpavia Stadium?
I think that's the best.
Samuel Ogbamudia Stadium?
No, it's not to standard yet. Just like what this same question came up during the press briefing with the CAF president, Patrice Motsepe, and he said there are some countries in Africa, they have the name, but they don't have the facilities.
Oh, Nigeria is that country.
Now, and the facilities don't just stop about just the stadium.
Yeah.
We're talking about security generally.
Absolutely.
I was in Morocco for like let's say about 28 days, and there was no issue about a security breach anywhere or fight anywhere on the street. No, none.
Even whether they are winning or they are losing.
Nothing like that. Nothing like that. And to show you that they are not just prepared for the matches security-wise. They are prepared for the country.
The country, the image of the country.
You understand? This is a country that you can even sleep with your doors open and nothing will happen.
You say what?
You can sleep with your doors
Which
open.
way, Nigeria?
We're
getting there.
It's a long road. It's a long road. I believe the federal government or the football administration in Nigeria, they are planning on something like that. We can't even host even a small tournament in Nigeria right now because the infrastructures are not even there. We don't even have a stadium that can house about 50,000 people in Nigeria. Gospel Akpabi is still at 30,000. The least stadium you will see
but Abuja, Nnamdi Azikiwe,
where all the stadiums are still under 30,000, 40,000. There's none that is 50,000 in Nigeria.
Even Lagos?
Yes.
Tesla Balogun.
All those stadiums are not, they can't hold capacity crowd.
Wow.
That is where the problem is. You know, when you have a stadium that, even in Rabat, let's say for instance, the Muli Stadium, where they play the final and the semi-finals, can house 69,000. And they are still building one of the biggest in Africa that can house about 100,000 or so. In Rabat, still stadiums there. Even the likes of Marrakesh, the likes of Fes Stadium can hold about 32, 40, 50,000 capacity crowd.
So we still have a long way to go.
We have a very long way to go.
Solomon Aina, thank you very much. We welcome you back home. You had a good time, we know.
Surely,
I know asked that earlier. All right, so, okay. The conversation, they said I should continue the conversation.
Okay.
Well, let's look at the future of the upcoming guys in our football. People who might be taking over from this president, because you just said in the next years to come, these guys are that some might be phasing away. Do you think we're grooming people to start up? Where the Osimhens will stop, where the Lookman will stop, where the Nwabalis will stop.
True.
Do you think we're grooming people for that?
Well, for the past few years, that have been a major concern for Nigeria football. Let me put it that way, not sport generally. I don't want to generalize it into other sports.
Because we have
Nigeria have always boasted of good under 17. we are in fact the highest winners of the Under-17 FIFA World Cup, 5 in total. But for the past 4 years, we've been struggling to even qualify for the tournament. We are missing out on the next edition, which is coming up this year. And tentatively, we might be missing out on the next edition also, because you need to qualify through the West African WAFU B before you now go to the African Cup of Nations, before you ultimately now qualify for the Under-17.
Yes.
Now, if we don't have a good system in grassroots football, from Under-17 to the Under-20s and to the Olympic football team, it might be a very huge struggle. But right now, what they are doing is investing foreign talents. Yes. Okay. If you look at the Super Eagles squad, most people didn't notice some young lads that were part of the squad. We have Ebenezer Akinsomiru, we have Ryan Alebiosu.
Did those guys play?
Yeah, Ryan Alebiosu played in the game. Alan Fargo also was there. Okay. They are all young lads. Some of them call them the training material, but I tell you, these guys are very exceptional. And also, we had Akwa Adams. More like we already have a direct replacement for Victor Osimhen already. Yeah. And Akwa Adams is just about 24, 25 years old. So he still has the time on his side, and he can go all the way. And for goalkeeping department, you have the Amaso Basioge, you have Francis Uzo, a little bit older, but other goalkeepers also out there. For the defensive lineup, we have some young lads coming in. Igbo Ogbu was there, was exceptional, even in the third place game. But in the middle of the park, that's where the problem is, the midfield. The guys are getting older. You have the likes of Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, already coming of age and might not be in the setting in the next 3, 4, 5 years. That is why it was actually painful that Nigeria missed out on the FIFA World Cup. That is why it is very painful. Osimhen now at 28 now. Tell me, in the next 4 years, will he be available to play the FIFA World Cup? That's a big question.
And let's not also forget we have football age as well.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Football age.
But away from that, let's talk about the individual players themselves, because during the whole game, it's shocking to see that some persons who were bashed during the past AFCON were now being praised. Likes of Iwobi, and who other player would you say really did stand out during the match?
Well, I'll go for the Fulham guys. The guys that played for, the 3 guys that played for Fulham, most especially Calvin Bassey. Calvin Bassey was exceptional. Character-wise, the vibes, the playing, everything. Even down to the fact that whenever you see Calvin Bassey walking down the tunnel after any game, you always see
Was he the one that prayed before?
He's the one.
He's the prayer.
Yes, he's the prayer warrior. Calvin Bassey was exceptional. And I tell you, one of the best defenders for the tournament. Every team that we played against in the tournament ended up praising Calvin Bassey at the end of the day, to tell you that it's not just about his playing character, it's also about his vibe. One of the press parley with some of the players, Calvin Bassey was even the one with some of the players' phone, trying to have a video for them, and it was very interesting. And also Alex Iwobi was exceptional. Had a vlog for the entire tournament. He had a vlog. Most of their in-house videos that you see online, it was Alex Iwobi doing it. And the coach was even excited when we talked about it during one of the press conferences. It was like he approved of it, so that everybody can also have a good time in the tournament. And also another person that was a senior man all through was the captain of the side, Wilfred Ndidi. In one of the press conferences, something funny happened. Egyptian journalists were there, and also Moroccan journalists were there. We were asking questions in English, and they decided not to respond in English, because one of the players, I think the Egyptian striker, Trezeguet, he told us that he was not going to respond in English, that he was going to respond in Arabic. So when Ndidi came in, we told him, please, don't speak English, speak Pidgin. And he did exactly
the Nigerian indigenous language.
He did Pidgin all through. So it's more like not just the football part, it's the vibe part, and it's very interesting, I tell you.
All right, Solomon, we need to go. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time and the good time you also had in Morocco. The weather was quite better than here.
Way better. Okay. I won't call it better, but it was
what about
too cold.
The food?
No. I definitely miss Nigerian food.
You miss Nigerian food? Nigerian jollof?
You would definitely, not just the jollof, the food generally. You miss Nigerian food. And the weather is just too cold.
Welcome back. We're good to have you back home. All right, we'll take a break to hand you over to Abuja Network Center for the continuation of TMI. Stay with us.
If you are just joining us, this is This Morning on ITV, and this is the Abuja Network Center, where we shall be taking a look at the upcoming area council's election here in the Federal Capital Territory. It is happening on the 21 February 2026. I don't know about you because it appears as if not much is being done, not much publicity concerning the election and all of that. But we are here to discuss some of those issues that could affect this election and how this election is going to impact on the livelihoods of FCT residents. What are the candidates like? What is the level of preparation of INEC, which is going to be scrutinized through the eyes of our political analyst, who is here with me in the studio in the person of Sam Eke. Sam Eke, you're welcome.
Good morning, viewers.
Good morning. So let me just get right in. I was telling you that an election is coming up. Let's just say in about a month, FCT residents will be going to the polls to elect chairman of 6 area councils, councillors, and all of that. But in the public space, while campaign is ongoing, how come everywhere is quiet?
Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's voters' apathy, not because Nigerians are not interested, but because maybe the attitude of INEC in the past is one of the reasons. Then political parties that are not in the rule, that is not part of the ruling party, every other political party has either internal wrangling issues here and there. You can see there's a court judgment yesterday or day before yesterday mandating one of the opposition political party that INEC should take the names of their candidate for the area council election. While the only party that don't have such internal wranglings is the ruling party. So if you look around the FCT, the only thing you see moving around is maybe the APC. And because APC have no strong opposition yet for the area council, yes, it's very clear. You can only see the APC in pockets of areas. So they are also not doing enough for campaigns. But the truth remains, INEC need to step up and build confidence among the populace. You cannot announce result at 4 a.m. in the last presidential election and you think people will wake up and start putting effort for there's a campaign, their vote will count. Yes, it might have counted, but it's not just making it seems that, oh, it's perfect. Make people believe it's perfect and make it near perfect and let it be perfect. Not just giving people hope. You hear that electronic transmission of results, all those things have weakened citizens from participating in the process. So INEC should build more confidence on the people with these pockets of cycle elections so that people can see reasons why they must participate in the process. Then, in the issue of the political parties, we know the internal wranglings have caused most of them not, because if I'm contesting and I'm in a party and I'm not sure who will sign my, who will submit my name to INEC.
That's talking about PDP, right?
Not only PDP. You have the same issue with ADC, you have the same issue with PDP,
no, but ADC,
you had the same issue with Labour. In FCT,
no,
in
Labour
this
is totally out of the picture.
Yeah, in the FCT election, because they have, okay, which opposition do you have in the FCT? The parties that are visible in the FCT is APC, which is the dominant party, then you have the PDP, then you have the Labour Party. That's the three major parties you have in the FCT. Now, maybe with ADC? ADC is just coming up. We don't know where they are coming from. They are not visible.
I don't get it. You don't know where they are coming from.
No, because they are not visible in this area council. They don't even have a candidate yet. Okay. Seen. But we hope that with the judgment they have yesterday or day before yesterday, they will be able to field the candidate so that there should be a contest. As we speak, no contest in the FCT area council election.
But are you not, you seem to be very, very confident the way you're talking. I know you're an APC chieftain and all of that. To you now, APC candidates can go to sleep. Everything is going to turn out the way they want. Wait, are you not afraid or kind of skeptical with this kind of calmness that is coming from the opposition parties? Are you not afraid of some surprises?
Well,
that could spring up?
Well, I have told anybody who cares to listen that is contesting election that the mandate belongs to the people. You must go to the people. Whether you are APC or not, go to the people. It might surprise you. There's internal wranglings here and there. But there's also another candidate in SDP. He's also moving. We see pockets of people. The PDP, pockets of them, you know. But nobody should go and sleep and say, okay, I don't have strong opposition. Whether you have or not, please go to the people. 24 hours is a big time. And I tell the people of FCT, especially the ones in Abuja Municipal Area Council, can you please start asking your representative questions? How many billion have been given to Abuja Municipal Area Council in the last 2 or 3 years? And how much percentage have come for development in your ward? You have 12 wards in Abuja Municipal Area Council. We see hundreds of millions every month. Federal allocation coming to the area council. What are they doing with it? Houses are paying tenement rate, and some part of it is going to the area council. What are they doing with it? These are questions citizens should ask the persons who are there now. That will shape their conscience on who to vote. It is not Tea Party. People should start asking questions. The day we start asking questions in the area council election, that's the day the voter party will die off.
Okay, apart from constituents asking questions, electorate asking questions from their representatives of what they have been doing so far, and also talking about INEC should do everything it can to restore the confidence of Nigeria. And what are other key issues that you think could influence the outcome of this election at the end of the day?
Well, one thing that will influence the outcome of the area council election is that the outcome of the area council election will not be magic. You can see you have an election in the next 1 month and as if nothing is happening. There's no campaigns going on anywhere apart from the APC using the office of the chairman and also moving around. There's no opposition. So it is clear, like in AMAC, that maybe if Jesus tarries and there's time, you find out that at the end of the day, the AMAC chairman will emerge the winner because he's not having any opposition yet.
Likely.
But things might change. Things might change.
I mean, 1 month is
yeah,
still
things might change because the ADC might feel a candidate tomorrow and they start making noise. So if I'm an opposition person, what I will do is to look into the happenings in AMAC in the last 3 years and ask questions on how things have gone and tell the populace nothing has actually, you know, you must downplay what government is doing and then promote yourself and give the people hope. But the opposition is not doing that. The opposition is not doing that. So there is nobody standing as an opposition in the area council election. Maybe in Abaji, because in Abaji you have parties like YPP making noise in Abaji and the ruling APC. So in Gwagwalada, I think
APC has always, Abaji has always belonged to the APC.
Yes,
we all know that,
yes.
even way back.
Yes,
when FCT was
but they have
PDP
they have a little opposition that is strong in Abaji. Okay. You have a little opposition that is strong in Gwagwalada. So, but in AMAC, I don't think there is any fiscal opposition. Then in Kuje, you know, you have PDP as the ruling party. Even in Buhari Area Council, the APC has issues, pockets of issues with going to court, who is the candidate and who is not the candidate in Buhari Area Council. So it can still be a situation of the opposition picking Buhari Area Council if the APC don't put its house to order. So it is not a win-win thing for APC. It's not the winner takes it all. No, there is opposition here and there. every area council is dynamic. They have their own situations, they have their own game to play. But in Abuja Municipal Area Council, which is the seat of power in Nigeria, in the FCT, and in the area council, I can tell you that opposition is doing less, not doing enough.
Okay, you've been in the Federal Capital Territory. I know at some points you almost contested, right? You almost contested. And we're still hoping that you could take that up in the next years to come. How will you assess developmental impact across the 6 area councils?
Well, I have gone around the 6 area councils. I think I've gone around the 62 wards of the FCT. Apart from the coming of this administration, the Minister of FCT has done well when it comes to roads across the 6 area council. Nobody can take that.
I'm not even talking about the minister, that's at federal level. I mean at local
But when you talk about the area council chairman, I would zero down on the Abuja Municipal Area Council chairman. He must have done his best, the best of his own ability in some rural areas in Abuja Municipal Area Council. What is good for Mr. A is good for Mr. B. I reside in the area council, and my ward in the area council is the city center. He cannot come to the city center and tell us he's doing roads, bridges, or a borehole. There's no major project he can do. But what we urge the area council chairman to do is things like human capacity development, ICT, training for young people, you know, bring new ideas. We don't need any much, but how much in the total budget of council and 3 have been budgeted center or budgeted to say, where is this project?
These are elitist areas.
Yes, but they vote. You need their vote. And the total funds that come to the area council, they are also captured. So you would tell us what programs you have for the people in the city center. Let me even tell you, the people within the...
So what you are saying is that enough has not been done.
Done for some areas.
Some
areas.
areas.
But in the rural areas, the rural communities in Abuja Municipal Area Council, the chairman has done well. For
like what? Has
maybe rural roads, grading of roads, building of boreholes, and so on, where they don't have water, maybe solar street lights, so on and so forth. He must have done 1 or 2 there.
In some places.
In some areas. But beyond that, what have you done to Wuse Ward, City Center Ward, you know, Gwarimpa Ward? These are areas you do things. The bulk vote of the area council comes from this elitist area we talk about.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure are you?
I can tell you. Check your findings.
You're just talking about city center.
The bulk vote for Abuja Municipal Area Council election comes from Gwarimpa Ward, Wuse Ward, City Center Ward, and Garki Ward.
Is it because other places do not come out to vote?
No, it's because you have concentrate the population populated is the city center. They are more populated than other areas. The turnout for election is also high.
It's always massive.
Yes. If you check the 2023 election, you'll find out that what has given Ireti Kingibe and Chinedu Bika the edge is these areas I've just mentioned. Gwarimpa, Wuse, Garki, City Center, maybe the Kubwa area and so on. Because these are where the population is concentrated. That's where the bulk vote comes. So why not, if they are good for the votes, why do you think they are not good for projects and programs of governance? I have not seen one. I'm a member of the APC. I'm in City Center. I know the chairman has done 1 or 2 street lights in some few neighborhoods in the FCT, that's solar street lights. But let's go beyond solar street lights. Let's check the percentage of what has come through. My word. It's important, I know, it's important we have a town hall where the government will explain to the populace that, oh, we did this at this area, we did this at this area, we did this at this area, we did this, to build confidence. So when we're seeking for re-election, you don't have to campaign much. Now, we believe there is no opposition, but in the next 1 month, things can change. And once it changes, you see this fire brigade approach to campaign. No, that's not what we want. Even then, if tomorrow a new person comes, there will is allocated to your government, and how much have you paid civil servants, and how much is remaining for project, and how did you share the project? Has the project gone round? So the area council chairmen are not being checkmated by the citizens, residents in their various area councils. That's why you don't even hear them.
Now let's talk about Labour. You know, isn't it surprising that a party that was a strong contender in the general elections in 2023, a party that came toe-to-toe with the shakers and movers, with the sharks in the political scene, has been reduced to not participating in area council election. Now, word on the street is that the ruling party, perhaps, is responsible for that, has made sure that these people that gave us headache in 2023, we will not allow them to stand strong. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I won't join issues with people who think that way, but I will tell you, what has killed Labour is the greed of the persons who were piloting the affairs of the party. Life is give and take. If it is not me, let it be another person. You see where people grandstand that if it is not me, it's better we pull down the house. And that's what has happened to Labour Party. And the only face in the Labour Party that has made the Labour Party what it was in 2023 was their presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Remove Peter Obi from Labour, Labour is nowhere. I am saying it and I will say it confidently. The first person who made Labour visible was Mimiko. When Mimiko left, Labour died. He left with Labour to Zenith Labour Party. And the then chairman, I don't think Labour Party can ever have a chairman like Dan Onwanyang. No time. I don't see Labour Party having such a vibrant person today. The man at the aim of affairs in Labour Party is not as vibrant as Dan. But every season has its give and take. Labour Party is gone. If P2B is gone from Labour Party is nowhere. The structure, the face of Labour Party is their presidential candidate. So I hope they understand that and put their house in order. And see, even their senatorial candidate in FCT have left the party. Yeah. So we are only waiting to see the remnant of Labour, maybe the member house of Rep, will also move with P2B, because that is, once the presidential candidate who gave them that leverage that made them what they are, because without P2B, they wouldn't have won the FCT.
All right, time is really against us, but my last question is, you talked about citizens, constituents, checkmating the area council chairman. But you also know that this has to do with sensitization and awareness. In your own capacity, what have you done to sensitize citizens, to talk to electorate, to talk to constituents that, hey, you need to be asking these people questions?
Well, you have seen me severally. I've said this, and I keep repeating it. I say it.
Beyond saying it on TV,
oh no,
has there been any effort in your interaction with people?
Yes, I have gone further to even ask people who are close to that government, why not attract this to us? Why not do this to these people? Why not? There are areas in the FCT, the city center of FCT, there are localities that you go to. They are unmotorable. When it rains, you share tears. Along the airport road, you can find communities that are not too accessible. what is the area council chairman? I would say, don't worry, he will capture it in the next year budget. That's what you hear. But I tell citizens, no, you have to come up. The man who is there is elected by you. Galvanize yourself, gather yourself, go to his office, seek to see him, and then tell him what you want. So these are the kind of things every resident in FCT should come together, ask for something from government, go to government.
But what should people do? Because we know that these politicians, during electioneering campaign, you see them, you have access to them. They even give you their personal contact, their personal phone numbers. You can call them at any time, they answer their calls. But the moment they get into office, they zilch. You don't get access to them. How can people,
if you don't
the ordinary people, get access to this?
If you don't get access to them, start doing advocacy. Start talking. Let the media be involved. Because the persons in the media are also not different from the residents in FCT. This is ITV. Am I right? The roads around ITV are not yet tarred. So it's affecting both residents and business owners in FCT. So these are things people will do to change the narrative. Nobody is talking about what is happening in the area council. Nobody. So it should be, the media houses should also set out, even though it's 10, 15 minutes, to discuss about their immediate environment. The closest government to the people is the area council in FCT. So most of these media houses who have offices in Abuja should create little time to discuss about the area council, what is happening, what are their programs, what lives have they touched, have they changed the narrative, what are they doing and what not, how much is given to them. Nobody wants to discuss this. I don't know why Nigerians are so scared. Nobody is asking governors what they get. Nobody is asking.
Probably they are tired of asking.
No, you are not tired. You publish it. They should publish it. That will make the politicians sit tight.
You think so?
Yes, it will make them sit tight. When you are the chairman and you come to my area and I tell you,
politicians have people we call that have been called, they call them data boys, who are ready to defend anything. Probably that is why they don't even care.
No.
Because they know that should you start anything, should you say something, they have like.
Can you defend facts? Let me use insecurity as a case study or example. Something happened in Kaduna over the weekend. Yeah. Some persons denied it. How long can you defend things that are fact?
And then now turn around.
You cannot. So if the federal government have allocated 10 billion to FCT, 3 billion to the 6th area council, can you defend that the money was not allocated? You can't. And 500 million comes to a certain area council. Can the area council chairman say the money didn't come?
I have to go through your thoughts. Our time is fast spent. Thank you very much for being part of the program. Thank you. And I know that this is a conversation that we will continue. We still have 1 month to the election. Once again, I say thank you very much for being part of the program. Well, you've had it all. Take time to ask questions. Ask your people, ask your chairman, ask your councillors. They are closer to you. They can also take your questions to the chairman. In the case where they cannot, you should find time to ask questions. What is happening? All Nigerians want is good governance. To be able to say, this is what we have benefited. To be able to defend and say, yes, we have benefited. You have given us the dividends of democracy. This is what democracy is all about. As we prepare for the area council election coming up in February, go get your PVC at INEC. INEC is currently distributing PVCs. And that's all from the Abuja Network Center. After this short break, we will go over to the Lagos Network Center where Messelina and Wilson will be taking over.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on This Morning on ITV, the continuation on News and Current Affairs program. I am Marcelina Unko. And of course, I'm not here alone. I have Wilson Omasho here with me. Wilson, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mercy. Well, it's high time we started this interview because Nigerians are like waiting patiently to get to hear from our analysts what it feels about all that is going on, especially with the abduction or kidnap of over what now? 177, 160 something. We're still conflicting the figures, but all the same, he is here.
All right, our guest this beautiful morning that would be helping us analyze today's topic is Mr. Festus Akobondu. He is a commentator. Hello, Mr. Festus, good morning.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to be here.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, the northern Nigeria is once again in the spotlight for the wrong reasons. In the past few days, dozens of citizens, including women and children, have been abducted in fresh waves of kidnapping across parts of Kaduna and other northwestern states. This attack come at a time when the country is deeply divided over one critical question. Should Nigeria continue to offer amnesty to bandits, or as that approach failed to deliver peace? You know, Nigerian has been offering amnesty to bandits. We saw a few days ago where the government, you know, they freed 70 bandits, saying that they've repented and, you know, recruiting them to the military. And there's gotten a lot of persons asking, saying, is that the right thing to do at this point? Let's get your take on that.
Okay, so fundamentally, first thing we ought to understand is why are we having the upscale in, you know, insurgency and kidnapping? Yeah, I believe, and it's a popular opinion among a lot of, you know, public commentators, that what we are seeing is a function of a failure in the governmental system. The governmental structures have failed. So back to your point, the reason why it's even muted as an idea for us to negotiate with terrorists or kidnappers is because the government has failed. The structure is not working. So we are literally at the mercy of the terrorists and the abductors, because in, you know, well-established countries where the structure of the institutional structures are working, you don't have things like this happening. Kidnapping is even at a very minimal level. It comes with a very harsh penalty. So you wouldn't want to think of it, you know, knowing the consequences. But here we are in a country where the structures are not existing, the policy is not existing, governance is out of the window. So that's why we have what we have.
All right, we get to realize something that is conflicting aspects to know the number of persons kidnapped in Kaduna. You get a sector saying this number, that number, and of course the security agencies at first deny this. They are saying that maybe for security reasons some things have to just be kept close to the chest, so to speak, until after investigation and all that. Now you opine that the security architecture, they failed. In what aspect? In what regards? Because if you can see, they went into investigation. They promised Nigerians that these persons will be released unhurt.
So, I mean, in crime, there is certain structures. I mean, classic structures. If you study how it is managed in any civilized country, so there is the intelligence gathering or the prevention. So for prevention, you need a robust intelligence gathering. That I can almost certainly see is literally, if it is there, is not working properly. Yeah. Then two is the response when it happens. Yeah. Do we have the structure to respond rapidly and adequately and appropriately? We don't, and that is why you saw the deniers first, and then the acceptance second, and so we are almost backtracking. Not sure. So it says one out of two things. One, we don't have proper data. The numbers being bandied now, nobody has an idea what exactly is the number. We don't have proper information gathering system. So, I mean, if the police cannot do that, what would the common man do? So just back to my point that, you know, I put the blame squarely on this institutional structure. They're supposed to safeguard you and I and work properly. In the event that such things happen, then there should be proper response. And then, you know, stemming this tide.
All right.
You know, at this point, families, like I said earlier, few persons were kidnapped. Families are waiting anxiously, you know, for their loved ones to return. Nigerians are also asking at this point, you know, this sort of questions about security strategy, accountability, you know, the cost of negotiating with violated groups, you know, earlier on when this whole kidnapping stuff, I mean, it has been happening, but, you know, few months back, it was much, you know, the rate of kidnapping was much, and a lot of, you know, Gumi came out to say that they're negotiating with bandits, and it's got a lot of persons asking in Nigeria, in our country, we're supposed to be negotiating with bandits.
We should never be at that point. But first of all, you must understand, kidnapping generally has been happening in the air. Then being in that angle to it, and then of course there's a religious angle to it.
So you're saying majorly speaking is based on these two angles you've mentioned, outside political kidnapping.
Yeah.
Oh, but the U.S. gave Nigeria a few years ago weapons to, like, you know, combat terrorism, kidnapping, you know, you just name it. And of course a large sum of money have been earmarked for this purpose. How come we're not feeling the impact?
So, I mean, listen, it's the same thing I wanted to say. So, typically when people analyze these issues, they go back to, they say driving it, the second, I look at, first of all, look around. Every country where you have kidnapping that is very rife, they are very symptomatic of a collapsed structural systemic problem. Yeah? So, the US can donate all they want. They can give us all the bombs they want. If we don't have the political will and the government structures properly to enforce, because crime everywhere is just deterred when you have the consequence of it, you don't bother to try to commit it. And that's why in Senate crimes, the institution, I still come back to it, the institution of state is so robust and so strong that when you think of, there's a report I heard recently in America, they were planning to, you know, bomb a place, and they're arresting them at the point of planning. That's how the state, you know, nips this in the bud. And so by the time you make example of one or two people, then you use it as a deterrent for others. So
you're faulting now the security architecture of this country.
I put it, the security agencies can do as much as they can, but you see, the problem is come back to the governmental structure. The government has the responsibility to say you and I. Tell me if that is working.
So they have the, but they're not doing it.
That's where the real problem is.
So to what extent in this insecurity driven by criminality versus ideological motives?
Yeah, so that if you remember when I said about the religious, you know, kidnapping.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the commercial.
Yeah, and the commercial. So gain and ideology are two demonic combos if you put it together. Yeah.
Demonic combo. I like that phrase. Demonic combo.
Yeah. So in most, especially in the southern. Okay. So let's do a comparison.
Okay.
If you look at the southern part of Nigeria, what you will find is more of political kidnapping and commercial kidnapping. The preponderance of that. Yeah. And why is so? So you have the Niger Delta insurgency, which started as a political kidnapping. Yeah. And because the oil companies were willing, and government also, to negotiate and pay off to release the export rate and, you know, give certain things to the community. that has now evolved into commercial kidnapping, where they take somebody hostage and they're going to money going to change hands. Yeah.
You know, a lot of Nigerians are worried about, you know, they kidnap some certain set of persons, and they come out on the internet to say that, okay, these persons have been rescued, and nobody was apprehended. I mean, nobody was caught, nobody was arrested. And a lot of persons are saying that, you know, you kidnap some set of persons and they are rescued. Where these people pay ransom, who kidnapped them? You know, did anybody see that these persons were rescued or arrested rather, or this some set of persons were apprehended? All we were just saying is, okay, some persons were kidnapped and now that they've been released, and a lot of Nigerians are asking.
Back to my point, so there's a political angle to this whole thing, yeah? Now, if you, and I would like just dial your mind back a bit in the, what we used to call the draconian period when former president, late President Buhari was in his military administration, yeah? And when they used to march criminals to the stakes and shoot them.
Firing squad.
Firing squad. Why were they doing it? They were doing it to use it as a deterrent.
Yeah.
Right. So, right back here in this space, there is no deterrence. So there is almost a giving up, and you know, and coming to this helpless point where, you know, cannot no longer separate the politics from the governance. Yeah. So there are sentiments on both sides. There is now almost, you know, blurring the lines. And therefore, that says to me is that the institutional state has failed.
Wow. All right, can you liken this to what happened during the time of, excuse me, former President Jonathan?
Yes.
These are the Chibok girls.
Yes.
Can you liken it to this particular situation?
Now, I remember when the Chibok girls case happened. I mean, it was some commentators said, you know, it was proper information gathering leading to, you know, the event. We also did not have a proper response to the event. We also did not have a proper closure to that issue. And that's why this whole thing has been festering and lingering. And, you know, just like, so that I don't sound like a broken record. The problem we have in Nigeria is that the institutions of the state is not working. Working, it is where, because it has a political undertone, it has a religious undertone, it has every
commercial undertone.
Yeah, and so that's why it's quite a messy situation.
So how do you think at this point, Mr. Festus, how do you think we can balance the immediate need to rescue hostages with the long-term goal of dismantling bandits' networks?
So it starts with, so first of all, we need to arrest the situation. So the governmental agencies, the personnel in government need to come full force. Yeah? In fact, we need to declare a state of emergency.
They've done that over and over again.
That's a lip service. When you declare a state of emergency, yeah, I mean, it's a word that's borrowed from the military.
True.
When you declare a state of emergency, you move in every single arsenal to arrest the situation. That's what it needs. But that's not what happens. So you hear there's a state of emergency is declared. Some people are brought to some rooms, sit down, have a discussion, shake hands, pat themselves on the back, and then come and receive that, and that's it. This cannot happen under my watch. Yeah? Has to be there. The enabling policies has to be there. The restructuring of the security agencies focused on stemming this then has to happen. Then the manpower, the technological know-how to gather information properly, disseminate it properly, arrest the situation. So we shouldn't wait until it happens. We live in a world today where virtually, you can be snooped on, you have every single technological advancement that enables us to gather information appropriately. But do we have the architecture locally to do that? Do we have it in place? That's another question. And it's not me and you that's going to put that together. It's the government.
All right. Now, talking about technology. Once upon a time, not too long ago, recently, so to speak, a governor complained that these terrorists, they have this access to drones. Should we be scared?
Isn't that laughable? So if a group of terrorists whose, if I put it together, I don't know how much inflow they get, maybe that's equivalent to one state, annual budget, compared to a sovereign country called Nigeria. I mean, what are we talking about? That a drone, a terrorist group owns a drone.
Not one.
No, if
let's assume it's like a drone attack. It was on air.
I have 22-year-olds that can manufacture drones and operate it. So talk less of governmental agencies who have international networks, international collaborations. Yeah. What you're saying is somebody shouting wolf, wolf, when there is no wolf. Because the bigger wolf is the person in my book. You have mission, you have access to security agencies. So if something happens in your state, as a chief security officer, you are the person who is supposed to arrest it. Yeah? And so not claiming that you're helpless. And then if you're helpless, is it me and you who are the common man?
Because you could see the state of helplessness all over the face of the governor complaining. In northern Nigeria, it was like they have drones. You could see the palpable fear on his face.
The problem is not the drones that the terrorists have. The problem is that there's no security infrastructure to counter
the drones.
And another thing is, how are they getting this equipment? How are they getting this? Because there are a lot of speculation saying that those people are working with the government.
Yes. So, I've heard in some certain quarters that, there's saboteurs, they're sabotaging, government. And there's this popular saying that Nigerians are one of the most unpatriotic people. Yeah? So we sabotage ourselves. In the midst of, somebody said to that time we were having a conversation that one of the reasons why the insurgency that we have seen in the northern part of Nigeria has continued unabated is because there is deeper level of sabotaging happening. Yeah? People who you think are on your side, on the side of the right or on the side of, government is actually against it. So they're the ones feeding the information to the terrorists. That's on one side. The second point to ask is in terms of funding. Terrorist organizations across the world always find, illicit funds is one angle of the funding, yeah? You have sympathizers who will sit in big offices, private, public, and you don't know that when they're putting money X, Y, and Z, is actually ending up in certain quarters. So, and government agencies know this better than you and I do. So, if it comes to funding, you will always, once you develop an ideology, once you develop something, check a madman in the streets. Before you know it, go try and touch the madman. You find out somebody is sympathetic to the madman. You always find people sympathetic to an ideology. And once they are sympathetic to it, they put money behind it. And so it shouldn't surprise anybody that they have funds.
All right, now let's take a look at the territorial integrity of this nation. Some of the opinion that if this continues unabated, it might just lead to the balkanization of the entity called Nigeria. How true is this hypothesis?
As powerfully true as it sounds, and practically we are staring down the barrel. I remember, I think it was before Buhari's second coming, I mean after Jonathan, I mean when we had under Jonathan, how many local governments did we have territorially being managed by an insurgent group? And then I remember seeing a map of Nigeria during a conversation where it was broken down, and you could see that almost every part of the region in Nigeria is under attack of some sort. You had the Niger Delta one happening. You had the, one in the eastern part of the country. You have the one from the northwestern part of the country. You have one from the northeastern part of the country. Virtually every part of the country was under siege of some sort. Now, we are living on a dangerous thin ice, because what then happens is that if it goes on unabated as you suggested, one of the things you see, I mean, people are, taking off. That's, the Japa syndrome. Yeah. Most of the things that lead to Japa syndrome is actually, poor economic conditions. It's actually security. People are bothered about their, their loved ones, their siblings, their families. If you ever seen somebody who's been kidnapped and the trauma you go through, yeah, there is a number I saw recently that, in 2025 or thereabout, we had over 7,500 kidnappings.
Over 7,500
people kidnapped, and then out of that number, over 1,000 lost their lives.
Wow.
Which means virtually in every kidnapping case, there's a potential for somebody to lose their life. You don't want to. If you experience that, you understand this, this hazard we're living in. So, the collapse of the country, as this can be a part of the,
to be a precursor.
Yeah.
And during this period of the attacking security issues, they tell you that the kidnapping cases they've been hearing, they're scared of coming back to the country. So at this point, what do you think the government can do to, to make the issue of insecurity, to tackle the issue of insecurity in the country?
Let's go back to the basics. What starts this problem? And the very, very first thing is poverty. Over 40%, the World Bank puts as over 40% of the Nigerian populace are under the poverty line.
They call it abject poverty.
Below the poverty line. Over 40%. Please, when I use the percentage, it doesn't make sense. Let's take a simple average. There's about 200 million Nigerians. That 40% of that is what, please, gentlemen and lady? 40%.
Wow.
That's about 80 million
80 million.
Are living below the poverty line. So, that is a cesspool for any kind of societal ill. Then you lace on top of that the corruption on the system. Then you're building a system that's going to only bring anarchy, yeah, and problems to the society. So first things first, let's tackle poverty. Then let's build a structure that provides employment, because an idle man's a devil's workshop. Yeah, so if you have people who are fully engaged, are earning a living decently, the tendency to want to go into commercial, especially those who go into commercial kidnapping, yeah, it will be less. Yeah, you still have some deviance, but that will be less. The lesser the poverty in the system, the lesser you worry about bills to pay, the lesser you might be open to ideological extremes that might drive you into what we call religious kidnapping. The lesser also that you're pressed for your pocket, to find a living, to put the bread on your table, you are less to go into political kidnappings. So it's like a domino effect. So if you don't fix the fundamentals, it keeps building.
All right, let's come to the aspect of security before calling to wrap on this discussion segment. Some of the opinion that the security vote issue, or let's say the money earmarked rather for security vote, is not helping the matter. Because from what they opine, the more the crisis, the bigger your security vote. I don't think it's going to be encouraging some governors to be, nonchalant about what is going on. They like, just give us more money. We have serious issues here. Bring the money, increase our votes and all that.
Listen, so you and I will talk like people on the streets. If you have friends in government, ask them. What did they do with security votes? Good question. The minister has a security at a high level. That does all the so before they share the money among themselves. They use it for political scores. Yeah. So the money meant for security doesn't actually go to security. It is just a name used to filter the money away. So the light crumbs.
Interesting. The money made for security doesn't go to security. So before we can tackle security in this country, the first thing to do is to tackle poverty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Katsina State, 7 local government, right?
A very pleasant morning to you, and thank you for joining us on the AM News Update on ITV. I am Lawrence Osifo. A health awareness and sensitization program on deworming and personal hygiene has been organized for students of the Anglican Girls Grammar School, GRO in Benin City, Edo State. The exercise was initiated by the National Youth Service Corps member, Monica Nku, as part of ongoing efforts to promote healthy living and disease prevention among school children, as Patience Osarugiwa finds in the report.
At the sensitization program, students were enlightened on the importance of regular deworming, proper hand washing techniques, the consumption of clean and safe water, as well as the maintenance of personal and environmental hygiene as effective measures to curb the spread of diseases. The coordinator of the awareness exercise, who is also a core member, explained that the program aims to improve the overall health and well-being of the students while reducing the incidences of worm infections, which could negatively affect their physical development and academic performance.
I observed that many school-age children suffer from worm infection without knowing it. This infection affects their health, growth, and learning ability. This project is therefore carried out to protect the health of students and reduces sickness and help them live healthy.
One of the students, Lovett Otioma, expressed appreciation for the initiative, noting that the exercise has enhanced our understanding of personal hygiene and healthy living.
I've benefited a lot from today's event. It has really taught me a lot, has encouraged me and taught me what I should do and what I should not do.
According to the NYC member, similar health awareness and sensitization programs will be extended to other schools across the state as part of efforts to secure a healthier future for children. Personnel from the Edo State Ministry of Health and their counterparts from Education Ministry attended the event. From Benin, Patience Osarugiwa, ITV News.
We now turn our attention to Delta State, where the Delta State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aina Adeshola, has linked drug abuse to major causes of murder, especially amongst youth in the state. As Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the CP Aina made the remark during a media briefing at the state police headquarters in Asaba, the Delta State capital.
The Commissioner of Police, SP Aina Adeshola, reeling out statistics of the achievements in the past year, said the command had sustained fight against cultism, kidnapping, and drug abuse following a series of intelligence which led to the raids of hideouts of the criminal elements. SP Aino said he has, however, directed area commanders, divisional police officers to sustain raiding of hideouts of all drugs cartel across the 25 local government areas of the state and bring perpetrators to justice.
The command under my leadership will not relent in their fight against sales and abuse of drugs. We will continue to raid every suspected areas, hideouts, and criminal houses where drugs are being peddled. We will not let them rest. I also urge the members of the public, particularly those in the state, to support and cooperate with the state government and police in the fight against crime.
The Commissioner of Police later displayed illicit drugs recovered from the drug barons and weapons recovered from the hoodlums. SP Aino reaffirmed the command's commitment to the protection of life and property and assured residents of adequate security across the state. From Asaba, Benga Hamid, ITV News.
In Niger State, north-central Nigeria, where Governor Umaru Bago has issued 2-month ultimatum to residents of the Kainji Lake Forest to vacate the area for resettlement to avoid collateral damage as government perfect plans to bombard the forest and reclaim it from bandits. Governor Bago disclosed this during a second condolence visit to the Emir of Bogu, Alhaji Mohammed Dantoru. Correspondent Umma Mohammed files in reports.
While condoling with the people of Bargu for the second time, Governor Umar Muhammad Bago urged the Emir of Bargu and other traditional rulers to cooperate with security agents by revealing the identity of informants in their community. He said the activities of informants are posing serious threat, thereby sabotaging the efforts of the government in the fight against banditry.
Now it's a call on all these communities to leave the Kainji Lake and come out and be resettled by the Emirates Council in a place where they become big towns. So we have given an ultimatum of 2 months that every community that's within that forest should come out and we'll resettle them. So we are very serious about it. We are going to take over this forest. We are going to burn it down. We are going to smoke them. And we are going to make sure that that land becomes very, very habitable.
In his response, the Emir of Bargu, His Royal Highness Alhaji Muhammad Dantoro, declared his full support to the government in the effort to rid the forest of banditry.
The informants are within us, and we know, and we are assuring the governor and the people that we will flush them out accordingly, inshallah. We will not leave any stone unturned, because the security of our people and their property is paramount important to us.
It is the hope of residents that this measure will be a stepping stone towards ending the prolonged banditry in the Kainji Lake Forest in Niger State, where hundreds of people were killed while others were kidnapped. From Mina, Niger State Headquarters, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
From Niger to Kaduna, where the Nigeria Police Force has confirmed that an incident of abduction happened and took place at the Komi Wali community in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, following days of denial, uncertainty and conflicting reports on the incident. The statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyi acknowledged that the incident, which sparked fear and anxiety amongst residents, was initially disputed during a meeting of the Kaduna State Security Council convened by Governor Uba Sani. He explains that the subsequent verification from operational units and intelligence sources has confirmed that the incident did occur in the state. According to the force, some individuals from the affected local government area described the report as false, creating uncertainty and the need for further verification by security agencies. The police explained that comments earlier made by the Commissioner of Police in Kaduna State, Rabiu Muhammad, which were widely interpreted as denial, were in fact aimed at preventing public panic while details were being confirmed. The police says that the tactical unit have been deployed, patrols intensified, and targeted search and rescue operations are underway to locate and safely rescue the victims while restoring come to the area. It, however, appealed to the public and the media to rely only on the official sources for verified information and to avoid speculations that could jeopardize ongoing operations. And that's the size of our package on the news update for this time. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Up next is TMI Socials with Anu Luakbo Stevens. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best.
Jolly good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Anu Luakbo Stevens. I better still call me a social media butterfly. And I'll tell you what, today we begin in Abia State, where we saw a man armed with cutlass disrupted a church vigil in Umuahia, the Abia State capital, in protest against noise pollution from the church loud services. The incident, which was captured on video, has ignited debate on social media over the impact of excessive noise from churches and other establishments in residential areas. Now, while some observers sympathized with the man's frustration, others condemned his use of violence as a means of protest. Let's take a look. Now, what do you think about the story? Do you feel he has the right to do that or not? Let's have your take on social media streets. We start off with this one. Fresh Buzz on Twitter says, well, somehow he is right with his actions because noise pollution isn't a good thing. But there are other better ways to handle issues like this. Another user, still on X, has something else to say. Now, this one says, unless he is the landlord, he has zero legal right to do that. But honestly, church noise is crazy. There should be designated zones for them since they hit industrial noise levels. The state needs to mandate soundproofing for every building. Lionhead on X has that to say. Finally, Shehu Akinsoya says on X, noise pollution isn't a good thing, but the church members no do well. They're supposed to give the man correct beating for showing up with a cutlass. Like, what? Who does that? But anyway, away from that, if you have been on the street of social media, you would have seen the paternity saga between Davido and Anu Adeleke. Now, this time around, Davido's father, Dr. Deji Adeleke, the billionaire father of singer David Adeleke, has come out to address the paternity claims made against his son, Davido. A young lady based in Ibadan, her name, Ayo, has insisted that she had a relation with him, Davido, when he visited Ibadan some years ago and that she got pregnant and had a baby girl. And the singer has refused to take responsibility for the little girl named Anu. And of course, this situation resurfaced again on social media with Davido's father reacting to this. Let's take a look at the president.
My name is Deji Adeleke. You are all welcome to our home. I'm the father of I have 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. David Adeleke, that you all know as Davido, is the baby of my family, is the last born. And I'm calling this press conference. This is my ever first time of addressing the press. And for just one single reason. I'm not on the social media, but I'm sure those of you in the social media will have been inundated with all kinds of talks about almost every year this thing, keeps coming up regarding one little girl called Anu Lupo that lives in Ibadan. That Kemi has continually alleged that Kemi Olu lawyer has continually alleged that David is the father of the little girl. To start with, let me put it on record that I have 14 grandchildren, and I'll tell you the story about Anu Lupo and what has happened since.
It's actually a lengthy video, but the fact why he said he has 14 grandchildren, just to wrap it up, and having another is no biggie. I mean, he has the resources, the capability to take care of the child, but he wants the truth. He did say they did a DNA test right here. It was sent to South Africa, came back, it proved negative. But on the other hand, the mother named Aya is insisting that David is the father of the child, and she has called out David to come and respond to the claims. Interestingly, we're a namesake, Anu. But how did she take this online? Or how did you take this online, rather? This one says the man must have been hurt by these online rumors and trolls, because this is the first time we're seeing Davido's father on the news. Another user also reacting to the story says, even if David is not the father of the child, I hope he has changed for good. And this is not me talking like a saint. Going about impregnating women is utter and irresponsible behavior. Parents have to address this type of issues because of a child that refuses to be responsible in his dealings with the women. Is embarrassing and disgraceful. Now, finally, on X, this user says, things we do for our children, An easygoing man that doesn't speak or like paparazzi had to face the camera to protect his son. May God bless you, Daddy. It's an ongoing one. We'll keep you up to speed right here on TMI Socials. Away from that, let's go over to Enugu State, where the EFCC, for good reasons, did the Lord's work, as the Enugu State government has recovered 1.27 billion naira from Suji Motor Luxury Construction Limited, following the intervention of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Now, the recovery is nearly a year after the firm's chief executive officer, Olasibomi Ogundele, was accused of defrauding the state of close to 6 billion naira meant for the construction of smart green schools. Now, the recovered sum was formally handed over to the state by the EFCC in the form of checks on Wednesday, with the anti-graft agency assuring the government that efforts were ongoing to recover the remaining funds allegedly misappropriated by the contractor. Now, let's have a feel of how it was like in Enugu State yesterday. Take a look. Tweets and reactions. We'll start off with this user on X who says, Recovering the money alone is not enough. There should be also full accountability on how it will be used for the state's development. Another user on X reacting to this, Kim Dahl, says that's not enough. He must do jail. It's all right. Now, still on the story, this one says, a gentle reminder, demand what is due you. No, keep quiet though. Now finally, this user says on X, if we could have our final tweet. Okay, quite a lengthy one, but that's Reno Omokri there saying that yesterday the EFCC had just recovered a whooping 1.27 billion naira from the businessman. And okay, so just to sum it up, it said, have you noticed that nobody has raised any ethnic sentiment, not a single person? Well, he did went further to say that we should commend the EFCC when they do the Lord's work. Now, finally, on TMI socials, the big story for the day, some words on the political scene. The Adara Development Association, ADA, has raised the alarm over what it described as the abduction of 166 worshippers by armed bandits in Kurumi Wali community right there in Kaduna State, accusing security officials and the local council chairman of suppressing the truth. Now, yesterday, we saw Governor Uba Sani of Kaduna State going to visit them and promised that his administration, in collaboration with security agencies there, would ensure speedy recovery of the abducted persons. Now let's have a feel of it. So we did hear that persons who got kidnapped from Aqua Church and also Cherubim and Seraphim Bible Ministries. Now let's move over to reactions online. We'll start with this one who says, they denied it ever happened, tagging Rep. Raleigh Moore. Please be aware that over 170 Christians were kidnapped last Sunday, and our government previously denied it ever happened. Another user reacting on X says, thank you, Governor Uba Sani, for the swift response, unlike our president, who would rather choose to go on vacation than to attend to national security pressing need. Please keep to your promise and ensure their release. But I noticed the lack of government presence in Kajuru local government area. Take a look at the road and the environment. Now, watch them come here to campaign with, I will fix your road and insecurities. Same strategy every day. Now, finally, this user on X, Summer Doors, says, it seems communities are using this to collect money to help themselves, because tell me how can 177 persons be kidnapped at a time? Good question. Anyway, well, that's how we get to wrap up TMI Socials this morning. It's funny, but it's not funny still. I am Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Lawrence, you want to react to that?
Indeed, it's not funny still. For the security situation, talking about the kidnap of 177, truth be told, how do you kidnap 177 persons? It's just a question. Then also looking at Davido's father. First time ever I'm seeing Davido's father on the media.
Yeah.
Coming out to debunk an allegation.
Seems quite like a cool, calm, collected person.
Absolutely.
But for his son, Davido.
But something got me. The name of the child bear the same name with you. I hope we're not going looking for you someday.
No way.
All right, that's the size of our package on this morning on ITV. From our Benin, Lagos, and Abuja network centers, on behalf of my colleagues that did justice to the show this morning, we'll be back again next week, God willing. I am Lawrence Osifo. We'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, Rivers Chief Judge rejects Assembly's request to probe Governor Fubara. Vanden Kashim Ajeri brought to food. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says Nigeria developing verified national database on abductions. The Deputy Governor Dennis Idahosa issues 1 week ultimatum to waste managers over poor service. For new room spare parts to February. Hello there, good evening, and many thanks indeed for joining us on the news broadcast on Independent Television with me, Ogani Victor, presenting at Abuja Network Center. I'm not alone. I've got my colleagues across Lagos and, of course, Benin Network Center. We start from Benin Network Center. Lawrence Osifo is co-anchoring the news with me. Hello, Lawrence. Thanks for joining me.
Good evening, Victor, and it's a great pleasure to have you tonight on the news.
My pleasure, too. And at Lagos Network Center, I've got Patricia Gabriels. My pleasure welcoming you to the presentation tonight, Pat.
Good evening, Victor, and it's good to see you this evening.
It's good to see you too. Let's now bring you the news in detail. Vice President Kashim Shettima has announced that Nigeria no longer views food security through a narrow agricultural lens, but as a fundamental microeconomic security and governance issue. As State House correspondent Iwata reports, the Vice President made the declaration at a high-level panel at the Congress Center during the 56th World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, Switzerland. Let's bring you the reports.
The title of the high-level panel is When Food Becomes Security. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who is representing President Bola Tinubu at the Global Economic Summit, says Nigerian government no longer treats food security as a narrow agricultural concern, but as a strategic pillar for governance, economic stability, and regional cohesion. He noted that Nigeria had begun a multi-dimensional agricultural drive designed to insulate the nation from global shock while restoring the prosperity of basket regions. The Vice President says Nigeria's food security strategy is anchored on 3 pillars, which are increased food production, environmental sustainability, and deeper regional integration within the West African sub-region. To address this concern, the Vice President added that the government is promoting drought-resistant, flood-tolerant, and early maturing varieties of food crops such as sorghum, design stem, southern
supply disruptions I don't want to be involved on that, but honestly, we have to look inwards and see to it that there's Africans behind solutions to our problems. And honestly, we have no been let import. Honestly, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart.
Identified importance and foreign volatility as major drivers of food inflation. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
From Devils, let's bring you back to Nigeria, where we hear that the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu has announced that Nigeria is developing a national database to provide single, accurate and verifiable of deaths and casualties from violent extremism and attacks by non-state actors. Defense correspondent John Taylor reports that the NSA made this statement during the inaugural meeting of the United States Joint Working Group on Security in Abuja.
Adopting the book of Nigeria Security Advice convened these high-level senior Nigeria and U.S. government and security officials in attendance. Security Forum developed strategies and trade in national and emphasized that the federal security cooperation with the United States. He stressed that the protection of all citizens, regardless of religion, is a non-negotiable priority.
Nigeria is expanding early warning and rapid response mechanisms, developing a national database to serve as a single authoritative source of accurate and verified on death and crime violence for the first time. This effort in evidence-based making.
Advanced freedom and security will help the United States and Nigeria to enhance the reciprocal benefits of our relationship, solidifying trade and economic deals, degrading terrorist groups that threaten our interests, strengthening health responses, among many other areas.
Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, stated that the police and other security agencies will implement proactive measures working closely with U.S. partners to protect vulnerable communities.
We are taking advantage of this offer to ensure that the vulnerable communities in Nigeria are well protected. What we are having here today is the first joint working group of the U.S. and Nigeria on how to address the challenges of mass killing, adoption of innocent civilians in our vulnerable communities.
The U.S. Nigeria Joint Working Group represents a significant step towards bilateral cooperation, mass killings and adoptions across Nigeria. From Abu John Taina,
You can watch ITV live on www.itvradioNG.com/live or follow us on our social media platform on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio Nigeria. And in Benin City, Edo State, where the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has issued a one-week ultimatum to waste managers across the 18 local government areas of the state to wake up to their responsibility of waste disposal or have their contracts terminated by the state government. The deputy governor handed down the order during a crucial meeting with the state-accredited waste managers and other stakeholders in Benin City in Government House, as Deborah Ugbaifun brings the details.
As one of the ways to actualize the shine agenda of the Governor Monday Okpebholo-led administration, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, invited all states-accredited waste managers, local government chairmen, and other stakeholders for a meeting. Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the crucial meeting is to brainstorm on ways to manage waste generated in the state, challenges, and profile solutions.
We will no longer tolerate this attitude. Yes, there are challenges, but we are ready to join you to provide solutions to some of these challenges.
Right Honorable Idahosa said waste management is an integral part of the aesthetics of the state. Hence, the waste managers have 1 week ultimatum to wake up to their responsibilities.
1 week to meet up with your responsibility, or we will revoke your agreement with both the state and the local government.
The State Commissioner for Environment and Public Utility, Barrister Nosa Adams, says a cleaner Edo State is possible if the waste managers are up and doing, and suggested the setting up of feedback mechanism between the state governments and waste managers. The Managing Director, Edo State Waste Management Board, Lucky Eneita, said government has invested massively on waste management.
If you have an area you are responsible to, please make sure to cover the area and cover it appropriately.
Our administration is committed to strengthen the framework that guides the operation of accredited waste managers.
Some waste managers suggested ways to drive the enforcement process, challenges, and way forward.
There are still some people who may not be able to pay.
From Government House Benin, Deborah Ugbaifun, ITV News.
Guest on a current affairs program 60 Minute Nigeria on Thursday advised political office holders to place the welfare of the people above personal interest, as concern continues to trail the practice of godfatherism in Nigerian politics, as Oluwafemi Farayola brings in details.
The guests made the call while analyzing the renewed political tension in Rivers State, which they attributed largely to godfatherism and the strained relationship between the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, and his political benefactor, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo expressed a differing perspective, stressing that political mentorship in itself is not wrong, but becomes problematic when personal interests are placed above public good.
So let us call it a spade. If you don't have a godfather, you cannot become a councillor today in Nigeria. If you don't have a godfather, common councillor, you cannot become a councillor today in Nigeria. Even in the church, in the mosque, we have godfather. Fubara should go back to the drawing board. Even it's not too late. Even with the impeachment that they have already served on him, even with whatever, let us start begging those people.
On his part, Dr. Maxwell Osage described godfatherism as a major setback to democratic governance, noting that it often undermines the will of the electorate and fuels political instability.
The beauty of Okpebholo in Edo State, let's get it clear, sir. When you have a godfather from another state, is a bit better. So what we are saying is this: Wike did not become governor overnight. Wike did not become FCT minister overnight. People gave him that opportunity. So what we are saying is this: we are saying, while we respect the concept of godfatherism, when you put someone there, please take a little step backward. Allow the person to function.
Both guests, however, agreed that political leaders must always remember their primary responsibility to the people, urging those in positions of authority to embrace dialogue, transparency, and accountability in resolving political differences. They further called on political actors in Rivers State and across the country to put peace, development, and good governance above individual ambitions in order to strengthen Nigeria's democracy. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Let's take you now to Kano State, where the Kano State government has taken over the prosecution of the gruesome murder of a housewife and her 6 children at the Dorayi Chiranchi quarters in Kano Metropolis. Abdul Ibrahim, our Kano correspondent, brings us the details.
Briefing journalists in Kano State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Abdulkarim Kabiru Maude said the decision followed directives from the state governor. He explained that the move is aimed at ensuring a thorough, transparent and speedy prosecution of the case. In line with the provision of the law, the Attorney General commended the Kano State Police Command for its swift and professional response, which led to the arrest of the suspects linked to the incident. He assured the resident that the state government remained committed to ensuring justice is served, stressing that anyone found culpable will be held fully accountable.
A line uses excellencies, PAM's directives that justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. The Kano State government, through the Office of the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, will take over the prosecution of this matter. A dedicated legal team is being constituted under the direct supervision and leadership of the Attorney General of Kano State, who will personally oversee this case to ensure diligent handling, timely issuance of legal advice, and the effective prosecution of all persons allegedly found to be culpable in the Seniors Act.
The state government says it will continue to collaborate with the security agencies to ensure the rule of the law prevail. Abdul Ibrahim reporting from Kano for ITV.
Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University Okada, has announced that its 2025-2026 matriculation ceremony will hold on Saturday, January 24th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the university's main auditorium in Okada. The ceremony will feature a lecture titled Career Enhancement Through Diversity and Inclusive Initiatives to be delivered by Professor Andrew Haruna, Secretary General of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian University. In a statement signed by the Director of Public Relations, Loki Ebo Onokwe, says fresh students will be formally admitted into the university's 7 colleges, namely College of Health Sciences, Pharmacy, Natural and Applied Sciences, Law, Engineering, Arts and Social Sciences, and Business and Management Studies. The statement explains that the management of the university extends warm congratulations to the new intakes, assuring them of a rich academic experience, supported by dedicated faculty and staff. The event will also be accessible online via meeting ID 748-491-8882 with the password IUO CADA.
A Lagos State High Court has adjourned the Owode Oniru Crisis Court case to the 26th of February 2026. The court also granted application of the applicant seeking to be joined in the matter, represented by the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Femi Falana. Our correspondent Taiboje Iwura has the details.
The judgment creditor does not have such privileges under state court orders and rules, but can be allowed if the counsel can refer the court to any similar matter. After several references have been made, the court granted the leave of the judgment creditor, insisting that they should only restrict their response to the new issues raised. After proceedings, counsel to the applicant seeking to be joined on the matter and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, said that they to approach the court in justice on the traders, while counsel to other parties declined interview.
In the case before the court, our clients were not parties to the case. The judgment was delivered, and in the course of executing the judgment, their name was added. And so we have approached the court and enjoyed that person. The other side has filed a counter affidavit. So in court today, the judgment creditors have asked for an adjournment to allow them to respond to our affidavit.
The matter has been adjourned to the 26th of February 2026 for motion of notice to be heard. From Lagos, Igboji Horia, ITV News.
Moving on, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Lagos State Command, Area D Command, Badagry Division, in pursuance of the Corps on effective of creation, has taken the community feedback from stakeholders on issues of vandalism of assets and infrastructure in Lagos State.
Mr. Dedotun Kashiru said the protection of our national assets and infrastructure is yet limited to critical sectors such as oil and gas, transportation, power and telecommunications, education, health, amongst others, but remain one of the core statutory mandates of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Hence, the need to collaborate with the locals. The state commandant, represented by the head of Critical National Assets and Infrastructure Department, Deputy Commandant of Corps, Kolawole Agbetilui, said the meeting is collaborating with stakeholders and achieve its mandates.
The Corps is responsible for the protection of critical national infrastructure, such as oil and gas pipelines, power exhaust, telecommunication facilities, and other strategic assets. Disaster management, emergency response, operation, and material service.
The meeting was attended by the Nigerian Air Force, Customs, Immigration, Police, and other agencies. From Lagos, Messalina Nkwo, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV Network News, broadcasting live on independent television. We take a break to bring you more reports. Stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Network News tonight. And moving on, surveyors in Edo State have been equipped with the knowledge on the diverse applications of drone technology and the need to maximize its use in strengthening Nigeria's security architecture. The enlightenment was provided by seasoned professionals at the 4th session of the 2025-2026 Mandatory Continuing Professional Development MCPD training organized by the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors Edo State branch. As Joy Obarasiagbo was there and brings in the details.
The training held at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Benin, Ugbowo campus provided a platform for surveyors to enhance their skills and expand their knowledge in the use of drones. Resource persons at the program highlighted the potential of drone technology in surveillance, monitoring, mapping, and rapid response to security threats.
Intelligence has been defined in many different ways, such as in terms of one's capacity for logic, abstract thought, understanding, self-awareness, communication.
It is a frame that holds all the parts, all the components together, just like the vehicle is built on the chassis.
The interactive training also featured a practical drone flying session where surveyors and students gained first-hand experience in operating different types of drones. In an interview, the chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Edo State Branch, Surveyor Bruno Dawo Igbinovia, said the training forms a part of the institution's commitment to ensuring its members remain updated on emerging trends and modern technologies in the profession.
The Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Edo State, can collaborate with security agencies to achieve a well-secured state.
With the training of drones, if the government and policymakers can make provisions of these drones, I think will curb insecurity.
Drones are not just there to give you pictures. We have the one that will give you geospatial intelligence, give you coordinates, real-time coordinates.
It was actually based on security surveillance. Whether you are moving around or you are in one place, the drone has the capacity to actually monitor.
With the new acquired knowledge, surveyors are expected to play a more active role in enhancing security and promoting sustainable development in Edo State. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Away from Edo State, let's take you to Rivers State, South Nigeria, where the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon C. Amadi, has declined a request by the Rivers State House of Assembly to constitute a 7-man investigative panel to probe allegations of gross misconduct against the governor of the state, Siminalayi Fubara, and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Maodu, citing subsisting court orders and a pending appeal. Justice Amadi's position was conveyed in a formal letter addressed to the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martins Amewele, acknowledging receipt of 2 separate requests from the legislature dated on the 16th of January 2026. The requests were made pursuant to sections of the 1999 Constitution following resolutions of the House to initiate impeachment processes against the governor and his deputy. According to the Chief Judge, the Assembly's requests were accompanied by extensive documentation, including copies of the notice of allegations of gross misconduct, the Rivers State Impeachment Panel Conduct of Investigations Procedure 2025, the relevant newspapers' publications. However, Justice Amadi disclosed that his office had earlier been served with 2 interim injunctions issued by the Rivers State High Court sitting in Oyibo on January 16, 2026. The suit filed by Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Udu listed the Speaker and 32 others as defendants, with the Chief Judge named as the 32nd defendant. There was jubilation in Umelu community in Ikbubawaka local government area of Edo State as Comrade Amadi Ehigi was installed as the new Okayele by the Ojonwere of Umelu community, Pa Pauline Odiase, according to the Benin tradition and custom. As Egusa Agbolaho report that several dignitaries attended the event.
The installation of Comrade Amadi Eige as the new Okagile of Umelu community by the Ojonwe Papulin Odiase was in accordance with the Benin customs and tradition. Umelu community in Ikbubawaka local government area of Edo State was filled with joy as elders, leaders, women, youths, and residents gathered to be part of the installation of a new Okagile. The event, marked by age-long customs and cultural display, took place at the elders' chamber known as Ogwedion. After the ceremony, the elders and the newly installed Okagile led community members to inspect the proposed site for a new town hall expected to serve as a center for meetings and communal activities. In their remarks, the Ojonwe Papulin Odiase expressed confidence that the new Okagile will promote unity and development, while the second in command, known as Ozukpo Giver, Pa Friday Idugi, said the installation marked a new phase of progress for the community.
It's in line with our tradition. It is the community that chooses The newly installed Okagili, Comrade Amadi Ege, his vice, Comrade Osaume Nwago, and other elders expressed satisfaction with the success of the event.
Mayo bosu duna kena ba edna dogi agagogo olago dau orevuna.
The elders are the owner of the community, not for the youth. The youth are to work and assist the elders.
ITV News.
Still on community matters, where the Odionwere and elders in council of Ukpebo community in Oredo local government area of Edo State, acting on the directive of His Royal Majesty Oba Eware II, the Oba of Benin, have announced the appointment of Comrade Nice Ifa Akbale as the new Okagili of Ukpebo community. According to the statement signed by the Odionwere of Ukpebo community, Pa Frank Ikure, the appointment, which is in line with the directive of the Oba of Benin, is aimed at fast-tracking the social-economic development of the community. The statement explains that the announcement is to set the record straight and inform the public of the new leadership. The Odionwere and the elders in council also urged the members of the public who intend to engage in any land transactions within the community to contact the Odionwere directly. This, they noted, would ensure that all dealings are conducted transparently and legitimately. The appointment of Comrade Naisifa Akbale as the new Okagili is expected to inject fresh momentum into the community's development efforts. In his role, he is expected to work closely with the Odionwere and other stakeholders to promote peace, progress, and prosperity in Ukpebo community. You're still on to the main news on Independent Television. We'll take another break to bring you more reports shortly. After the break, stay with us. Well, I appreciate you for your time, for staying with us on the news tonight. Moving on, the Onwa Conscience has condemned the All Progressives Congress APC over its endorsement of Senator Adams Oshiomhole for a second-term bid for the Edo North senatorial seat. The condemnation followed a press conference held on Wednesday at Imaru House, located at the Murtala Mohammed Way in Benin City, as Joy Obarasiagbon, who was there, brings the details.
In almost 3 years in the Senate, the Onwa Nation has not felt the representation of Oshiomhole.
Onwa Conscience is a non-partisan group committed to the survival and development of Onwa East and Onwa West, particularly in the equitable distribution of power and resources in Edo North. The chairman of the group, Honorable Richard Ofemu, expressed the group's grievances over Senator Adams Oshiomhole's second-term endorsement. He called for justice and equity for the Onwa people, lamenting what he described as a persistent plot to marginalize the Onwa bloc in Edo North politics.
With the benefit of hindsight, the Esako bloc of Edo North has in the past produced the following persons as senators: Senator Franka Afegba, Senator Richard Leman, Senator Albert Legoge, Senator Oyofu, and Senator Francis Ali Mikina, who both served for 8 years respectively. This is in addition to the monopolization of the ministerial, ambassadorial, deputy governorship positions and legions of other top political appointments.
And you have a lot of very capable, very competent Onwa people who have contributed tremendously in various aspects to the growth and development of not just Onwa and Edo State, Nigeria as a whole.
Some members of the group also expressed disappointment that the party would prioritize the ambition of an individual over the collective needs and aspirations of the Onwa people. They urged all well-meaning sons and daughters of Onwa to rise above partisan sentiments and unite behind an Onwa candidate for the Edo North senatorial seat ahead of the 2027 elections. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
And still on political matters, as the 2027 general elections approach, the African Democratic Congress ADC in Igbo, local government area of Edo State, has inaugurated its party secretariat. Jonah Morowa reports that the notable party leaders in Igbo were present at the event.
The state chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Mr. Ken Odion, alongside members of the state working committee, received a rousing welcome from party leaders and members at the Igbo party secretariat. In his remarks, the ADC state chairman urged party members to shun division and work collectively towards the growth and electoral success of the party.
A divided majority is a minority. No matter how we think we are smart, if we don't put our interests below the overall interest and the collective interest of Igbo people, we will think we are moving forward. Rather, we are doing damage without knowing.
The member representing Igbo Federal Constituency at the National Assembly, Honorable Murphy Osaro Omoye, in his goodwill message, commended the state leadership and the Igbo chapter for their commitment to the growth and development of the party. Other party leaders who spoke expressed optimism that the African Democratic Congress would emerge victorious in forthcoming elections across the state.
People are voluntarily supporting the party, and people are coming out to say that yes, enough is enough. It is no longer business as usual. We need genuine changes in our community. We need genuine changes in Edo State. We need genuine changes in Nigeria. The starvation that they are imposing on the people of Nigeria and Edo State, enough is enough.
Changes of badness to goodness. We want to change that narrative of hunger and insecurity. These are changing for good.
Today, indeed, we are very ready to contest the 2027 general election. And by the special grace of God, we will emerge as a winner. Jesus
The highlight of the event was the unveiling of the Igbo ADC party secretariat by the state chairman, flanked by other party leaders. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The member representing Ovia Northeast Constituency 2 at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Andrew Zamere, on Thursday inaugurated a block of 3 newly constructed and fully furnished classrooms at Osunde Primary School in Egboha community in Ovia Northeast local government area of the state. The project, which includes purpose desk and chairs, toilet facilities, and a headmaster's office, is aimed at improving learning conditions and promoting quality basic education within his constituency. Patience Osarogiwa brings more.
The inauguration ceremony drew leaders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, elders of the Egboha community, education stakeholders, teachers and pupils who turned out in large numbers to witness the unveiling of the new classroom block. In his remarks, Honorable Andrew Uzame said the project was driven by his passion for educational development and the need to provide a conducive learning environment for the pupils. The lawmaker further assured the people of Egboha community of his continued commitment to people-oriented projects across the constituency.
When you are elected into an office, you also do something for your people. Education is the best legacy that we can leave for our children. It is the key that opens the doors for eternity for every child.
The headmaster of Osunde Primary School, Mr. Osaro, expressed appreciation to the lawmaker, noting that the additional classrooms and office space will significantly enhance teaching and learning activities.
We now have a safe, clean and inspiring environment for learning. The noble intervention has given it to the morale of both teachers and the pupils.
The Edo State Commissioner for Oil and Gas, Barrister Vincent Uwadia, alongside community leaders, commended Honorable Zame for prioritizing education and initiating projects with direct benefits to the people.
I want to commend Andrew for living up to expectation, for representing the people well. The shine and agenda of the present governor is that every child must be having a qualitative education.
Mr. Uzame has answered our prayer. He promised he's going to give us a good sanitary class, and he has done it. We really appreciate it.
The highlight of the ceremony was the formal inauguration and inspection of the newly completed classrooms, toilet facilities, and headmaster's office, followed by the official handover of the facility to school authorities with a call for proper maintenance to ensure sustainability. From Egboha community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Peaceful coexistence and effective leadership is an antidote to crisis and unrest in the society, which is why the Palace of the Oba of Benin has appointed Okao Noregwa, Chief Igi Osamoyi, and other palace chiefs to mediate on the lingering crisis in Orio-Zolwa, and by extension its neighboring communities in Huode and Ovia Northeast local government area of the state. Chief Igi Osamoyi and his entourage visited Orio-Zolwa on Tuesday and were warmly received by elders and other natives of the community. The report is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbi.
It was jubilation in Orio-Zolwa community as the natives rolled out the drums to celebrate the arrival of Okao Noregwa, Chief Igi Osamoyi and his entourage. Their mission is to intervene and amicably resolve the rift between factions in Orio-Zolwa and also its neighboring communities to engender a peaceful coexistence that will bring about desired development in the area. Addressing elders and other natives of Orio-Zolwa, Okao Noregwa, Chief Igi Osamoyi, said they were delegated to find lasting solution to the crisis in the area as there can be no meaningful development in an atmosphere of rancor. Some elders and natives expressed happiness with the decision of the Oba of Benin to find lasting solution to the area.
They said they will see that the real thing that is going on the ground will be done properly.
People when Oba said come, the way they talk to us, we like them. They said they will come here and settle us, make the village live peaceful.
At the time of our around, most of those grievances will put the bishop table so that they will put the addresser.
We are so happy when they spoke to us. We now embrace the peace that the late Oba came to rescue us with the delivery issue that has been on ground.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Another break is up next on the Network News Tonight. Stay tuned. Well, thank you for staying tuned and moving on. As part of activities marking the 26th remembrance of late Mrs. Margaret Elimihe, a grand reception organized by her children in Nigeria and in the diaspora has been held in her honor. Francisca Egenegbale reports that the event held at the Ikehe Primary School field in Igwebe, Edo State, was graced by dignitaries from all walks of life. The report is presented by Williams Yama.
The 26th remembrance of Mrs. Margaret Elimihe featured a processional dance by the children, family members, friends and well-wishers. In a show of love and respect, children of the deceased took turns on the dance floor to celebrate her legacy. Eldest son of the deceased, Honorable Hemsho Elimihe, who is the acting chairman of Igwebe local government, his siblings eulogized their mother as a rare gem, a virtuous woman whose legacy of love, discipline and kindness will forever be remembered.
It was very nice. You can testify to it now. All these were people, I didn't even invite them. They heard I want to do something like that. They have to come and pay the last respect to her for the fact that the life she lived was very life of emanation.
She's such a wonderful woman, a woman with peace, with dignity, with honors and everything.
She's always happy, always telling you, advising you
telling you the good things of life, encouraging you even when you are down. It's always giving you that encouragement for your spirit to be lifted up to do whatever you want to do.
She's a woman who loves everyone. If my mother eats, he must like to give other people around her.
For the children to be able to come together to say, hey, let us have remembrance for our mom, I think they have done very, very well.
William Siama, ITV News.
Old students of Edo Boys High School, formerly known as Adolo College, class of 1994, have held a reunion party aimed at rekindling old friendship and strengthening unity among members. The event brought together former classmates from different walks of life who converged after 31 years of leaving school to share fun and memories, as Wellington Akodeja brings in the details.
Members of Edo Boys High School Old Students Association class of 1994 whining and dining together after 31 years of leaving the school. In his comments, President of Edo Boys High School Old Boys Students Association class of 1994, Pastor Desmond Uyi said the reunion was organized to promote togetherness, encourage networking, and give back to the alma mater.
I was going to check on somebody that I love so well. I placed a phone call to him just to check on his welfare. I never knew 6 years later we are going to be gathered like this. And over that time, we have connected. We have helped the sick among us. We have contributed to help those that might be facing one or two financial needs. Just from a single phone call.
Some old students of the class described the reunion as emotional and fulfilling, saying that it provided them an opportunity to reconnect, share experiences, and plan for the future.
The idea is about networking, reconnecting, and seeing how we can harness our individual potentials.
Meet ourselves again after a long time of 31 years since we left Adolo College, now Edo Boys High School.
A kind of reunion to come together as old boys of that school to felicitate together, celebrate together, and also to share old memories. It's fun meeting our old boys again, meeting someone you schooled together 31 years ago.
From Benin, Wellington Akodeja, ITV News.
And for more exciting news in the world of sports, let's join our sport correspondent, Usemodiame Usagi.
Super Eagles striker Akko Adams' strike against Algeria has been listed among the top 5 goals of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations by the Confederation of African Football. Akko's superb goal in Nigeria's 2-0 quarter-final win over Algeria was rated among the best of the competition by CAF. The 25-year-old received a pass from Victor Osimhen early in the second half and dribbled past Algeria goalkeeper Lucas Zidane before slotting into an empty net for Nigeria's second goal of the match. Morocco's Ayoub El Kabi, Cameroon striker Christian Koufane, Adil Borbina of Algeria, and Senegal's Pape Gueye are the other players who have their goals listed in the top 5. Elsewhere, France striker Jean-Philippe Mateta has told Crystal Palace he wants to leave amid interest from other Premier League and European clubs. Mateta has 18 months remaining on his current deal at Selhurst Park and as things stand will not be signing an extension. Juventus have tried to sign the striker this month but have failed to reach Palace's valuation, which is believed to be around £40 million. Aston Villa, who have been keen on Mateta for some time, have also shown interest in a move. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Usemodiame Usagi.
That's the size of our package on the network news tonight. And on behalf of my colleagues in Abuja and in Lagos, Victor and Patricia, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news tonight. To have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Àwọn bá tó gé abá tó pa ẹ̀. Àwọn ayé àtọ́jú abá tó pa ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ipoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mischief from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. This week's edition promises to be another exciting time. My name is Egosa Agbonlao. I have with me very distinguished personalities, persons who have made their mark in various fields of human endeavor. We have an academics, Dr. Maxwell Osagie, who knows so much about data. Nice to have you, Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you.
Okay.
Viewers, good afternoon.
We also have with us His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, the Agumsa.
Agumabasa.
Agumabasa.
Yeah.
So you are welcome to our program today.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
I must assure you that when you talk about the development of Nigeria, you cannot remove the fact that godfatherism has become a recurring factor, because Nigeria is practicing democracy, but the democracy of Nigeria seems to reverberate around the country because of debates and different schools of thought that has to do with either the success of democracy or the demerits of democracy. Either way, the issue of godfatherism must be mentioned. Now, godfatherism in Nigeria's context has to do with a godfather, with a politician that is popular, that is rich, that has the influence to nominate persons into different political offices. A godfather in a political party can bankroll the activities of that political party. But the question is it with good intent? At the end of the day, it determines who becomes the governor, who becomes the senator, who becomes the member of House of Rep. Most times, according to his interests. He protects his interests, he promotes his interests. So, one state that comes to mind is Rivers State, because the political tension in Rivers State is attributed to the issue of godfather. So many persons believe that Nyesom Wike, the former governor of Rivers State, now the FCT minister, is a godfather who actually brought in the incumbent governor, Fubara, and they've been having political tension. They've been having misunderstandings. There's problem. There's palpable fear. Uneasy calm pervades Rivers State. And the recent very disturbing news has to do with impeachment move by the State House of Assembly. Well, I won't do all the talking, but I needed to give you the background of our discussion. We'll start with Dr. Masud Osage. What's your opening remarks regarding this issue?
Okay, I think our case study happens to be Rivers State, which has to a house of the current minister of FCT. Godfatherism is not a new word in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a word that will fade out very soon.
Okay.
Because the way we have adopted it, you know, there's one fear I always have about Nigeria, and when we adopt things, we adopt it for the wrong reasons, not really the right reasons. And the way we portray things is that if it doesn't favor me and my family, I think that is the context to which our political structure is built first, not Nigeria. You barely have few politicians who will say Nigerians first before their family. But it surprises to see people who already have money, who are already well known, are still clamoring for themselves, their families first before the Nigerian people. No, having said this, what is godfatherism? Godfatherism, just like I said, is not new.
All right.
Is a mechanism that we have adopted from the traditional era. Normal culture actually recognizes that. The three dominant language we have in Nigeria, dominant language, the Igbo, the Hausas, and the Yoruba, adopted this thing time immemorial. They've been using it. Igbo we call it Naunku. Naunku means Oga, over a servant. Okay. So then I think Yoruba refer to it as Kekere.
Okay.
While the Hausa refer to it as Mangida. Now, these are words they've used over the years to refer to someone who provide for the people that he or she fed that are under him, that he loves, to provide for them so that they will not suffer, ensure that their economic background is safe, their safety, everything. So it's a word that we've used till it got to the hands of politicians. Before now, it was not in the hands of politicians.
Okay.
I think the coming of this current democracy that we have experienced, the unbroken democracy we have experienced now, has further entrenched or increased or instigate in the minds of people what godfatherism should represent. And I think even if we have to start talking about it now, I think we need to also blame our forefathers who, by one way or the other, started this thing and they thought it was a funny thing. Who started it? When the likes of them Anene were they sit down in one place, the late Anene that we all know, Mr. Fix-It, when they sit down in one place and just say, you go, hey, you, this position and everything. Now we now see what is playing out today, and it's no longer funny in our economy where one person sit down and decide what happened to the entire country. If there is any good gift God has given to man, is the will, what we call free willism, for you to be free. That freedom which every man still require for fellow man, which is entrenched in our constitution, freedom. Now when you take that away from man, you have killed him.
Okay, we'll come back to you. What you just said about what happened in the PDP many years ago that ended Chief Tony Anene of blessed memory, that acronym or that name, Mr. Fix-It, the man was so popular, and once you are endorsed by him, you can go home and sleep. But the time came, there was a subtle revolt. No man is God. Those are political intrigues that happen in Edo State. So it's not really only in Rivers State. It has happened in different states. But the renewed tension, the renewed political tension in Rivers is very disturbing. Governor Simi Fubara just returned not too long from how will I call it, suspension.
Suspension.
The president imposed emergency rule, and the governor was surprised. He was removed from office, but he's back, and now his political benefactor, his godfather, is having problem with him again. But I know that His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, who knows a lot about political terrain, has a lot to say about this. What's your opening remarks?
Well, thank you very much. As a product of history,
yes,
and I also read political science.
Okay.
You see, the issue of Rivers is being caused by the governor himself. I see no reason why the governor will be having the problem he's having in Rivers. Because one, he have never been a politician. Two, he don't know how to be lawyer. There's an adage in Benin,
what's the meaning of that?
That means if you are not humble to the person who brought you to anywhere, to your master, you will suffer dearly. Let me tell you, I listened to Ayo Fayose the other time on, I think on Arise TV, and Fayose analyzed so many things, because the man also suffered what the governor is suffering now. I believe when you came in as a governor, somebody make you from nowhere, because I think he was an accountant, a cashier. From cashier became he was promoted, later become a accountant general. And I believe as somebody who has made it to that level, and from nowhere, you were not even among the list of who become the governor. Somebody made you to become governor, give you form. You know, I believe you don't even spend one naira. We should tell ourselves the truth. And the man, all the members of the House of Assembly, he brought them. House of Rep, he brought them. Senators, the three senators, yeah, he brought them. Then, all of them are lawyers today. But only you now, after swearing in, this matter, remember this matter went as far to Supreme Court. And this man was there for you. It was after the Supreme Court, this is over, and then you now remember, oh, I want to be you cannot become father overnight. You must be a boy before you become a master. If you are willing to become a master, overnight, it will not work. That is why you said that before you become a master, Igbo people go through trade, and you must serve somebody, so that when you now free from there, you become a master. And that is what is worrying Fubara right now. To the greatest surprise, the House of Assembly are like egg, whether you like it or not. Because the members of the House of Assembly, they have the automatic power. You're supposed to be sleeping in their room, so that if you know that if they are planning anything, you know immediately. You know anywhere they are going to. I did not see Fubara doing all those things. None of the House of Assembly have traveled abroad with him to say, okay, let's go and chill off in social country. During that period, you lobby, about lobbying. God for that reason did not start today. It didn't start today. Even in school, in those days when we were in our primary school, secondary school, even in university, we have what we call godfathers. Even not only godfathers, we also have godmothers. You understand me? So it did not start today. You can see what is happening in America. Trump is a godfather to so many countries right now. So many countries are afraid of him because if you dare him, he will come after you. It's not only Nigeria.
Yes.
Now, coming back to Rivers, the one that you have forget first experience. Where they were wicked, said they want to come and because I refuse to share river money. Do you have the money that river money? The man that bought you was the one who uses money. If whatever he's doing, when you want to nominate commissioner, you go to him, sir. What do you say? You come, okay, sir, I beg, let us take this person as commissioner for finance. You beg him. Later, you see that thing will gradually.
But does that portend well for our democracy?
It's very, very well, my brother. Let us call it pay the speed. If you don't have a godfather, you cannot become a councillor today in Nigeria. If you don't have a godfather, common councillor, you cannot become a councillor today in Nigeria. You see,
so, don't you think that gives rise to mediocrity?
No.
Some persons who are very intelligent,
we are growing.
A lot of things to offer because they don't have a godfather. They don't have the opportunity.
They will wait until you get there. You have a godfather. Let us be frank, because sometimes we come to television to come and deceive ourselves. We should stop deceiving ourselves. Let us be frank to things. Even in the church, in the mosque, we have godfather. We have spiritual father. Who you go to, you bow down. Please, sir, pray for me, because you want to associate yourself with that person. You understand me? So even as you know that person prayer will not do it, but he can pray after praying. He will now send you to somebody else who he has been praying for. It's not part of the godfatherism. It's a religious house. So my brother, look at it now. What baffled me in the last Christmas, this last month I just passed, I was surprised when they said the governor sent 100,000 to House of Assembly members. Who did that? Are you not taking them for granted? The other time I heard them he's saying the past the school administrator gave them SUV, gave them not the one you give. How much have you given them? Are they there for free? You are eating, so somebody should else not eat. You must take care of them. That is their statistics.
They was trying to save the funds of the
who are you saving for? You are saving for the development of the people. If people are not well fed, will you talk about development? You must feed your people so that they be able to enact good laws for you. They are in charge of oversight function. Because what they are doing, they are not doing anything wrong. It's the beauty of democracy. It is only when we are in the military era we say no, what they are doing is wrong. Section 188 to plate it out, how to remove the governor. They are pulling the proceeding. Now you are immediately people are going to court asking CG. What they are doing is even detriment to democracy, because no court have the right until that person is removed. No court have the right to say, okay, this person I want to go to court to stop. You cannot stop impeachment proceedings unless that thing is not being followed. It's being followed to the letter. So I expected him at this time to be going from room to room in the night. Kneel down. If you take it to kneel down, you kneel down.
I know that's a figurative language.
Yes, I'm telling you, my brother. If you take it to kneel down, you kneel down. When you come back, you just know I don't have anything to do with them. But already they have gone to kneel down. Nobody will know. The stomach that drank gari and the one that ate padadiam, there is no difference. If I happen to bring my own like this, okay, this one is enjoying. So why don't you do the right thing so that there will be peace? When Fayose was impeached, Fayose said he went on exile. When he came back, anywhere he starts to they go. Take for example like Mondo Pawolo. Mondo Pawolo met full house of PDP. But overnight he maneuvered them. They become his best friend. All of them have to now start thinking how to decamp. And that's why you see he's enjoying what he's enjoying. If you are going to say, no, I'm the governor, because I'm the governor, number one citizen, you are, nothing will happen. Again, you went to register as you decamp to APC, 001. Everybody know that you are number one now. Everybody know you are number one. Everybody know that Fubara is number one in the Negbe. By the time you say I'm 001, nobody I'm the number one. No, you are making somebody who put it there to be angry. It is silent. When Tinubu was not even president in Lagos. He removed what they call it Ambode. And again, somebody was the speaker of Assembly in Lagos traveled. Before he came back, they impeached him. They removed him from the seat. What did he do? The president gave an order. You people should reverse that mistake you have done. He said reverse it immediately. Did anybody say no? It was reversed because he is a godfather to Lagos State, even when he was not even the president of Nigeria. That's to tell you that everybody have a role to play. People say no, the president is going to sacrifice Wike. For what? If the president didn't touch Wike, that means all investment in FCT is gone. Wike has transformed FCT. Wike is working in FCT. What has never happened? Like in the history of Nigeria, a non-native have never been appointed as a minister in FCT. Despite even me, my people are also benefiting in the Bassa people over there, which I'm very grateful to Wike. And he has given cars to traditional rulers here, which I'm very happy. You understand me? So I feared Fubara could have humbled himself by way of galvanizing, by way of meeting with those people, kneel down for them. If I have offended you, forgive me. Okay. If you have asked to forgive them, and nobody have that power to say, they will forgive him.
Thank you very much, Bako. We'll come to you. We'll just quickly take a break now. After that, Dr. Maxwell Sage has a lot to comment on this. It's always a delight to have you back on the program, especially for those of you who started the program with us. We are really grateful. Those just joining us, thanks for your time. It is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are looking at the issue of godfatherism in the politics in Nigeria. Nigeria is practicing democracy, but the issue of godfatherism seems to have taken over. If you don't have a godfather, it becomes very difficult for you to occupy any position. You may be amongst the brilliant minds. You may be among those who are gifted in terms of innovative ideas, but all those ideas will just be thwarted if you don't have a godfather. Is he a merit or is he a demerit? Well, we have somebody who knows about merit and demerit when it comes to academics, and I know he also knows the practical, the real living style of Nigerians. Dr. Maxwell Sage. Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to put this thing into proper perspective.
Okay, please go ahead.
Vis-a-vis understanding both the back end and the front end of what this thing entails. Yes. If you listen to our father, Royal Highness here, at the tail end of his discussion, it became obvious that there is sentiment attached.
Okay.
Because Wike, as a minister, is doing something in his place, which he is benefiting from. Now, that's why I said, let's be practical, let's be pragmatic. Let us be pragmatic about this thing. Now, the earlier we remove sentiment, I'm not Wike fan, neither am I Fubara fan. Their challenge is their pocket they are fighting for. It's just that in the process of fighting for their pocket, they are affecting Nigerians.
Okay.
If they are not affecting us, we shouldn't have been talking about them today.
Yes.
Because psychologically speaking, it's affecting us. That's why we are discussing them. So be that as it may, I think this idea of, let us not shift away from the topic. The topic is not whether he did XYZ or he didn't do XYZ. The topic is that godfatherism, is it good for our democracy? Which is actually the core hub of our discussion today. So putting this thing into proper perspective is this. We must understand that in life as designed by God, no one comes into life without having anybody to lift you up to the next level. From time immemorial, it has always been. It didn't just begin today. It started from creation. Are we together? So if you read the story of Adam and Eve very well, you get to understand this thing better. Now, the point we are looking at here is the fact that when you help someone, do you want to make the person till the person has no bone? For everything, sir, let's look at it from creation or from natural tendency.
Yes.
There is what we call, I don't want to go philosophical. I don't want to go philosophical. Now, in life, when you study nature are those things that you know that God created that you can actually interpret by your observation, which is science. So, but when we look at it beyond that, there is what we also call metaphysics.
Metaphysics is something that lies beyond nature, things that lies beyond nature. So the question, if these things lies beyond nature, how do we not study them? So we studied them by experience. Inference are made from the attribute of those things. We say, oh, this is how it went yesterday. Someone had faith yesterday, it worked for him. So I could learn from that. All these things are learning from people who, peradventure, one way or the other, has had one or two ideas about that thing before. Now the question that you have taught me today, for me to not know what to do, is it enough reason that you should keep me in a state of where I cannot say anything and I become like water leaf in a state that I'm governing? Somehow, this is the politics that has not taken us to anywhere for how many years now? For over 40 years, it has not taken us to anywhere, and we are still, by today, canvassing that, oh, you must. I am not saying that you should know that Fubara did something that is good. No, but at least there should be measures. What are the measures? What led to it? When I say let's look at it from both the back end and the front end, if you look at what brought this issue, it's structure. It's structure. And when you look at Wike at the beginning, when Fubara came in, he said he has given him everything. He's free to take his decision. So when you listen to politicians, you are not seeing back end in terms of what they said yesterday is different from what they are saying today. Those kind of people lack integrity. So to me, looking at the FCT minister, from all the statements that I've heard him say before, and the one that is not countering himself now, he speaks volume that there is no integrity. Let's call the spade a spade. Integrity is standing by what you said at the initial without shifting ground. Even though you have to shift ground, it should be obvious to the fact that, okay, it's not the one that will be so obvious to everybody to now say, oh, this. Now you have put someone as a governor. You are controlling all the local government. You are controlling all the House of Assembly. If you follow Wike method of leadership in River for 8 years, you will know that no one dare challenge him. For someone brought him there. If Patient Jonathan on his own part said, okay, Wike, I am in charge of all, because I came from Okrika. I am in charge of all the House of Assembly. I'm in charge of the local government and everything. Will Wike be able to do something? Now, so why I am not of the opinion that Godfather should be entrenched the way we have taken it to be, well, I'm not in that opinion, but we should also know that when someone do good for you, like Fubara, you should learn how to appreciate back. But if that appreciation is going beyond a measure to which is not valid enough to benefit the people, when someone speaks, you know the person by their works. Truly speaking, whenever you hear Wike speak, listen to him. Read between I'm an academics. So when you are talking, I am picking the point one after the other, and I am doing analysis on it. When you see Wike speak, if he's accusing somebody, he's accusing somebody because of River State money. River State money. River State money. Which means, on a more general note, Wike is interested in the money. So he just want to, when you see someone speak, you know much about the person from their works. The scripture says, out of the abundance of the heart, the man speaketh. Yes. So whenever you see Wike is addressing anybody that is supporting Fubara, is referring to the River State money, River State money, River State money. So let's call this spade this way. This type of democracy will not lead us to anywhere. Where one person will sit down and said, give me local government chairman, hearing that is saying that, oh yes, if you are not loyal, you're loyal and everything. How long are we going to continue like this? If you listen to Very Dark Man, he went to Morocco. Morocco has no oil. What they had is leadership. When he was rolling out what he saw, he was surprised that a country like this could develop beyond Nigeria. So now this is the politics. If you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, it means you are a fool. As far as we are concerned, Nigeria politics, as we speak today, is foolish by this method of Godfatherism. But when it is obvious, because when you give birth to anybody, if a fowl lay an egg and hatch the egg, the hen, it get to a point, it start hitting, you go and do your own. The same thing with all other animals. How come in human, someone want to meet you till you get to your 90 years? Where will Fubara now have his time? Now we are talking about the president of the country. That, oh, Obasa, he asked Obasa to come back. Even when the House of Assembly
have rolled out what needed to be done. Now, where is the freedom of the House of Assembly? If one person is not the one telling you, say we voted for 18 House of Assembly member, they are there, but it's only one word that they are taking. Where are the combination of ideas? If we continue like this, it means that Godfather says it, we just got to see that we say, na so it be.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maxwell. We'll come back to you, but that will be after this break. Nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Agbonlao. I have in the studio Izoyo, Inez, Bako, Dogo, and of course, Dr. Maxwell Osaige. And you can see the heated debate because it's centered on the need to have a robust, a developed country that we all can be proud of. So the issue of godfatherism, a case study of the renewed tension in Rivers, gives cause for concern. The governor of Rivers, Fubara, who used to be a very close ally of the former governor, his principal, now FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. It's really a disturbing situation right there in Rivers because it's going to stall development in Rivers. Don't forget, there's an aspect that we must look at. Fubara, just like every other Nigerian politician, he may not have been a politician, but now the issue of the blood of a politician has entered him. Now he wants second term, and Nyesom Wike says no. That's another factor. The issue of Godfather, they are not satisfied with his performance in his first term. So you complete your first term and retire. But the man says no. I have the powers, the government apparatus in my hands. So he's gone to APC, and that could just be the game changer. Well, His Royal Highness, I know that you are not comfortable with the kind of relationship that now exists between Fubara and Nyesom Wike. But what's the way forward?
Well, before the way forward, let us be frank to ourselves. Maybe some people just say this. No, you should remember, Nyesom Wike was a PDP when he delivered Rivers for the president. Nobody complained. Nobody complained. He delivered with the power of the Amechi and the rest there. He was able to deliver for the president. And that was what the president now said, oh, this man you have done well, let me also compensate you. Not just compensation, because I see your performances in Rivers, and right now become the minister in FCT. It didn't stop her there. And people are still complaining, oh, why must Wike be interfering with issue concerning Rivers? Okay, you want after Wike becoming minister for FCT, so his career of politics will just die. When the man have putting in place so many structures, and he still wants to continue to become relevant. And if you allow Fubara to go the way it's going, that means Wike will no longer enter Rivers again until he die. Let us be frank. You think that the way you are saying right now, I am the owner of Rivers. You also want, because every time you see there Ashawana. What is Ashawana? It's also Ashawana in Rivers. We have that tribe. The just. It is only the just supposed to be grateful to Wike. We have a joint data. They are not able to produce even the deputy. We have a job in a Bayelsa. It's only Wike were able to bring the job man as a governor. They're supposed to be grateful to him. Rather, what he's getting right now is coming from different quarters. He wants to take over money. Wike is already, whether Wike is the minister or no minister today, Wike have made useful things for himself that he can never suffer. He has made money. You see, when politicians want to lie, he asked me to bring money. Which money? How will Wike go and tell to bring money? We should stop saying this. Fubara should go back to the drawing board. Even it's not too late. Even with the impeachment that they have already served on him. Even with whatever, let us start begging those people. Beg them, be on their knee. When they break, nobody will know where you go to. You should look for people to carry them to go and beg people. I think I'm grateful to some of the traditional rulers there who are also intervening to say, please, shield your sword. Let us see how we can settle this matter. But It's not for somebody to tell me, a whole House of Assembly member, you are sending them 100,000 in Christmas period. To do what? Because
they have their salary.
No, listen, my brother.
Their salary.
Let us be frank to you. Let us be frank. Let us be frank. How can you say, what do you do?
So they have their salary. They have their allowances.
How much is their salary? Okay, Christmas period, you will not even give them a bonus.
So he's not supposed to, even like D country, not supposed to.
As a lecturer, which country? You go to America, they are not
like D country. You have your salary, you have your allowances.
Let me, I want the floor, let me finish.
Yes.
When I'm not finished, you not take over the floor. You understand me so? In a D country,
yes,
they call it lobby. You must lobby the legislators for you to have your way. Otherwise, impeachment notice will be served on you immediately. Even in the, look at when Governor Kwewo came in as governor. You see what he did? He went direct to what do you call it, the Senate president. When they had to kneel down, thank you very much, sir. Everybody was surprised. Why must the governor be doing this? I said, that is how to know somebody who have undergo true training of as a politician. Does he take anything from me? You see, he will go to the palace if he needs that. Does he take anything from me? He will know that he's #1 citizen of Edo State. But it's not just because I'm #1. Let me look at everybody. No, I cannot do this, I cannot do this. You see, that shows his humility. I expect Fubara should learn from people like Okpewo. I expect Fubara should learn from the past governors who were impeached. And what did they do? We should not say because of he has to bring money. Okay, since you become governor, what is the project have you put in place? Even though you are quarreling, be rolling that project so that people will be seeing it. That project will speak for you. That, you just sit down to start talking about quarrel. What you do today is to clear. Let me do this road. Go to the roads. Go to everywhere. Build things. Let people be seeing it. You are not doing it. House of Assembly, you want to go and destroy it, and people are happy with you. No, we should call spade a spade. What did House of Assembly do that you went there to go and destroy? Why? So I am of the opinion, the issue of there's nothing wrong about having a godfather. Wike has put every structure in Rivers. You cannot come overnight. First of all, when he came in, he started with local government. That's why you can say, no, don't destroy these people. Are the people who voted for you. Those are the people, your engine room. There is no way you can be able to even take them. By the time you take them out of Rivers to somewhere and wine and dine with them, they will come back. They won't forget Wike. If you have done the right thing with the House of Assembly, the House of Assembly will not be talking about Wike today. Because you refuse to do, you are raising your shoulder, whereby you are having you are having nothing. The people that are there today, when there was state of emergency, all of them ran away from him. He suffered it alone. But as soon as he come back, all of them they all bounce back. No, we are Ashawana, we are there with you. Ashawana, what Ashawana? Can Ashawana help you right now? But I expected right now, this man should be humble. Those who want to support Tinubu, don't go corner. Is that a talk? You are sending a message, a very bad message to somebody. Don't go corner. Look at that, came out boldly and said, I will not support PDP. I'm going to support the president. Boldly. He did not do it hidden. And he said, I'm going to deliver. He delivered for the president. Now you are you're not making you now become a musician overnight. If you want to support a president, don't go corner. Is that a talk? We should leave that. Let us now, because other people are going to learn from what is happening in Rivers. Other governors will go to learn for what is happening in Rivers.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you, His Royal Highness Bako. I can see that Dr. Mansur is hitching. The way forward.
The way forward is
yes.
Just like we agreed at the initial stage of this discussion, that godfatherism is not a new concept.
Okay.
It is not a bad thing. That's not our claim today. Our claim right here now, or what we are trying to buttress, is the fact that where you become a godfather to someone, allow the person to breathe a bit. Allow the person. See, the best part of, are there not people who told the former president of the US, I said, step down for your vice? When he was saying, I want to run. Then Barack Obama, they came together and said, step down for
Harry.
Is it Harry?
Okay,
no,
the
lady, I've forgotten her name. Step down. And he stepped down. Those are the kind of godfatherism. Now, the beauty of Okpebholo in Edo State, let's get it clear, sir. When you have a godfather from another state, is a bit better. Okpebholo had a godfather from presidency, not waiting. Because if you look at the story that brought Okpebholo in, it was not in the picture from the godfather that be. I don't want to mention name. He was not in the picture from the Godfather that be. Okay, in an attempt to bridge the gap for peace to reign, the likes of the Mise Iyamo and etc. actually fought hard. There were several trips. If you go to airport, go and look at their manifesto for that period, which election, and look at how many trips they made a day, flying in and out of the state and everything. So it was the presidency, the likes of the Senate president, as well as all these people who said, no, it is the turn. Since we played the politics of Edo year and year, let it go to this place. Royal Highness is aware of that because he came from that region. He knew very well that it was not the Godfather. So if we want to play this same role of Godfatherism that Royal Highness is applauding right now, yes, Okpebholo will not be there. Truly speaking. Because the Godfather that be was already turning the game. Even me as a Benin man, I didn't support the fact that a Benin man is leaving, let another Benin man. What is this tribal issue? So there's rotation. What is this tribal issue that as tribal matter really helped us, democratically speaking? No, allow it to go. The state is not for one person. So what brought Okpebholo was so evidential that the presidency, those that be on top, prevail on the Godfather that we have here, which is the Shomole. And they said, okay, your own candidate that you are projecting now, and the candidate to which all these people are projecting, which is the rightful thing to do as at that time, bridge them together as the governor and the deputy. That's what we have till tomorrow. So if we are applauding this same mechanism of Godfatherism that the wicked is now attributing night and day, if it played out here, will you have Okpebholo in the picture? No, let's define you. You will not have Okpebholo in the picture. So that is the point I'm trying to make, that please, in the course of Godfatherism, if Adibe, that same Godfatherism persisted in Edo State, Okpebholo will not have 1/3 of the Edo State House of Assembly. Now the man is the Godfather of himself. That's what we want in democracy. He's the Godfather of himself. Why he understood that he needs to respect all the powers that be that brought him in, but he's the Godfather of himself. He takes decision whenever he wants to take decision. I was not surprised when he suspended the Attorney General of the state, which happened to be another big win as far as political hierarchy is concerned. So he takes someone who has power to demonstrate his free will to be able to do something and get it clear. But if you have somebody, I'm sorry to say, if Oshomole, if Oshomole is still the one presiding over him 95% or even 70%, the man will not be functioning the way it's functioning now. So let's call the spade a spade. But Governor Okpebholo said Oshomole is the leader. No, see, that is the classical respect that is that what you are saying now? That is the classical respect. That is the classical respect that Fubara lacks. Thank you. So, but to say that, okay, Okpebholo, I will give you who is the local government chairman, no man will take it. Okpebholo will not take it. The man that I know. I will give you the local government chairman. I will give you all the House of Assembly. I will give you this, so automatically all the mechanisms that checkmate him. And now it's somebody's hand. No man will take that. So that is what is playing out in River. So what we are saying is this. Wike did not become governor overnight. Wike did not become FCT minister overnight. People gave him that opportunity. You have seen the decision that Wike has taken. Tosa in the FCT. If the power that be that made him there is constantly interfering into what he does night and day, will he have the tendency of succeeding in FCT? Bearing in mind that there are powers and forces that are fighting against him. So what we are saying is this. We are saying, why we respect the concept of Godfatherism, when you put someone there, please take a little step backward. Allow the person to function. If the person is not being respectful clearly enough, it's the people that will tell that this man is ungrateful. But the way the Wike has played it out, people are not just saying this man is ungrateful, but they are also not saying that the method by which Wike has adopted is detrimental to our politics and is detrimental to Nigeria, is detrimental to the end product of what we represent.
Thank you very much. Royal Highness, as we conclude, do you really think this concept of Godfatherism should be sustained?
Look, it depends on how you are interpreting it now. Like him that is talking, I know how many people that are under him. He's a godfather. Whether you like it or not, you only come here to come and say godfather. You are a godfather, whether you like it or not. Because
so we are going to investigate those
yes,
those you also supervising as godfather.
The last local government, the last local government, is it what they call it that happened? The governor did not produce one person on his own. The leaders are the one who bring people to say, governor, this one will be good for us in future. This one will be good for us to do this one. And the governor accepted because he's a Democrat. He knows what it takes for, because when you bring people, those people are going to be loyal to him, not to the people that brought them. But that's why they will be loyal to the people that brought them. But their first primary loyalty go to the governor. You understand me? So that is what I am saying about godfatherism. It's not that Wike do not want to say Fubara go, but Fubara lacks so many things. If you are suffering Wike, must you be suffering the House of Assembly? The House of Assembly members, are they answering Wike name? You could have if put yourself into them. At the end of the day, you'll be able to enter them proper and you have control over them. But he refused to do that. And that is where my problem lies with him. Let Fubara, because we are blaming Wike. Wike also want to have his structure on ground. After Fubara go, even if Fubara want to go, he still want to, because you see, during the period of state of emergency, local government elections were conducted, and the House of Assembly stood their ground that you can, even the governor come in that cannot even remove them. Because so, because we come out to play with us, so let those people first of all go. Later, even though you want to have all of them, you go back to your godfather. Godfather, please, this water. You can see what the style this person is using in Edo State. Our leader in Edo State is Oshomole. Does he mean Oshomole is really the leader? But he wants to make sure he put things in order so that anyone that is angry, anybody that comes to him, so you are my leader, you're my leader. That does not take anything from me. But everybody knows that the number one citizen of Edo State, number one is the governor. But that is kind of a things I want Fubara to also be doing, not to be saying that I am number one.
Are you saying Fubara is not diplomatic?
It's not diplomatic.
That's the key.
That is the one thing. Where first of all, when they switched Fubara in, I was watching it on telly, and Fubara was moving with his wife and one of his small sons. The wife wanted to hold him. He told the wife hand away. I said, this man, there's going to be problem. If you have that, go and watch it. You know that anxiety when you're a woman now. Yeah. I'm not the first lady. You want to hold the husband. He told the woman hand away and hold the son. I was shocked when I saw others say that. Okay, I told this man, well, let us watch. And he said, if you are saying, oh, Wike, you are the father, you are my father. You are even my godfather. You are this. It doesn't take anything away from you. But if you don't have that, anybody that comes, you want to. It's like somebody now. A first son, you go to New Market. I am the first son. No. I am the first son. Everybody knows that you are the first son. Yes. Then why are you coming to announce it again? What do you want? That means the father will say, okay, this my son wants me to die. Because he's preparing present for me. Because nobody is arguing about first son with you. You go to New Market. I'm the first son. Everybody know that one. My right must give it to me. The father will say, for you to take my life early, I will make sure that you go away. Let us be frank. Godfatherism is not the way we are interpreting it right now. Godfatherism is a way of, okay, sir, I want you to help me. When you help me, I will be loyal. And it will come to a time after that man help you, you too become a godfather later. It cannot stop. Even there's something you will do to change it. Look at right now. He's not a godfather. Any country that says I don't want to see your face, okay, you wait for me, I'm coming. He will look for one allegation I lay against you. Nigeria is a country of interest. What do you think is happening? Is it that they are killing Christians? Is the only Christian that were killing in Nigeria? Are Muslims not be killed? Are pagans not be killed? But because he wanted the Nigerian government to be loyal to him. And right now we are loyal, whether we like it or not. We are loyal to him right now, even everybody. Even including me. You understand me so? Including me. Let us call spade a spade. So I am appealing to Fubara. If he doesn't know how to respect people, if you don't have that tendency of how to be loyal, you should go and learn it. Let it come to Edo. We have people that will put him in lecture. Go to my palace, I will teach him. So, Dr.
Vaso, you're concluding the facts. Seriously speaking, have you looked at this trend of godfatherism that is more of higher percentage in South?
It's what you did not know.
No, sir.
It's what you did not
know. I follow democracy.
I say what you did not.
I follow democracy keenly, sir. Keenly. You hardly see where a former governor is still prevailing on the sitting governor. You hardly.
What about the situation in Kano?
I am a
Kwankwaso.
No, it's very clear. Let's take it from the Kaduna. El-Rufai couldn't succeed in it with all he got and everything, because that was the first time we could say, okay, now the Kanu you are saying, the Yusuf and Kwankwaso.
Yeah.
It's very clear that Kwankwaso does not have a grip. Kwankwaso is only speaking from a electionary perspective. Let's balance it.
Okay.
Kwankwaso is saying, oh, this man did it, the former governor did it, and we use election to punish him. It's a two different thing. So if you decamp, if he's a godfather, he's really playing that godfatherism in a more way that Royal Highness is taking it now.
No, not me taking it. What I see on ground.
Yusuf,
not me, because
Yusuf would have folded his hand and he wouldn't leave. But you and I know that he's living, whether we like it or not.
And Kwankwaso is also living.
So if he's living, it means that the godfatherism is actually not playing an active role in that state. But let's look at it. It's only in South. You have one person putting the first governor, he will put the second governor, he will put the third governor. We have heard it in the north.
Kogi South, Yaya Bello planted somebody from the same area, which the most populated place in Kogi is at the Igalas. And the Yaya Bello place is a minority place. After being a governor for 8 years, he now brought in I don't know who stand. Yes,
Adodo is his cousin.
It's his cousin. Nothing happened. Is that not the godfather?
I use the word.
And the same Adodo right now, he's playing it quiet with him.
I use the word.
This is my father.
I use the word. I said it's more of higher percentage.
Yes.
In the south.
Because
that was the word
because they know what they are doing there.
Now the point I'm trying to make is this. It is not good for our image. Just like you saw what played out in the Morocco versus Senegal, where someone scored, you said cancel, there was nothing. To me at that point in time, I said this is not good for our image. Then a few minutes later, you said you awarded which was actually a right penalty. But somebody just scored a few minutes ago. So in fairness, you should have done what you ought to have done at the initial, because those same people called that you should go to the VAR to go and check. VAR, you refuse. But this one, after some minutes, you went there. Fairness. What we are saying
Thank you very much.
Because of time, should calm down. Let the person that is there breathe.
That's the meaning.
And do something just like our governor here is doing today. That is the kind of godfatherism.
Thank you very much. I can say that my guests have posited that Governor Monday Okpebholo, the way he publicly net down to some highly placed public office holders is a diplomatic approach to governance.
Yes.
And that other governors can imbibe that. Governor Okpebholo is always talking about President Tinubu bringing money to Edo State. He has won the heart of the president. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the program for this week. My gratitude goes to His Royal Highness Bako Dogo and of course Dr. Maxwell. Thanks for your contribution. And of course, it's been a wonderful crew here working behind the scene. Do have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Ebuna zima Odion Obala zima Odion Marawe Maari Esama Odion na Nimado Pon Esama Nimado Gbeken Esama Ema Odion Wewe na Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba No get Tony Maga Not Yami Magame Manido Bekene Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Wudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Tiagmo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar.
In this summer in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada. Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
When the time reach like this, you go ask yourself, waiting by the time. and the time now be time for Oduota. So the only time when you go fit the person, you say Oduota time. Good evening and welcome to our program Oduota, the heart of the matter. You go ask me say which matter I want to look today. Now big matter when we say it concerns say the kutukutu when concern 2027 election. Don't they loud well now, the drum they beat well and everybody don't they hear now. I want to when we say what they say now we say one big political party they come out. It come like say one political party come out. It come like say every day night they grow. It come like a woman when like say they get many people they want to say they won't marry them. So that political party now be the ADC. And people come to look and say, apart from the ADC, other political parties, they grow weight to make sure, say, yes, say, the government when they for grant, so no big them will go there with come 2027. So this one, I want to look the power of the opposition for 2027 election. Now, we want to look, and people that want to say, we know say they head sharp or now we go brief for this matter, make them talk to us. George or Mobude, now one of our friends, we say they come here all the time. And you know, say this kind of matter, if we never call and blessed matter never complete. Welcome to our program.
Good evening, sir.
I greet you. We got our brother here, Prince Edobo Ogosa. He's a strong member of the ADC. Okay, George, by the way, a member of the PDP. No way for talking about that.
No, not at all.
Okay, Prince Edobo Ogosa, a member of the ADC. I say welcome to the program.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, my people.
And they come like say now your political party now almost everybody. According to what they see that they like to come in against the opposition. What do people they try to come the ADC?
Well, my people, now good evening. First of all, ADC will come with new policies and programs because we don't see what they happen for the political terrain since the inception of the Fourth Republic, 1999. Actually 1998 till today, and we don't see all the ease and the anomalies and the mistakes we don't happen all this while. So waiting will come with now the modality to correct this anomaly and ensure say we bring dividends of democracy to the people. So NAM be one of the things where they attract many people now. They won't join us as a political party. So and we all on our own, we they prepared also to ensure say these dividends of democracy and these parameters we don't put in place will bring them to the people. Now be the thing where they make them want join us.
Because this grammar when they speak, so not be one we say they hear before. Dividends of democracy, and they don't hear them before. And that kind of thing. Why this one will come change now? But if you look at now, the opposition, they gang up, so to speak now. Because almost everybody now just make we join her together to make sure say the government when be say they now, you feel say yes, say that kind of thing go feel succeed.
Well,
okay, let's say take your time to answer.
Yes, when you say if he go fit succeed, yes, he go fit succeed. Because in 2015, people come together to say, PDP don't rule. They come meet together, what they call merger. As a merge, they come form what they call APC, where they power today. So if it feel happen then, it go feel happen now. But it's easy for them to happen. The answer be say no.
Okay.
But is it possible for them to happen? Yes, it is possible.
Okay, make we check. We'll go to the ADC now. The people they want to be say therefore when they this ADC now, people they want to be like say almost everybody say they want to become president. You don't understand? Rotimi Amechi say he want to be president. Atiku Abubakar or Abubakar Atiku say want to become president. What do they call him? Peter Obi say want to become president. Even at a point, Nasir El-Rufai say want to become president. And many of them when be say yes, they did there. You know if you say at the end of the day, if we don't get explosion of the political party, if we get implosion of the political party.
That one not go happen for ADC this time.
Okay.
For normally, according to the Constitution and the Electoral Act, anybody where they qualify to contest for a particular office, fee vie for that office. But to talk say, waiting they see before, say when we go into primaries, after primaries for when we don't experience for some political party, implosion go happen or explosion go happen. That one are some of the changes we don't put in place for ADC. we will not go see this time.
Okay. What we know wants to see this time?
We will not go see them at all.
Okay.
Because that, you know, when I started a while ago, I say certain parameters there where the party don't put in place, certain mechanism to checkmate certain error we don't fail to see they come. And one of those errors now the fallout after primary elections. So the party will first of all practice the true processes of democracy in selection of candidates to avoid this explosion and implosion we don't see they come before.
Okay.
So I will guarantee you, I will guarantee the Nigerian state that as they follow closely the ADC process, you know go see the issue of fallout from primaries.
Okay, we not say they not be the eye until they pursue rabbit when they won't catch her. Nobody that say eye till they share them. You go agree with me, George?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case now, we don't already this, especially you before we say you don't work with somebody like Atiku Abubakar for your political party, the PDP there. And we don't say now one person will be say you go move from here, move from here, move from here, move from here. And we know the surprise. People say they're no surprise they get to say and say they for the ADC now. Because say yes, he want to ensure that the political ambition of becoming the president of this country, say it come to pass one day. Now I don't go to this thing. If you look at all of these people now, almost all the Nation and Fair called just and the 4 or 5 of them when I called just, they won't become president and the rest. So and you know the average politician, even the El-Rufai talker, say if waiting the average politician they find for Nigeria, say if you know reach your hand, now how to spoil them for the other man's hand, now it be say you go to think of we don't grow past that stage.
Well,
especially when the person when talk can never die.
I listened to one Baba Ahmed, if I get that name right now, for one of the satellite programs.
Yes.
When he talk about the upcoming ADC primary, but I go expand and pass like that small.
Okay.
If you see PDP, Labour Party, even this ADC, you go see say some group of persons they come out inside of those parties. They form wetin they call faction.
Okay, already now.
Already. And how this faction matter till they come, e pass people ambition. This one won't be president, he won't be this, he won't be that. It has to do with our system where we dey practice, where we dey call democracy today. We be say we copy. Why I talk am? You go see a young person. He just need he want gain one political office. He gets more money, he try, or maybe somebody say want sponsor him. Immediately he don't get that power. In less than 2-3 years we don't do that office, the man is reaching billions. The man go begin buy properties abroad, begin send the children go abroad, go school. If they feel headache, he want go abroad. Money dey with him in excess. So you go come expect such a man who be say he know the fee call DPO before now he dey give commissioner of police instruction on what to do. Now the same man is so powerful, get money to the extent say he go tell judges how he want make judgment take come. Then you go expect say that man don dey, he go tell some judges, you go expect say when that man don dey office, he know say you na opposition party, you dey try and wan come together maybe for the betterment of the society. When that man know say in dey gain this type of power with this type of financial backing, you go expect say he go fold the hand make he just gather to go remove am from office. The answer be say no. He go use both him money, he go use both everything wey he get to take ensure say he remain for office. Wetin I dey use one dey talk be say if anybody wey dey opposition today just come say like my brother talk, they no go be implosion, they no go be explosion, they go just sit down, they go just arrange them. That man, it is easy to talk than to become a reality. Because the problem no go only be the ambition of those people who want me to be president. There are external forces. What be the external forces? The person wey be say in the office at a particular time go work round the clock to ensure say opposition party no fit unite. Look at what is happening in all other political parties today. You think say those people they no get the idea say make we just join our hands together, make we work to ensure say we succeed, make we take remove this government in power. The truth is say there be one such a thing, but the problem is about the external and that selfishness of if I enter office, what I stand to gain, what I stand to grab will continue to be a problem for opposition party.
Okay, you see what you want to say with the fear now, or maybe people they look at now be this one be like say a concern. People they want to be say for the political party safe. they don't even they threaten. Although the nyanya say as he be, Patu told me say if they no give am to what they call him, give am to Peter Obi, he say he go withdraw his support for the political party. Then the Obi moment say they no give am to her. He said they will withdraw their support for the political party. Even the Baba Ahmed when we say call the name just there. When he say he say you watch for that program, so I still watch at a point he talk and say in look Peter Obi like person when we say he know they disposed to say they do primary. Or this is the one we say in like now you say your children as consensus candidate say make it go down. If all of these things then they and this man now Rotimi Amici say he must become president and that kind of thing. And make we not forget when we say El-Rufai talk and say if they not give me this thing we go destroy that kind of thing. No sure say it's still there for their mind, especially Rotimi Amici when we say now be second for the last primary when they do for the APC before we say yes say Bola Ahmed Tinubu take come into opposition. People like that they are alive are today for the ADC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sado. First of all, quickly address what my brother talked just now. Say,
okay, but you don't forget my own.
I don't forget your own. Okay. He say when person dey office and then he don't dey overwhelmed with the power where they follow that office. He go do everything to make sure say
he hold on to that
office and frustrate every other person. We go one contest against him for that office. Well, as of today, narrowing down to what you talk just now, those who don't indicate interest to run for the office of the president for under ADC, none of them dey presently in that office. None of them be serving president. Secondly, like I talked earlier on, say we don't
enjoy public office.
We don't take close look.
They enjoy political public office.
But they're not there now. That's just to give my brother and the people assurance. Now, we don't also look closely and we don't follow the trend of elections and primary elections for this country, at least from 1999 they come. And now one of those things, now they won't try correct. Now be the mechanisms we will put in place to avoid the same fallout where they happen. And that's why I just start just now. Also make a quick put mark for that one where you talk. These people where you name so, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, former governor Nasser El-Rufai, former governor Rotimi Amici, and all we don't show interest. I will let you know, say, no, the leadership of the party at this point, they get constant meeting with everybody to educate our people. Say, now one person I go get her. But we go ensure, say, the process they free, fair, and credible. As much as it can be, so that the animosity, the anger will go their mind go reduce, so that everybody go feel work together. Now, my brother Sado talk just now say, see what Patutomi talk, this what El-Rufai talk, see what Amechi talk. During when anybody they contest for any political office, you get room to canvass, to push for your interest. In the best possible way to show your seriousness for this office. Some of those utterances sometimes we they misread them to mean violence, to mean this. No, it may also be that if they try to tell the leadership of the party, say if they more ready to serve, not be to destroy the party if you not get them, not be to destroy the person who go get the ticket at the end of the day.
When you look at that poll yesterday now, article yesterday now, if you don't get time, they move. And someone like Atiku, for all his this thing, Atiku don't move, but he don't move up to 4 or 5 times for not to make mistake.
Atiku
so
don't move.
Guarantee?
Atiku don't move yesterday. No me say he go move today. You know the judge man by waiting don't happen yesterday.
If they read law, if they read law, now authority do you waiting happen yesterday?
None of us today go fit talk as you sit down here so say what you go fit do the next minute. Some things there where you do yesterday. As you sit down here, so you go don't reflect on and say, no, I don't want to do am like this again. I go do am like this. So Atiku, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as you they refer to, so now man we don't come through the electoral processes for this country for quite a while. And in those things, say, okay, some things will happen yesterday. He no go want to make those things repeat itself tomorrow. So we must give the man the benefit of doubt. Say this one time, the interest of the country go supersede everybody personal interest.
Okay, I'm going to look the incumbents now, the APC now, they be the incumbents, whether I would like them or not. Now, you will see almost everybody, almost all the governors, almost all the senators, members of the National Assembly, they enter the APC towards 2027. This one not supposed to give people cause for concern. Whether you like them or not, next time you go talk, you say, yes, say, the governor, not be only one vote to get, and so they see they talk, not be only one vote to get, but you go agree with me, say, once a governor moves from a place, from one political party to another political party, now big fish now it be say it be. And people they celebrate and well, you write what they call a janla. You know, understand? And people they celebrate and well. In this case, you know, sure say it's supposed to give the oppositions they want to say whether they merge or they already merge, say you're supposed to give them cause for concern.
Yes, it will give cause for concern. Any serious opposition party suppose they concern. And what to be the concern? The concern now supposed to spur them, ginger any opposition party to now do more work than what they have been doing.
Okay.
We see this kind of movement in the same 2015, where governors were, I think, 80% of the governors then all on PDP. But the people came together and said, no, we want APC. And at the end of the day, they were able
they want to change.
They want to change. They were able to put heads together and they deliver. I think the more concern now is not whether the governors go fit galvanize sort followership. Yes, you use one thing just and say, now one vote they get.
That's what people they talk.
Waiting people they talk.
Opposition they talk.
Yes. And waiting opposition they talk now true.
Okay.
Our politics don't grow past where you fit tell somebody where not they convinced. Where you fit tell so many persons, man, not say everybody. Where you fit tell so many persons where not they convinced for a cause to say go vote.
But not forget, say you get one to when we say we they talk for this our present day politics. Most of the electorates, people when they vote, they don't even get voice. One time when they talk, you go hear them for different language. For do here, don't say leader done the camp, leader where you know, understand. Even in time of Obaseki that time, when Obaseki move from a political party, people they follow and say anywhere you go, now we go. That to show say yes, say most of the electorate they don't even get their own ideology, they don't even get their own. Now where leader go, now they go. And whether we like them or not, these governors they be leaders in their own rights. You know, and they are moving, and it shows yes, they but people go think that they follow there.
Let me remind you, in 2023, when Labour Party give Peter Obi tickets to run, even in this Edo state, I remember saying my party, the PDP, and even the APC, they were saying no structure. Labour Party get any governor, Labour Party get this, get that. After the election, they don't have a governor. As we speak, the person where they represent us for Edo South now for Senate, now from Labour Party. When the people
before you move
to APC, when the people resolve, say, see waiting we want to do. Your position as a governor, whichever office where you hold, is not supposed to disturb the people. The only thing why I want where opposition parties suppose they concerned about now is that how they would say ensure, say the whole INEC to ensure say the right thing where they're supposed to do as an independent body they do. But in terms of say, okay, just look at the governors where they move now. How many of them they move? When you see say that they move, you see say now they are followers, now even they push them. This is the first time in Nigeria where they see governors they move. After they don't move, they'll come and arrange the day. Where be say they will come move officially. They most of, you will see like the one we happen for Akwa Ibom. You go to see threats. Threats they come from governors. If you don't follow me, it automatically means say you don't want to retain your position. This time around, if they want really follow you,
even for Bayelsa State, the deputy governor no go.
Say you no go. You go see say they declare more. So the issue of governors moving, if it go affect how people want vote, I go say no. But it go affect the man not say so-called INEC, it go affect the way INEC go take run the election. The answer will be yes. So opposition parties now, what they're supposed to do, leaders of opposition party, now to ensure say they put INEC on their toes. When I be one, I'm calling on the leader, say, may we put INEC on their toes. Like some of the electoral reforms that was proposed in the House of Representatives. Where you go, nobody is talking about it again. If now for who go vote for a particular political party, For instance, me, I'm very sure that people go vote for my party. He go tell you, say, people go vote for him party. But the question is, after the vote, how we go to ensure, say, it become a reality?
Don't forget, say, what you talk just now, before we'll go small break now, before the break, don't forget just now, you talk and say, they say the Labour Party don't get structure. This one don't get this one. This one don't get this one. All of this one happen at the end of the day, when that person, when you will talk about Neda, Emerson, when become the senator-elect, that and because and the grace of Peter Obi. You don't understand? The same Peter Obi, don't they threaten now, say, if not give unto us, we go move and the rest. That one not go affect the fortune of the party. Now, give me an answer when we come back from this very short break, because we'll get this short break, and when we come back, we'll continue for WBC, we'll stop. At that time, we'll go open the lines too, when WBC go take reach us, and the number WBC you go call now, 080 77 77 0300. That time, we'll go place the number there, so you go join us after the break. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. We see the waka they go, and name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter. And don't forget, say, what do they look today? Now be the opposition. And what in say they do to make sure, say, yes, they take power for the hand of the people where say that now the APC. So now the matter when say they look, I don't tell you now, say, you get the right to call into the program, and the number when say you go call, we go display and there, make you put them for one corner, make you see them, so you go call into the program, and the number when say you take callers now, 080 77 77 0300. Before we call the number, the phone it don't they ring. Hello, good evening. Good evening. What will be anywhere they call us from?
The name is Mr. Moses. I'm calling from Sapler Road.
Moses from Sapler Road.
Yes. This is a matter of Obi and Atiku. And the people they know detail. But I want to make the give it to Obi. If you give it to Obi, you go shoot Jagaba. But you don't say you go still win a more. But to give it to Atiku, I know what say you go hold water.
Okay.
And the third one, they hit a heart to in order make a note to camp. That is the fear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You see, we just start with a phone call. You see what in BC they talk now. The fear now be say at the end of the day, the party go green stay. The people go green stay inside the party because all of us know our Nigerian politicians. They know they like to they stay. We're waiting in the talk just now. We could go back to them. You know, say people just say the governors don't be wanting now only one pair this year get people in last they come out of that kind of thing. We see a big fish now be there be. But we don't forget say for Nigerian politics. As people they work out, they come out, they go one place. They feel good they get people when they put inside, say make it scatter the political party. Now when it goes to they call them moles, so they go decide their political party. How the opposition fit take sweep those moles come up for inside the political party when it be say yes, say they go say no worry, make you there. Everything will be say we want, will they pay you, they do everything. The people when they for ruling party, they fit do that one.
Thank you, Mr. Sado, and I thank that caller we called just now and the concern where the caller raised. Right. You see, well, if you stick boy back again to wait on the talk. First of all, make
you know, before you go take, I'm going to take this call. Maybe you could add them together. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. When you hear me, you'll call back. So, okay, may I just take your response before I go take any other call?
We don't come through systems, seasons, processes. We don't see dispensations and how the politics play out. And we don't see the aftermath of the decisions we take yesterday. And today, we put all that together for ADC to correct them. Most importantly, to put the nation's interest forward. You see the thing when my brother raised just now, I go tell you quick, like you talk just now, say governors, people, oppositions, they say, now one vote, not being governor get. In 2014 into 2015, penultimate to the general elections, PDP had between about 26 governors in this country, and yet they lost to the opposition as it were at that time. Now, election, according to democracy, what the practice, the definition say, it said now government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That also played out in 2023 when Labour Party with no structure, but the Nigerian state was their structure, and they garnered 12 million votes. But this time around, under the ADC, we're also now saying, we dey tell people, say, ADC go correct with this our present mechanism, we go correct every wrong and mistakes we don't forget. And I go assure you here today that all the aspirants wey dey contest for the platform of ADC, none of them, no presidential aspirant, get the mind to destroy the party.
After the thing no reach in hand. Okay, no wahala. Because if we look at, say the matter when we say concern opposition, we don't really see any strong opposition like that again. Just yesterday, Nadi Usman, now he got to say, now be chairman of Labour, now be authentic chairman of Labour. Aburo say no go agree, say they go court. PDP they do their own for that side. The matter they for ground. SDP. The political party, no day here, no day there. Apple gas, almost all the political party when we take off, all of them get fashion. Now the spirit of that mole or that thing when we say they call mole, say person when we say you know rich man could destroy or go there go destroy. Now be what they talk. You know if you say yes, that hand of that mole now they destroy the political party. So
yes, you know if you take away the moles from the political party, but one thing where I go. We remind my brother is that 2014-15 we will talk about the president then is different from the president we
now. Why?
Then two,
okay, because they get different names.
The president then different from the president
because they get different names.
I will explain.
Okay.
Then two, you go also see say anything where they make whether ADC or PDP, they want go into primaries. Is going to be a serious issue for the opposition party. If they go into primaries just for sake of primaries, fine. There must be a consensus. Like what did Baba Ahmed they talk about? There is no way whether not my party, the PDP, whether not ADC, if they go into primary, there is going to be a crack. Waiting APC doing that 2014, 2015, we say even before the primary, they don't already they look and say, when Buhari contest under CPC. He was able to garner only by himself 12-point-something million votes. Now, when it was time to do their primary or whatever they do, there was already an agreement between them.
Maybe they already do that.
No, why most persons now they concerned about this ADC now, which whether my brother they follow such news where we they follow, we were with the opposition, we they try to yes, we were not the same party. We dey always dey wan see wetin dey happen for another party. Immediately there was like this body language of Atiku. News just fly one period say he say he no wan run again. Anybody wey go like support anybody wey win, he go like support Peter Obi and all of that. Na so the news take down, whether true or false I don't know, but I read it. If you see people just begin, you just see the momentum, you just see people want quick join because it come be like say people don dey say and say still they wan give their ticket. Right. The other time we are hearing say Obasanjo dey canvas for Obi Kwankwaso, we also hear that rumor. You see say people don dey move. Me I know they use this one dey talk. Right from time I dey always dey talk am. Me I know they use this one dey talk say whether Obi better pass Atiku or Atiku better pass the other one. But people dey look now your antecedents. Wetin you don do wey go make them wan follow you.
Okay, somebody dey like, hello, good evening. Good evening. Reduce your TV there, I beg you. Hello? Hello? Reduce the volume for television before you talk to us. I bet once you call into the program, you go reduce the volume of television. Once you say you don't already pick your phone, so I go fit hear you. If you know, if not, that hold back when we say they come, now we say we go to hear. I know if you say yes, say it good. Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my brother.
I bet just carry on. What will be your name? Where they call us from? Carry on.
My name now Honorable Afabo from what tribe do.
Okay.
Wait till that they talk, me they listen. The man wey they made that coalition they work that time, like the Jagaban. Atiku not get the force and the experience to form any coalition wey go work for this country. If you remember, Atiku, Jagaban, that Jagaban bring Atiku to run for ACM. from there on go PDP. From PDP again to APC. They not get the leadership quality to form coalition when go be work for the country. The waiting they see for their party. At the end of all, they will get our wrong. Rotimi and Messi will get there. He serve under Buhari regime. F5 serve under Buhari. Why they not get her wrong when they did? Why they not get her right when they did with Buhari? Which magic now we go do for ADC that we go give hope to Nigeria since they be God sent people. Now my contribution be that, sir.
Thank you so much, my brother. What do you call yourself? Asa about from what 5 already. Thank you so much. You hear the submission when this my brother gets, whether we like him or not. Now somebody yesterday entered the judge in today. I say if they do law, the now authority, it's also the matter between Obabude and Ogosa, see what happened that time. So now between Thomas Ado and Peter Omauge, the same matter that they go use take follow there. So that's one that people they fear. Say where that trust go there for somebody like Atiku and some of other people they won't be say they inside. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Yeah, what to be anywhere they call us from?
My name is Zakura. I come from Ovia Northeast.
Zakura from Ovia Northeast.
Yes, precisely for Udula Ward.
Talk to us.
Okay. Like this matter on the debate. So for me, the way me I can share, maybe if I will be, maybe later take the ticket so that I go take the challenge with the ground. Because why? The rest of the people, they don't taste government before. Their ability, we know them.
But Peter Obi test government before now as governor now.
He's still trying for the time he be governor. If you look all your activities or your activities, the people like her for the country. You understand? So maybe let her go. Because if he go, at least the way if he take the ticket, go for the presidency election, if he come, at least things will changes will do. Because why? Atiku now that'll be my people choice. You understand?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you look at me, whether we like him or not, last Thursday here, one prominent Edo son, what they call Dele Momodu, he come Edo here. I believe last Thursday, last Thursday.
Last Thursday.
But last Thursday, he can't take cards of as member of the ADC. For there, he talk and say, Atiku Abubakar, he no get money when BC go take buy delegates this time. He no get to use it, was he get dollars when go take buy delegates. That one bring me to the issue of money in Nigerian politics. Whether we like him or not, it go hard before BC if you remove money from Nigerian politics. Even politics in the whole world. Even the last American we see the money when we say Kamala Harris, when we say they gather for maybe say to prosecute that election. Those at the end of this year, she still lost the election. But if you look and come bring them home here, somebody like Atiku, now person when we say they know say if you come to election, they already like to they bring money, come and take do what you go fit do. You don't understand? Almost all the politicians when we say for our country, they get busy without the money, they go anywhere. So much so now it don't become commonplace now, say that they buy votes. For inside this, even the last dispensation, we see people they buy they buy delegates. You understand? In this case now, people like El Rufai, people like the Rotimi Amechi, people like the Peter Obi, they get that muzzle, financial muzzle, to follow somebody like Atiku Reso for the primary when we say they come for the ADC. I want to ask you.
Okay. When I talk just now before that call come, by now, opposition parties, most especially this ADC will be the new bride, waiting Nigerians want to hear from them now, not be say that they prepare for primary. Waiting want to hear from them now be say, one here say, they don't settle for a particular candidate. None of these candidates where they, including Atiku, be bad candidates. There is nobody who go fit tell me say the same thing where they talk about ADC now, the same thing I go talk about PDP. Anybody will show interest today. None of them don't hold presidential office. Whether you be vice president, they don't use and talk about what you go fit do. none of them. But now they suppose we agree say see where we dey go, where they call consensus. Now you will now be calling on international organization, other relevant bodies to help say this election they come. These are the areas we opposition party for need your help, and they will start to dey sing them now. Election is by the corner. In the next 1 year or less, the presidential election don come. So make them know, make opposition party, make we know they dwell on who go fit use dollar take buy primary, who no go fit use dollar buy primary. We know who Nigerians go accept most. We know who be the best among. If 20 people call for here now, you go make sure, you go see say they mention one particular candidate name. So opposition suppose leave personal gain. Say I go fit do am, I no go fit do am. Who be the people in Nigeria they claim say make it come be president? Now that one and everybody by now don't supposed to be support, so that you can now. The last election with the year issue of glitch, with the year issue of and so they don't put start election for so and so play, with the year issue of Beaver. The people already talk about that 2014, 2015. The president that was there then, Jonathan, was a complete Democrat. If he had decided to say that election not go end like that, we don't know where we for day today now. Maybe only God know as if for end. So now that kind of thing and our opposition party by now supposed to they talk about not be who go fit use dollar take by primary. And the truth of the matter be say, if they really go into that primaries as it stands today, if ADC no do proper work, I think we go get the ticket. Reason being that we know Peter Obi go always tell you say no go give shishi. Whether he don't they give shishi now, we don't know. Amechi wicked even they laugh and say he don't broke. I know say Rufai no will get that kind of financial moves where I think we go get. And lastly, when people they talk say I think we they cross from party A to party B to party C or party D, it don't mean anything. If you get vision, me, I've been a member of PDP since I started doing politics. Right. I never go another party. But if, for instance, I fight for a particular position, I get this ambition, I get what I know how to do, PDP refuse to give me, I go move to another party where ready to give me, just to ensure, say, I feel affect people's life as I have wished. So article crossing is not a problem for me.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, what will be on where they call us from?
I come from.
Okay, when you're ready to talk to her, you talk to her, because this one be like say they think of where the front call, you don't know where the front call, so they get the way the thing take be. This is a very serious business. When you want to come into the program, call in, make it be like say you let us know what you feel about our discussion or what you want make we know. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I better reduce the volume for television, me waka come on there.
I don't waka come on for that.
Yeah, what will be your name? Where they call us from?
Father, my name.
Where the phone call?
Upawa.
Okay, talk to us.
This matter, see, you see, this first time when they do coalition now, they have the reason for coming together. So interest not go too much day.
Okay.
If you see 2015, when they come together like this, they already get somebody for mind saying, now this person now we go give. So if you see, look at this way they happen now. ADC, when they come together so at this first time, they still get their own interest. They know the reason why they form this coalition. So I'm not sure say interest go too much. So somebody when they want use, they don't already know. So now this person, now we feel you still fight this situation when we.
So there's no need for primary. If they don't already know, wait, my brother, they don't already know. No need for primaries now. They for just give the person more, just they carry on, they go like that. So why they deceive the people that they keep? Why they hide the person? That's not this six now.
You know, election now. There are procedure for it now. It's not be something where you go just dive into the two and now say that this. When the time comes, you go see here. They have a procedure that they follow. You know now, say procedure day.
Okay.
So when the time comes, then they go. Then everybody goes okay now.
Okay, no wahala. You na ADC member.
I'm the ADC member, sir.
Okay, the person when be say they say not already find person when be say go be on a candidate. Say they already know.
You see,
Babra wait first now. Babra where call just now. He say the ADC member. Are you an ADC member? He say that already know person.
Thomas Ado, you see. Now this kind of argument, now you want make you drag us into sins.
No, me cause
you are my brother. And I want drag us into this kind of argument. Say consensus. By now,
opposition
party. Now, they talk and say,
wait. Can't be our friend again.
Make we throw light into that.
Oh, they call man find Osaga for Ogbo when I call just now.
Make we throw light into that.
An ADC member.
Elections get processes as stipulated by INEC. So I talked earlier on, say the party get mechanism in place.
Okay.
And then whatever mechanisms the party have in place, with the tailor am alongside, no run foul of the law.
Okay. But
the kind argument when you and my brother want drag us into, since they say opposition parties supposed to tell us the consensus candidate by now, we're not supposed to go into primaries. Even when a party has a consensus candidate, the electoral act say you must go into primaries.
Okay, we go leave at that. My brother, if they come out now, what be that word when we say like to tell the people? Okay. Or you get question when your man will say they expect me to ask you, I not ask you, just answer them.
No, one thing I would like to tell Nigerians is that if you see since 1999, it be like say we they do the same thing. We are expecting different results.
Okay.
It go hard. I read about Rwanda in 1994 after that genocide. What happened between the Hutsi, I cannot remember the other people.
Hutsi and Tutsis, right?
If you see them, it was in a politics, where they killed themselves and all of that. I think for 100 days, about 800,000 persons died. I cannot remember the figures now. But they not came together. As we speak in Rwanda today, just the way they run by camera legislator, and so they run them. But the House of Deputies and the Senate, they get the reserve seat where they'll say, okay, this one they know they do election, this one are for women, this one are for youth, this one are for this one are for that. Political party, bring your person and all of that. Now, so they take form them, and their institution, they very strong that you be minister, not me say, you will get access to the use money as you like. You be like public servant. Once the money come, everybody go sit down. See how you want to do and see what you want to do, see what you want to do. If you run foul of the law, you will be dealt with.
Okay, no problem.
So what I use and mean as my quick anchor is that just like what Jonathan do around 2012 or so, when we call Nigerians for that confab, we say, may we sit down, may we check what it go work for us. Nigerians, we need to sit down. This type of democracy we will practice. So my own be say it will not take us anywhere. We have to sit down and agree on the way we wanted to run our elections.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George.
We can have a better
Thank you, Judge. The Prince August, one word from you for 10 seconds.
10 seconds. ADC is a political party wey go follow the processes of the Electoral Act as amended and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we will produce candidates.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Asabo, for what 5 already. Thank you, NBC. Yes, you called into the program. Thank you, Zakura, for Via Notice. Osaga for Ogbo, now you called last hour. Thank you. Moses for Sapler. Thank you so much. My name now Thomas Sado. We go see next week, but don't forget, truth no the fear. Now go talk now in the fear. And good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, this is also the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and both our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We will join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Media for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done is set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. So this, just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, being open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up. Particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did one. I mean, I did two and called it one. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's a need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also a need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape, that means this. And the horse stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set. for this morning, and we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape, and that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies cross their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I mean, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.